Reborn, I pursue my 40-year-old school beauty mom. Huang Xiaoyao had been a simp for the school beauty his whole life, only to end up with nothing. It was only after she got married and moved abroad that he realized the one he truly loved was her mother, Aunt Wang Yu. Chapter 1, One More Time, One More Chance. I do. In a high-end Western restaurant, Huang Xiaoyao, dressed in a suit, heard these words and let out a deep sigh of relief. He had worked hard his entire life, and at the age of 35, he finally got married. Although he felt excited and thrilled, there was an inexplicable sense of sadness. To get married, he had spent 500,000 yuan as a down payment for a house, 500,000 yuan for the bride price, and the 1 million yuan he had saved over 20 years by living frugally. Now, all of it was gone. And on top of that, he would have to bear a 30-year mortgage, which he wouldn't finish paying until he was 65. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask himself, was it really worth it to get married? In order to save money for a wedding, Huang Xiaoyao had no money to participate in social activities, and at this point, he was still a virgin. He had never even touched a girl's hand. On the other hand, his mother kept urging him to get married and have children. She wanted a grandson, which put a lot of pressure on him. Seeing his classmates and colleagues getting married and having children one after another, Huang Xiaoyao felt a little upset. Only by finding a wife could he solve these problems. Not long after their wedding, Huang Xiaoyao's wife, Xianping, got pregnant. 6 months later, she successfully gave birth to a baby. This should have been a happy event, but the baby's skin color seemed off. Huang Xiaoyao never imagined that he would one day be a surprise father. What he didn't expect was that Xianping believed she had been wronged. What's wrong with Xiamai having white skin? Do you know what albinism is? Tigers can be white, foxes can be white, pythons can be white, even dolphins can be white. This is called genetic mutation. Animals can mutate, why can't humans? Don't talk to me about science, is science always right? Xianping insisted that Xiamai was Huang Xiaoyao's daughter, but she refused a paternity test, citing genetic mutation. Huang Xiaoyao had no choice but to file for divorce. Since Xianping didn't have a house or a job and had to take care of the baby, while Huang Xiaoyao only had a new house bought with a loan, plus an old, small one, the judge ruled that Huang Xiaoyao must pay 20% of the new house's market value in cash to Xianping and grant her the right to live in the new house until she found her own place. Of course, he also had to pay her 2,000 yuan every month for daughter support. When Huang Xiaoyao saw the ruling, he was stunned. He had paid the full price for their house, was still paying the mortgage, and now had to let Xianping live in the house and even pay for someone else's daughter. This future seemed too cruel. Huang Xiaoyao regretted his decision. The truth was, he had never liked Xianping in the first place. He and Xianping met through a blind date, and he just wanted to settle. The person Huang Xiaoyao truly liked was his neighbor, Wang Yu, Aunt Wang. Since Wang Yu was the mother of his classmate school beauty Wang Mengyao, Huang Xiaoyao had always kept his feelings for her hidden. To get closer to Wang Yu, he pretended to like Wang Mengyao and became her simp for 20 years. Eventually, Wang Mengyao remarried and moved abroad. Huang Xiaoyao had simped for her all the way, only to end up with nothing. That was why he married a woman from a blind date. Looking back now, he regretted not directly pursuing Aunt Wang Yu. Aunt Wang Yu had divorced when Huang Xiaoyao was 18 and remained single. 3 years ago, when Wang Yu moved, she still hadn't remarried and had remained single. At the time, even though Aunt Wang was 50 years old and her appearance and skin were no longer what they once were, she still had charm and kept her figure in great shape. Huang Xiaoyao remembered when he bid her farewell, she wore a fitted red chapao. Her voluptuous figure, fiery curves, and long snow-white legs combined with her swaying waist were intoxicating. Huang Xiaoyao nearly ran after her to confess his feelings, but he hesitated. After all, Aunt Wang Yu was 18 years older than him, old enough to be his mother. Moreover, Wang Yu knew that Huang Xiaoyao had been chasing her daughter for 20 years. After failing to win her daughter's heart, if he then pursued the mother, he would surely be seen as a pervert. Huang Xiaoyao hesitated for a long time and didn't have the courage to chase after her. He watched helplessly as Wang Yu left. Now, he really wished he could go back to that moment and have another chance to choose. He would confess his feelings to Wang Yu. One more time, one more chance. No. Since he was going back to the past, why not go back to when he was 18, the year Aunt Wang Yu and her husband divorced? He would start from there and pursue Wang Yu. Huang Xiaoyao wanted Aunt Wenyu to help him have 6 daughters. G. The good deeds reward system is here. Because of your lifelong dedication and selfless help to your childhood friend Wang Mengyao, you have accumulated merits and will now receive a reward. This system will grant your wish and return you to the age of 18. What? Being a good person can activate a system. As Huang Xiaoyao was shocked, his eyes suddenly darkened, and he felt the earth shattering, the sky spinning. His brain was trembling, and his consciousness was fading. World restarting. Time reversing. Good deeds reward system binding. 1, 2, 3, G. System binding successful. As long as the host continues to be a good person and helps women with specific needs, they will earn immortal rewards and become an immortal cultivator. The world has been reshaped, it is now 2008. Welcome back to age 18. G. The system detects a woman in need, issuing the task, a beautiful woman who wants to be confessed to. Task description: Wang Yu, a beautiful woman, was forced into a marriage by her rural parents when she was young, marrying without ever experiencing love or receiving a confession, even without a man proposing to her. This is her lifelong regret. Task objective: confess your love to Wang Yu and fulfill her emotional void. Task reward: introduction to the immortal Dao cultivation method, the Xiaoyao Qi refining technique. Once their host receives the task reward, they will comprehend the Xiaoyao immortal cultivation path and become an immortal cultivator. As long as I confess to Aunt Wang Yu, I can cultivate immortality in modern society. This is amazing. Huang Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself standing on a quiet tree-lined path, facing a graceful and beautiful young girl. She was very young, about 18 years old, with delicate features, fair skin, and jet black bangs. She wore a sailor-style skirt from Japan. The light blue miniskirt revealed a pair of crystal-clear, snow-white legs that sparkled in the bright spring sunlight. Was she the young version of Aunt Wang Yu? No, she was just Wang Mengyao. Due to the task issued by the system, Huang Xiaoyao initially thought the beauty in front of him was Aunt Wang Yu, but it turned out she was just her green tea daughter. His excitement immediately faded by half. At this moment, Wang Mengyao's little boots suddenly lifted. She took a step forward, bent down, and reached out to grab Huang Xiaoyao. He told her, what are you doing with that serious face? Are you going to confess to me? Huang Xiaoyao remembered this was a common way Wang Mengyao used to tease him. If this were the past, he would have shyly avoided her. But now, he was already married, though his wife was a scammer who tricked him into taking her on, so he had some experience with women and didn't care at all. It was just physical contact. If she wanted to touch, then let her touch however she pleased. Wang Mengyao didn't expect him to not pull away, and in her surprise, she couldn't stop herself. After touching Huang Xiaoyao's body, a warm sensation spread to her head, and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Huang Xiaoyao wasn't interested in her at all now. He only wanted to confess to Aunt Wang Yu immediately, so he ignored her. Speaking of confession, the word reminded Huang Xiaoyao of something. He looked down at his right hand and saw a pink letter in it. The letter had a sketch of Wang Mengyao, and beneath it were a few large words. Wang Mengyao, I love you like a mouse loves rice. How cheesy. How embarrassing. Seeing the confession letter written by his 18-year-old self, Huang Xiaoyao felt like dying from second-hand embarrassment. He also recalled that at 18, he hadn't admitted that he was in love with Aunt Wang Yu. He had been deceiving himself, thinking he liked Wang Mengyao. Now, he was sincerely confessing to Wang Mengyao, only to be laughingly rejected. Because the memory was so clear, Huang Xiaoyao still remembered what she said. Sorry Tilder, I just finished the college entrance exam. I don't want to be in a relationship, I just want to have fun. I'll date you after I get into university. At that time, Huang Xiaoyao was so excited he couldn't sleep, thinking that he finally had a chance to win her heart. But in the first week of university, Wang Mengyao started dating a wealthy second-generation student she just met. At this moment, Wang Mengyao calmed down a little. To cover up her previous embarrassment, she snatched the confession letter from Huang Xiaoyao. She glanced down at it, then grinned proudly. Wow Tilder, did you draw this? It looks just like me, you're so amazing. Millimeter Tilder, this confession is quite sincere, should I accept it? Wang Mengyao cutely tilted her head, seemingly very happy, but then suddenly changed her tone. Sorry, though, I just finished my exams. Before she could finish, Huang Xiaoyao snatched the letter back. You don't need to apologize, I've changed my mind, I'm not confessing anymore. Wang Mengyao stared at him, shocked. What did you say? I don't want to confess anymore, forget about the letter. Huang Xiaoyao didn't wait for her reply and turned to leave. Wang Mengyao paused for a moment, then called after him. Why are you suddenly angry? Huang Xiaoyao ignored her. Did you misunderstand something? I haven't rejected you yet. Seeing Huang Xiaoyao not respond, Wang Mengyao angrily caught up, grabbing his sleeve from behind. Wait a minute, what's wrong with you today, ignoring me? Huang Xiaoyao shook her hand off and replied coldly. I figured it out, you never really wanted to be my girlfriend, so I give up. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Huang Xiaoyao turned and left again. Wang Mengyao frowned, clicked her tongue, and chased after him. This time, she grabbed his arm tightly. Don't speak nonsense, who said I wasn't interested? If I wasn't would I hang out with you and talk every day? Even when I was dating my last 3 boyfriends, I didn't talk to them every day. Seeing Wang Mengyao in a panic, Huang Xiaoyao was a bit confused. Why was Wang Mengyao now clinging to him? If he didn't confess, she wouldn't lose anything. Why was she in such a hurry? Huang Xiaoyao turned again, held Wang Mengyao's hands, and looked into her eyes seriously. I've met a woman I truly like, do you understand? You truly like someone else, not me. Wang Mengyao asked with a dazed look. Huang Xiaoyao answered calmly, yes. Wang Mengyao's expression froze instantly, seeming greatly hurt. Ignoring her, Huang Xiaoyao walked away quickly. As he looked at his retreating figure, Wang Mengyao, for some reason, looked extremely angry. Who, that vixen, who is she? Huang Xiaoyao laughed inwardly. This green tea had no right to call someone else a vixen. Besides, their vixen she was referring to was her own mother. He didn't respond, just quickened his pace. Wang Mengyao's silence made her grit her teeth in anger. After thinking for a while, she ignored the bystanders and yelled loudly. Huang Xiaoyao, come back here. I accept your confession, I'll be your girlfriend right now. Didn't you hear me? Come back to me. Hearing her near-shouting voice, Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh. In his past life, he confessed to Wang Mengyao a total of 108 times, and failed every single time. Now, he didn't confess, but Wang Mengyao was the one chasing after him, even voluntarily saying she would be his girlfriend. Was this green tea just desperate? Huang Xiaoyao knew her future. Wang Mengyao had over 10 boyfriends, and after marrying a wealthy second-generation man, none of her 3 daughters were his. Even if this top-tier green tea offered herself for free, he wouldn't take her. Huang Xiaoyao, if you don't come back, I'll break up with you. You hear me? I won't talk to you anymore. As the distance between them grew, Wang Mengyao's voice faded away. Huang Xiaoyao didn't hesitate. He only wanted to go straight to Wang Mengyao's house and confess to Aunt Wenyu while this troublemaker wasn't around. Thinking of seeing 36-year-old Aunt Wenyu again, Huang Xiaoyao was filled with excitement. After leaving the path, he ran towards the scorching sun. To get into the mood, he started running like in a passionate Japanese drama. He ran all the way to Wang Yu's house, took a few breaths, then took out an eraser and pencil from his pants pocket. Sitting in front of her door, he changed the name Wang Mengyao on the letter to Wang Yu. Then, he stood up and rang the doorbell. Chapter 2. Ding dong tilde. The familiar doorbell sound stirred memories in Huang Xiaoyao. Wang Yu's house was located in a small alley in the old district of Yeju. Right across the narrow alley, only 1 meter wide, was Huang Xiaoyao's home. Because their doorways were only a meter apart, he would ring this doorbell every day to play with Wang Mengyao when he was little. And now, it was his first time visiting Aunt Wenyu. Aunt Wenyu had a tall and curvaceous figure, with smooth and fair skin. Her personality was lively and bright, a classic northeastern beauty. After getting married and having children, her outgoing personality had become more restrained, turning into a gentle and virtuous housewife, radiating the charm of a mature woman. She was a national beauty. Huang Xiaoyao felt unusually excited about confessing to such a beauty right after his rebirth. Doki tilde. His heart was racing. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pulled out an old flip phone to check his hairstyle on the small screen. He looked quite handsome if he had to compare himself, it was like 18-year-old Andy Lau. However, after running around, his hair had gotten a bit messy. Huang Xiaoyao hurriedly adjusted his hair when the wooden door opened from the inside, and Aunt Wang Yu, dressed in home clothes, peeked her head out. Upon seeing Huang Xiaoyao, she smiled sweetly. Meng Yao went out today, and she hasn't returned yet. Aunt Wang Yu's voice was sweet with a hint of boldness, making Huang Xiaoyao feel like he was basking in the spring breeze. Not only was she beautiful, but her voice was also incredibly pleasant to listen to. As his gaze met hers, a panel of values popped up in his mind. Name, Wang Yu. Age, 36. Height, 173 g. Appearance, 95. Figure, 90. Charisma, 90. Stamina, 85. Skills, 85. Seduction, 60. Explanation of values. Duckling, 09. Ugly duckling, 1019. Noob, 2029. Clumsy bird, 3039. Little cabbage, 4049. Swan, 5059. Campus belle, 6069. School flower, 7079. City flower, 8089. National flower, 9099. Goddess, 100. Oh wow. No wonder Aunt Wang Yu was the woman Huang Xiaoyao truly loved. Her appearance, figure, and charisma all reached the level of a national beauty, with ratings above 90. Although her seduction score was only at the campus belle level, her stamina and skills were at the city flower level. She was the ultimate six-sided beauty. The most important thing was her figure, which was rated incredibly at 173 g. Huang Xiaoyao finally understood why he often felt dizzy whenever Wang Yu passed by him. It turned out it was because her headlights were too bright and too dazzling. Profile, graduated from the music academy, she was a singer in her youth. She had great talent and became somewhat famous after debuting. However, due to an arranged marriage by her parents, she married and had children early. After her secret marriage and the birth of her daughter were exposed by the media, she was frozen out by the company. She was forced to give up her dream of being a singer and became a housewife. She had been married for 17 years and had 3 daughters. Because her husband, Wang Zilin, wanted a son to carry on the family name, he insisted that Wang Yu have another child. After more than a decade of unsuccessful attempts, Wang Zilin divorced her 6 months ago. Wang Yu had been single ever since. Wang Yu had been single ever since. Wang Yu had been single ever since. So Wang Yu had been a singer? Huang Xiaoyao only just found out. No wonder Aunt Wang Yu's voice was so charming, and no wonder her throat was so sexy. She was a professional singer. This made Huang Xiaoyao even more excited. He controlled his excitement and said calmly, "I didn't come to find Meng Yao, but rather to look for you, sister." She had always called him aunt, so why did he suddenly call her sister? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is there something you need from aunt? It's not convenient to talk here. Can I come in?" Huang Xiaoyao asked. Wang Yu smiled with her lips pursed. "Come on in." After saying that, she moved aside, leaving a gap. Huang Xiaoyao's eyes were immediately drawn to her pronounced curves, and he swallowed another mouthful of saliva before squeezing past her, well, more like squeezing through her. Since Wang Yu's figure was quite ample and the hallway behind her door was very narrow, Huang Xiaoyao accidentally brushed against some soft spots as he passed. He pretended not to notice, walking confidently into the living room and sitting at the dining table. Aunt Wang Yu's house was only 20 square meters, very small, but it had 2 floors, totaling 40 square meters. With 4 women living in such a small space, it was clearly quite cramped. The living room was filled with clutter, with various women's personal items scattered all over the tables and sofas. Although Aunt Wang Yu looked virtuous, she had a bit of a careless personality, not minding the cluttered state of the living room at all. "Aunt will make you a cup of tea," she said as she picked up the teapot and walked back and forth in the narrow living room. Huang Xiaoyao's gaze was immediately drawn to her curvy rear end. Today, Aunt Wang Yu was wearing light blue denim shorts, which highlighted her seductive curves. Beneath those denim shorts were her long, swinging legs. Her legs were shapely, white, and long, looking strong enough to break a neck with their power. Seeing such top-tier legs, like something out of an anime, Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but want to grab them. "This is some new tea I bought, see how it tastes," Wang Yu elegantly handed him a cup of tea. Huang Xiaoyao looked up, and his eyes immediately focused on Wang Yu's white shirt, which was stretched out and deformed from her figure. Even through the fabric, he could feel the intense curves beneath. It was too incredible. Huang Xiaoyao stared at her in awe, and internally vowed, I must embrace Aunt Wenyu and make her my pillow partner. Overcome with excitement, Huang Xiaoyao felt parched and thirsty. He grabbed the teacup and took a deep sip. Sitting across from him, Wenyu smiled and asked, How is it? Is the tea I made good? Huang Xiaoyao put down the teacup, gazing at her full chest that seemed to be propped up by the dining table, replying happily, It's sweet, very delicious. I'm glad you like it, Wenyu said, then, after a moment of hesitation, quickly asked, Did you come to see Aunt about something regarding Meng Yao? You don't need to worry, Aunt is supportive of you being with Meng Yao. Huang Xiaoyao immediately shook his head. No, I just came to see you, it has nothing to do with Meng Yao. While saying this, he handed over the love letter he had been hiding behind his back. Sister, take a look. You'll understand. Wenyu took it curiously, glanced at it, and her expression immediately turned to one of shock. This was the moment Huang Xiaoyao gathered all his courage and spoke the words he had kept hidden in his heart for 20 years. I've always liked you, sister, and I want to be your boyfriend. Huang Xiaoyao said this all in one breath, then let out a long sigh of relief. Confessing to Aunt Wenyu was actually quite simple. This would complete his task and make him an immortal cultivator. However, Huang Xiaoyao didn't see any task completion prompt. Just then, Wenyu turned the love letter over and pointed to the corner of the mouth in the portrait with her jade-like finger. This drawing is very well done, and it looks just like me. But there's a mole below my mouth, and it's not in the drawing. You actually drew Meng Yao, didn't you? After failing to confess to her, you came to mess around with Aunt, and Aunt will be angry at you for this. Huang Xiaoyao, too excited after his rebirth, hadn't noticed this detail, and now the sharp-eyed Wenyu had seen through him. What a failure. He felt incredibly embarrassed. He probably couldn't even imagine what it would be like for someone like Liang Jingru to be in this situation. Wait, Huang Xiaoyao had learned one thing in his previous life: as long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment was on others. Huang Xiaoyao stood tall and straight, with all his confidence. You're right, I drew it based on Meng Yao. I just asked her out to confess. Wenyu nodded. Yes, Meng Yao's personality is very quirky. She must have rejected you, but Aunt knows she actually likes you. When Meng Yao comes back, I'll talk to her and convince her to date you. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyao reached out, grabbing Aunt Wenyu's beautiful hand resting on the dining table. This sudden gesture shocked Wenyu, interrupting her words. She lowered her head in surprise, looking at the hand he was holding. Although Wenyu was an outgoing and bold northeastern beauty, her private life was surprisingly conservative. Before this, her hand had only ever been held by her husband. But even her husband had never held her hand like this, with such force. Wenyu was stunned, not understanding what Huang Xiaoyao wanted to do. She was completely flabbergasted. Huang Xiaoyao tightened his grip on her smooth, fair hand and said affectionately, But the person I like isn't Meng Yao, it's you, sister. Wenyu's eyes widened in shock. That can't be right. Then why did you confess to Meng Yao? Huang Xiaoyao smirked confidently. The reason I approached Meng Yao and confessed to her was actually to get closer to you, sister. This. Wenyu was stunned. I don't like Aunt's daughter, I like Aunt herself. I wanted to date Aunt's daughter, but it turns out it was to get closer to Aunt. This absurd plot is something even Xiong Yao's dramas would never dare to write. How could this happen in real life? Not only has it happened, but I'm the one involved. Is this possible? In an instant, Wenyu thought this must be a prank by Huang Xiaoyao. However, she knew Huang Xiaoyao's nature and understood he wasn't the type to joke around. From his now intense gaze, she could tell he was serious. Wenyu took a deep breath, stood up, and walked over to the wooden cabinet by the wall. She opened a drawer and began searching for something. Xiaoyao, you probably don't remember this, do you? After your mom gave birth to you, she stayed in the hospital for 2 years, and during those 2 years, it was Aunt who took care of you. Wenyu took out a photo album from the drawer, flipped it open, and showed Huang Xiaoyao a page. Look at this photo. In the photo, a young Wenyu was lovingly holding a small baby in her arms. And that baby had something there, which means he wasn't one of Wenyu's 3 daughters. Now it was Huang Xiaoyao's turn to gasp in shock. Only now did he realize that he had been raised by Wenyu. Seeing the astonished expression on Huang Xiaoyao's face, Wenyu let out a soft laugh. Your father was always busy with work and often left you at Aunt S' place. Until middle school, you would still hold onto Aunt S' arm to sleep. Besides, Aunt is 18 years older than you, she could even be your mom. Of course, Huang Xiaoyao remembered this very clearly. When he was 3 years old, his parents divorced, and his father was often working overtime. Many times, he was left at Wen Yu's house. When his father went on business trips to Africa, he would even stay at Wen Yu's house for months. The most vivid memory was when Wen Yu helped him take a bath when he was in elementary school. But so what? Huang Xiaoyao didn't care about that past at all. So what? Huang Xiaoyao asked confidently. Wen Yu smiled gently at him. Our age difference is so big, it's impossible for us to be together. Bang! Huang Xiaoyao slammed his hands on the table and suddenly stood up. Who says younger men can't be with older women? There's no such law. Wen Yu was stunned for a moment, then explained. This is called an old cow eating tender grass. You are classmate of Aunt S' daughter. If this gets out, Aunt will be ridiculed. Huang Xiaoyao confidently walked up to Wen Yu, speaking with authority. A gentleman is broad-minded, while a petty person hides in the shadows. Yang Lao can marry a woman 50 years younger than him. Does he care what others think? Wen Yu was speechless, unable to respond. Huang Xiaoyao leaned down, bringing his face close to Wen Yu's. Love transcends everything. Measuring it by age difference is truly shallow. And those who ridicule me and my sister's love are ignorant and foolish. We should only care about our own happiness, not worry about the opinions of fools. Wen Yu felt Huang Xiaoyao's genuine emotions and was shocked by his grand views on love. She couldn't help but think back to her own past. From a young age, Wen Yu had been assigned a marriage partner by her parents, her childhood friend, Wang Zilin, from the same village. Although she had a good relationship with Wang Zilin, they had never officially dated, and their relationship was more than friends but less than lovers. Wen Yu had accepted the arranged marriage because of her parents' wishes and married Wang Zilin. Though their married life was relatively sweet and fulfilling, after their divorce, Wen Yu couldn't help but wonder. Would her life have been better if she had ignored her parents' wishes and chosen her own marriage? At least she could have been a singer and chased her dreams. At least she could have had a passionate love affair. Thinking about this, although Wen Yu couldn't accept dating her daughter's classmate, she began to waver. Perhaps Xiaoyao was right. Love and marriage belong only to oneself. As long as she is happy, why should she be bound by the opinions of others? Seeing the confusion in Wen Yu's eyes, Huang Xiaoyao decided to take things further, making a bold move. He reached out, gently lifted Wen Yu's delicate chin, and then leaned in. He pressed his lips against Wen Yu's lips. Mua. Chapter 3: The First Kiss with Aunt Wen Yu. Huang Xiaoyao held Wen Yu's face and kissed her domineeringly. This sudden kiss shocked Wen Yu. That boy is 18 years younger than me. And he is my daughter's classmate. I actually kissed him. Wen Yu subconsciously wanted to push Huang Xiaoyao away, but her raised hands seemed to be filled with lead and could not move. It turned out that the feeling from her lips was too sweet. This was the feeling of love she had always longed for. Although she would be laughed at by others, although she would not be recognized by others, although she did not know how to face her daughter. But everything did not matter, because this was the vigorous love she had always pursued. Wen Yu's long-forgotten girlish heart, hidden deep in her heart, burst out. She seemed to have returned to the age of 18, the age when she was full of longing for unknown things and wanted to indulge in love. Indulge. Feel. Enjoy. Wen Yu closed her eyes unconsciously and immersed herself in it. Gee. The host gave Wen Yu the most perfect confession and completed the task, the beautiful woman who wants to be confessed. The host received a reward, Xiaoyao refining Qi heart method. Huang Xiaoyao directly turned off the system prompt. The gentle place of the beloved woman is right in front of him, so there is no time to care about those things. The matter of receiving the system reward can be discussed later. Seeing that Aunt Wen Yu did not push him away, Huang Xiaoyao further embraced her and gently stroked her back and waist. Then gradually stretched out his hand. But at this moment, Wen Yu reacted and pushed Huang Xiaoyao away with force. Har. Wen Yu took a breath of the charming fragrance and smiled awkwardly. Really, I didn't expect Xiaoyao to be so bold. But you misunderstood. Wen Yu stood up and put his hands on Huang Xiaoyao's shoulders. You mistook your aunt for your mother because your parents divorced and you couldn't see your mother, and then mistook your attachment to your mother for love. Please understand that your feelings for your aunt are just an illusion. When you paused and said seriously, what happened just now, your aunt will treat it as nothing, and won't tell Meng Yao. You should just treat it as a dream and forget it. Huang Xiaoyao observed Wen Yu calmly. Although her fair face was flushed and her plump upper body was also slightly up and down. But she looked very calm, and there was no panic in her eyes. Huang Xiaoyao remembered that the other party was not an 18-year-old girl, but a 36-year-old mother who had given birth to 3 girls. She was a mature woman with rich life experience, and would not be shy because of this level of kissing. In her eyes, Huang Xiaoyao was just her daughter's classmate and a neighbor's child. She did not regard Huang Xiaoyao as a man yet. It was futile to force an offensive now. What Huang Xiaoyao needs to do is to change his image in Wen Yu's eyes. This takes time and cannot be done overnight. Huang Xiaoyao thinks that the kiss just now is a good hook. When it's late at night, lonely Aunt Wen Yu will definitely recall the feeling of kissing him. And at that moment, her view of Huang Xiaoyao will gradually change from a child to a man. Huang Xiaoyao took a step back and said firmly, "It seems that I can't meet my sister's requirements now, but I won't give up. I will continue to pursue my sister until she accepts." Huang Xiaoyao didn't wait for Wen Yu to respond and turned to leave her home. Don't give her a chance to refuse. Looking at Huang Xiaoyao's young back, Wen Yu subconsciously covered her chest, feeling the panicked heartbeat like a deer. Crack tilde. After Huang Xiaoyao closed the wooden door, Wen Yu couldn't hold on any longer. She sat down on the chair and stroked her wet cherry lips with her hands. He unconsciously recalled the amazing moment just now. I didn't expect Xiaoyao to look at me like that. He even said he would chase me until I accepted him. Young people nowadays are really. But no matter what, he and Meng Yao are a perfect match. They will be truly happy together. Hey Tilder, how should I guide him back to the right path? When you suddenly realized something, and her legs suddenly tensed up. Then she pushed the chair away and ran to the toilet on the second floor in a panic. It turned out that she had to pee. After Huang Xiaoyao closed Wen Yu's door, he took a deep breath of fresh air. He also reached out and touched his lips, recalling the beauty just now. Is this the taste of Aunt Wen Yu? So sweet. Kissing the beloved woman, something that Huang Xiaoyao had tried his best to get in his previous life, he easily got after his rebirth. This made him understand a truth. The most important thing to pick up girls is courage. Don't think of beautiful women as noble. Whether they are goddesses or fairies, they are just women. Hold her down, confess bravely, and kiss her bravely. It doesn't matter if you are rejected. There is nothing to be shy about. As long as you don't feel shy, women are shy. Huang Xiaoyao decided that next time he confessed to Wen Yu, he would kiss her regardless of whether she accepted it or not. Kiss until she accepted it. Their host met Wen Yu's urgent emotional needs and exceeded the task. Their host received a hidden extra reward, iron tree skill and a wisp of fairy spirit. What is the urgent emotional need of Aunt Wen Yu? Does it mean being kissed by a younger boy? Huang Xiaoyao didn't quite understand, but it didn't matter. Whatever the reason, it's good to get the reward. Huang Xiaoyao walked through the 1-meter-wide alley, took out the key, opened the wooden door opposite Wen Yu's house, and returned to his home. He closed the door and walked into the 15-square-meter hall. A heavy old-fashioned TV, a folding table that had been used for more than 20 years, and a wooden sofa painted grey-blue to cover the traces of use. So nostalgic. However, the note in the middle of the table made Huang Xiaoyao's expression immediately dim. I have to work overtime tonight and will not come back for dinner. Huang Xiaoyao's father Huang Di is a workaholic. He entered the 996 version 10 years in advance, never rested on weekends, and worked until 9 o'clock in the evening almost every day. Although he worked very hard, he did not make much money because the company was not well managed. Later, he was cheated of all his money by a woman he met in a nightclub. He was a miserable man. With me in his life, at least he won't be cheated by women. But that's a matter of the future, don't worry about him for now. Huang Xiaoyao looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 1:30 p.m. and he hadn't eaten yet. Huang Xiaoyao took out a pack of Huafeng Sanxian Yimian from the utility cabinet. He was going to eat instant noodles today. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Sanxian Yimian 10 years ago tasted much better than 10 years later. While eating instant noodles, Huang Xiaoyao checked the system rewards. Congratulations to the host for learning the Xiaoyao refining heart method. Congratulations to the host for becoming a cultivator of the Xiaoyao Dao. Xiaoyao refining heart method, basic method for absorbing spiritual energy. Effect 1. Use Xiaoyao breathing technique to absorb spiritual energy in the air. Store spiritual energy in the body. Effect 2. Spiritual energy can strengthen the internal organs in the body, improving the host's physique, strength, physical strength, athletic ability, and 5 senses. Effect 3. Lifespan increases by 10 years. The host's current upper limit is 110 years old. Huang Xiaoyao clenched his right fist, and the bones immediately crackled, which seemed very powerful. It feels like I can kill a cow with one punch now. Har har, I feel like I've become Superman. It's a bit exaggerated to say Superman, but at least he is the king of Gotham. It's easy to beat a coal lamp Batman. The host gets an extra reward, Iron Tree Kung Fu and a wisp of fairy air. Iron Tree Kung Fu, a method of cultivating immortals to strengthen the body. Effect 1. Cover the body with spiritual energy and increase the hardness of part of the body. The effect of increasing hardness is affected by the strength of the spiritual energy. The final effect is to make the whole body as hard as steel. Make a part of the body as hard as steel. This is no longer a punch to kill a cow, but a finger piercing a cow. It's a bit too exaggerated. Huang Xiaoyao compared his index finger and soon realized that it was not a good thing to have a hard finger. After all, this is a modern society with policemen. You can't just stab someone to death with your fingers. You can only control the strength and use it slowly. One wisp of fairy energy greatly increased the spiritual energy in the body, which can instantly improve the host's cultivation by 5 years. Although Huang Xiaoyao became a cultivator and learned powerful skills. But he has only started to absorb spiritual energy from now on, and there is almost no spiritual energy stored in his body, so the effect of using skills is limited. Directly improving the cultivation by 5 years can perfectly solve his problem of lack of spiritual energy. Now he can easily kill the silent Batman. Huang Xiaoyao has the intelligence of the future, as well as the help of the golden finger and fairy skills. Auntie Wen Yu is definitely in his pocket. To prepare for a rainy day, he should start to consider how to give her a happy life after marrying Wen Yu. Let's not talk about Wang Mengyao, the green tea bitch. Auntie Wen Yu also has 2 lovely daughters. 16-year-old Wang Qingyao and 13-year-old Huang Xiaoyao. These 2 little beauties are different from Wang Mengyao. They perfectly inherited the beauty and gentleness of Aunt Wen Yu. As the stepfather of these 2 sisters, Huang Xiaoyao must feed them well and raise them to adulthood. And this requires money. Huang Xiaoyao was born in a poor family and had to find a way to make money. He walked quickly up to the 2nd floor and came to a room of only 5 square meters. After many years, seeing this small room again, I was really moved. A wooden bed, a wooden cabinet, a computer desk, a chair, and there was no place to stand. It was too miserable. Huang Xiaoyao looked at this small room and fell into deep thought. He didn't even have pocket money on weekdays, and the red envelopes he received during the new year were all handed over to his father. He didn't have any savings on him. How could he make money without the principal? Huang Xiaoyao looked at the old computer on the computer desk and suddenly thought of a good idea. Chapter 4. Do you want to be her father? Huang Xiaoyao pressed the power button of the host, and 1 minute later, the nostalgic XP system login interface appeared on the monitor. After the power on, Xuanlei automatically ran and started the download task. Huang Xiaoyao suddenly felt a strong curiosity. What did he download after the college entrance examination at the age of 18? He sat on the chair, clicked the mouse, and opened Xuanlei. Then he saw 4 download tasks going on at the same time. My husband is not home tonight. The single aunt of the neighbor's house. The secret of the female teacher. The occupation of the classmate's mother. It turned out that the TV series downloaded were from the island country. Huang Xiaoyao recalled that in 2008, Station B did not exist. At that time, the island country films were translated by the subtitle group and released on the forum. They needed to be downloaded with Xuanlei. Huang Xiaoyao opened the H-disc nostalgically and checked the TV series he collected when he was 18 years old. Soon I found that all the heroines were married women and mature women, and I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Did I understand Caogong's will at the age of 18? Mikami-sensei hasn't changed his career to become an actor yet, and is still working hard to be an idol. Nishino-sensei is really sexy. No, now is not the time to enjoy the movie, I want to make money. Huang Xiaoyao turned off the playing video and H-disc, and opened a game on the desktop. Dungeon Fighter. This was the online game he was most addicted to in high school. He was so addicted that he would go online to brush the map to clear his fatigue the day before the college entrance examination. But after entering college, he found a way to make money by setting up a stall in the dungeon, and then used this game as a tool to make money, and never played this game again. No matter what game it is, as long as it involves making money, the taste will change. So it's better to be a second-generation rich. There is endless money at home, and there is no need to think about making money. You can play however you want. Huang Xiaoyao said this not out of jealousy or sourness, but excitement. Because he can soon become a first-generation richer than the second-generation rich through the game. After Huang Xiaoyao logged into the game, he came to the town of the game. Seeing people coming and going in the town, everyone was shouting to form a team to brush the map, or paying money to be led. On the whole street, no player used a script to set up a stall to collect goods. I remember correctly, no one has discovered this way of making money yet. I can monopolize the entire market. The way to make money that Huang Xiaoyao said is to write a script program to automatically purchase game materials and items, earn game coins by buying low and selling high, and then go to the trading website to exchange them for soft sister currency. Take one of the materials called Soul Crystal as an example. First, open a shop on the street to receive goods, buy from passing players at a unit price of 2,500 game coins, and then sell them at the auction house at a unit price of 3,000 gold coins. Selling one soul crystal can earn 500 game coins, and selling 2,000 can earn 1 million game coins. And 1 million game coins can be sold for 10 yuan on the trading platform. In other words, reselling 1,000 soul crystals can earn 5 yuan. In his previous life, Huang Xiaoyao hung a script to receive goods a year later, and he could receive nearly 5,000 soul crystals every day, plus purchasing other materials. You can earn 2,000 yuan a month by hanging a shop. In 2009, the salary of ordinary people was also about 2,000 yuan. Just hanging a computer can earn a month's salary, which is a very good way to make money. However, at that time, the automatic receiving script had already spread, and the streets were full of merchants who hung scripts to receive goods, and the competition was too fierce. Now no player knows how to use scripts to hang up the store, and there is no competitor at all, so he should be able to earn several times more. A monthly income of tens of thousands is not a dream. Huang Xiaoyao immediately downloaded the programming software and began to write the automatic delivery script. Since he was a coder in his previous life, this was no difficulty for him. Par. His fingers flew quickly, as if dancing on the keyboard. First, write the script code, then locate the coordinate position of the game interface, and then identify the pattern of the material items through pixels. Just when Huang Xiaoyao was busy writing the script, the speaker suddenly made a knocking sound. Huang Xiaoyao glanced at Penguin, and it was his classmate He Guoliang who came online. He Guoliang was a tall, fair-skinned young man. Because he looked old and a little fat, everyone called him Lao Pang. They used to be deskmates in the class and had a good relationship. But later Huang Xiaoyao found out that Lao Pang actually thought he was very poor and a lovelorn single dog, and looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. Because he felt that Huang Xiaoyao was not a threat to him, and they happened to be deskmates and played the same online games, he played with him. In fact, Lao Pang often laughed at Huang Xiaoyao in front of his girlfriend. Later, Lao Pang cheated Huang Xiaoyao of 50,000 yuan when he couldn't pay off his debts due to gambling. Although 50,000 yuan is not a large amount, Huang Xiaoyao has been saving money desperately in order to buy a house. Sometimes he even didn't want to eat breakfast. When Huang Xiaoyao questioned Lao Pang later, he was mocked by Lao Pang in person. "You were cheated by me, it's just your stupidity, how can you blame me?" After knowing the truth, Huang Xiaoyao was very angry. But later he learned from his sister-in-law that Lao Pang was forced to be desperate after owing money, and almost sold his wife, so he asked Huang Xiaoyao to borrow money. When facing Huang Xiaoyao's questioning, he knew he had no reason to explain, so he broke the jar. The sister-in-law repeatedly emphasized that although Lao Pang looked down on him in his heart, he had played online games with him for more than 10 years, and his friendship with Huang Xiaoyao was real. Huang Xiaoyao could only say now. His friendship with Lao Pang was also real. In this life, as Lao Pang's good friend, Huang Xiaoyao would take care of his sister-in-law for him. However, Huang Xiaoyao did not immediately break up with him, as there was no rush for such things. Huang Xiaoyao was busy writing scripts now, and ignored him and continued to work. 1 hour later, Huang Xiaoyao had written the automatic delivery script. However, after so many years, he had forgotten the price of the materials and needed to investigate in detail. He opened the forum of Dungeon and Fighter and looked for posts about the price of item materials. However, most of the posts discussed the skills of spawning monsters and the analysis of adding points. He searched for 10 minutes and found nothing. Just then, a penguin popped up from the right side of the screen. It was a message from Lao Pang. Huang Xiaoyao remembered that Lao Pang was a loyal player of Dungeon Fighter, so he could ask him directly. Huang Xiaoyao clicked on Lao Pang's avatar to see what he said. Fat bird flies first. Did the confession succeed? Huang Xiaoyao didn't want to alert the enemy, so he treated him as if nothing had happened. In fact, at this moment, nothing really happened. So Huang Xiaoyao didn't fall out with Lao Pang, and he continued to treat him as a good friend. Emperor Xiaoyao, no. Fat bird flies first. I told you, she's a goddess. How could she be with a poor person like you? You'd better give up. Smile. Now that I think about it, Lao Pang was right. Wang Mengyao had dated many people, and they all had one thing in common: they were all second-generation rich. Emperor Xiaoyao, you misunderstood. I didn't confess to Mengyao. Fat bird flies first. Confused face. Fat bird flies first. I don't believe it. If you don't confess to her, who else can you confess to? Huang Xiaoyao felt that the nickname, Emperor Xiaoyao, was too childish, so he quietly changed it to Wei Huang Xiaoyao. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, guess. Fat bird flies first. If you let me guess, it must be an impossible answer. Fat bird flies first, so that's the person you can't confess to. Fat bird flies first. Who can you confess to? There is only one answer, it's Teacher Lan. When Fat thought he was Conan, Huang Xiaoyao picked up the water cup, drank a sip of water, and watched his performance quietly. Huang Xiaoyao almost sprayed the water in his mouth after seeing Fat's outrageous answer. That idiot actually guessed Teacher Lan, who is a married woman. He must be mentally ill. Teacher Lan's full name is Lan Haihui, a Chinese teacher at number 99 middle school. Her face is as perfect as a goddess, her personality is gentle, her smile is warm, and she is the dream lover of all the boys in 99 middle school. Although Teacher Lan is beautiful, she is married. Confessing to a married woman is not crazy, what is it? Wei Huang Xiaoyao, don't you know that Teacher Lan is married? Barker. Fat bird flies first, then who are you confessing to? I really can't think of it. Aggrieved face. To explain, originally Fatty was a close friend of the protagonist who talked about everything, so the protagonist said the person he confessed to, but later at the request of readers, Fatty was changed to a fake close friend, so the plot of saying the person he confessed to here is a bit stupid. Please don't be too entangled. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, I confess to Wang Yu. Fat bird flies first. Who is Wang Yu? Is she from the next school? Questioning face. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, it's Wang Mengyao's mother. After Huang Xiaoyao sent the message, Fatty's avatar immediately darkened. The penguin showed that he had gone offline. He was talking halfway and went offline without saying a word. What the hell is he doing? Huang Xiaoyao hadn't asked him about the prices in the dungeon yet, and he was a little upset. After waiting for 3 minutes, the fat old penguin came back online and he immediately sent a message. Fat bird flies first. You confess to Wang Mengya's mother? Shocked face. Fat bird flies first. Don't joke around. Even my cat was scared by you and kicked the wire away. Frightened face. Huang Xiaoyao laughed secretly. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, I'm not kidding. I just went to Wang Mengya's house and confessed to her mother. Fat bird flies first. Are you crazy? Are you going to betray the Hinarjo Supremacy Alliance without permission? Angry face. Seeing this word, Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh. When he was 18, he naively used "no marriage unless it's a virgin" as a slogan, and formed an alliance with Lao Pang over virgin girls. But after being baptized by reality, Huang Xiaoyao understood. That was just a fantasy of an innocent age. In the future 10 years later, no one can even marry a wife, and no one will care about such things. But Lao Pang is lucky. According to him, his sister-in-law really gave him her first time. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, I have liked Aunt Wen Yu for a long time. If you are brother, support me. Don't talk nonsense. Fat bird flies first. No, 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 she is Wang Mengyao's mother. Do you know what this means? Crazy face. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, what does it mean? Huang Xiaoyao asked calmly while typing. Fat bird flies first, this means you have to be Wang Mengyao's father. Chapter 5 I will help you take care of your sister-in-law. Fat bird flies first. Wang Mengyao is 10 months older than you, which is about 1 year old. You are younger than her, and you want to be her father. I have little education, how can I do this? Furious face. This is something Huang Xiaoyao did not realize. Being a father to a woman older than yourself is indeed a bit against the will of nature. Is there any precedent for this kind of thing? If you think about it carefully, there are indeed a lot of them. Take the famous Queen Mai family as an example. First, Mai's father cheated on his wife and married a young female singer who was much younger than his daughter. Then Mao Mai's mother snatched away the boyfriend of her younger daughter Mao Mai's sister, who had been dating for a year the actor from Prison Break, and then they got married openly. Finally, according to the latest rumors, it seems that Mai's sister is having an affair with Mai's ex-husband. Just like the classic line in Two Broke Girls, "We are the Wild South," this kind of thing is actually very common in Europe and the United States. There's nothing to worry about. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, so what? There is no law prohibiting it, right? You can do anything unless prohibited by law. Fat bird flies first, do you really understand? If you are really with Wang Mengyao's mother, you will have to take care of her as Wang Mengyao's father. Mad face. Take care of Wang Mengyao. When Huang Xiaoyao thought of the girl with torn crotch, her full body portrait appeared on the system panel in his mind. His thoughts shifted to Wang Mengyao's portrait, and her panel appeared immediately. Name, Wang Mengyao. Age, 19. Height, 160 c. Value, 75. Body type, 50. Temperament, 60. Stamina, 20. Tips, 30. Flirty, 85. Although Wang Mengyao's value seems a bit low, if the value reaches 50, she can be called a white swan beauty. If you reach 60, you are the class beauty, and if you reach 70, you are the school beauty. So Wang Mengyao's appearance of 75% is actually not bad, and is considered average among school beauties. Although there is a big gap between her appearance and Aunt Wen Yu's 95%, modern makeup technology is very advanced. After Wang Mengyao puts on makeup, her appearance value can reach at least 85. Introduction: a famous school beauty in number 99 middle school. She is beautiful, has a sweet voice and is full of charm. Because he is very sexy, there are many bootlickers and backup guys around him. She is a self-centered woman whose dream is to marry a rich second-generation boss. But her ideas are very avant-garde and she advocates freedom. I don't like being bound by the rules and regulations of marriage and believe that women should have their own lives after marriage. No wonder the 3 daughters she gave birth to after marriage were not her husband's. It turns out that she wants to have her own life. Huang Xiaoyao suddenly remembered what happened a few years ago in his previous life. Wang Mengyao once knocked on his door late at night after getting drunk. She seemed to have had a quarrel with her husband over the child's bloodline and was in a bad mood. At that time, she insisted on staying at Huang Xiaoyao's house and asked Huang Xiaoyao to take care of her. When Huang Xiaoyao was about to drive her away, she said it teasingly. "Xiaoyao, you are already old and you don't even have a girlfriend. Don't you feel depressed? You are a man, so you must want a child to carry on the family line, right? If you kneel down and beg me, I can help you have a baby." At that time, Huang Xiaoyao thought she was mocking his being single, but now he thinks about it based on her personality. Maybe she really wants to help Huang Xiaoyao give birth to a child. No, you can't fall in the same place twice, forget about that rotten crotch green tea. Huang Xiaoyao is not interested in being Wang Mengyao's father, but is interested in being the grandfather of Wang Mengyao's 3 mixed-race daughters. They are half Russian, very beautiful, and have gentle, well-behaved, and sensible personalities. Every time she sees Huang Xiaoyao, she calls him uncle in a sweet voice. The little blonde girl is really awesome. If I had known this in my previous life, I should have put aside my shame and pursued them. Fat bird flies first, then, why don't you speak? Anxious face. Fat bird flies first, how did you confess? Curious face. Fat bird flies first. How did Wang Mengyao's mother respond? Excited face. Fat bird flies first. Did you fall into a pit? Speak up. Angry face. When Huang Xiaoyao was recording his past life, Fatty kept sending him messages to urge him. Because Lao Pang was his best friend, Huang Xiaoyao did not hide anything from him. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, I lifted Aunt Wang Yu's face and kissed her. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, I thought she would avoid me or push me away, but she accepted it. Wei Huang Xiaoyao, we kissed for 1 minute, or 3 minutes. Anyway, when I finally took action, she pushed me away. At that time, Huang Xiaoyao thought his confession was a failure. But looking back now, it was actually a great success that Aunt Wang Yu was willing to kiss him for 3 minutes. If a woman doesn't have that kind of feeling towards a man, why would she kiss him for so long? There is hope, absolutely there is hope. Huang Xiaoyao noticed at this time that Lao Pang's QQ avatar had darkened again. That guy's cat is causing trouble again. Just as Huang Xiaoyao was complaining, his cell phone rang. It turned out that the fat man was so excited that he kicked the socket and broke it, so he called directly. After 10 minutes of detailed interrogation, the fat man was still too excited to calm down. He was yelling on the phone. You actually had this kind of erotic experience with Wang Mengyao's mother. Does your mother know? Damn, this is so enviable. Huang Xiaoyao retorted coldly. Why are you so excited? Don't you always look down on married women and say they are second-hand goods? Besides, you already have a childhood sweetheart, and you and her kiss a lot, right? I just kissed her, why are you so excited? Lao Pang's girlfriend is called He Mengdai, who is 2 years older than Lao Pang. She is a pure and gentle older sister. She was once hailed as the pure goddess of number 99 middle school and a top school beauty with even better looks than Wang Mengyao. He Mengdai and Lao Pang are also neighbors separated by a wall. They have been playing together since they were young. But unlike Huang Xiaoyao, they confirmed their relationship very early on. They show their love in front of Huang Xiaoyao every day, and Huang Xiaoyao has endured it for many years. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't bear it anymore and questioned righteously. You have such a beautiful girlfriend, how can you have the nerve to envy me? The fat man's voice on the phone suddenly became low. You don't understand. Mengdai is older than me. I'm like a little brother in front of her. I always feel like I can't let go and I feel a lot of pressure. She is very resistant to physical contact. When we kiss, it's just a light touch and then we move away. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't hold back any longer when he heard this. Cow, you're going to force yourself to show off your love again, right? If you are not satisfied with your sister-in-law, just give her to me and find a girlfriend who is younger than you and gives you no pressure, okay? No. You misunderstood. I feel that young girls are too self-centered and don't care about other people's feelings. On the contrary, older women are more gentle and considerate, just like Teacher Lan. She is so gentle. It turns out that Lao Pang likes Teacher Lan Haihui more than He Mengdai. Huang Xiaoyao thought he knew everything about Lao Pang, but he didn't expect this guy to be hiding such a secret. Huang Xiaoyao advised earnestly. Old fatty, Teacher Lan is married, so just give up. I suggest you go to a dating agency. There are many single women in their 30s or even 40s there. Not only are they gentle, they are also the pure women you like best. You can fall in love with them and marry them. As for Sister Mengdai, I will help you take care of her. Later, Lao Pang owed others money because of gambling, and it is said that he almost sold his wife. A man like him is not qualified to marry such a good wife. Huang Xiaoyao sincerely wanted to help him take care of He Mengdai. Chapter 6, Once a teacher, always a mother. Har har, you wish for it. But Mengdai is really boring and annoying. Did you know that she can talk to me on the phone for 5 hours straight? She was able to talk to me unilaterally about the lavender plot in 5 hours. It's so troublesome. Lao Pang is an anime geek, and likes two-dimensional animations like Lucky Star and Haru Suzumiya. I have a strong aversion to three-dimensional celebrity idols. Since he has a buzz cut, he particularly hates male celebrities with long hair. They think their hairstyle looks like that of an old lady, and they are neither male nor female and very effeminate. He Mengdai likes F4 and doesn't he understand why boys would like paper figures that they can't smell or touch. Their hobbies are completely conflicting, so maybe they really shouldn't be together. After talking about He Mengdai, the fat man suddenly lost interest and forced to change the subject. Forget it, stop talking so much, let's go and kill the mechanical bull. Mechanical bull is a famous copy of Dungeon Fighter. Players can obtain important materials Terra Stone when passing through. Collecting enough Terra Stone can synthesize the most powerful Terra weapon in the whole game. But it takes a long time. Even if you brush away the fatigue every day, it will take nearly 3 months. Besides, the mechanical bull is not just difficult to defeat, but extremely difficult to defeat. Even if for high-level players form a team and keep spending money on resurrection coins, they will often be wiped out. To exaggerate, working on a mechanical bull is even harder than screwing in screws at Foxconn. Huang Xiaoyao first experienced the torment of punching in at work every day on a mechanical bull. Even if you go through untold hardships and finally make a Terra weapon, you can't sell it because it's bound equipment and can't be traded. What's even worse is that if you change your account, you have to spend 3 months to get a new Terra weapon. This is simply a nightmare within a nightmare. He didn't want to go through this kind of time-wasting thing again. Originally, the fat man was a close friend, so there was this plot, but I listened to the reader's suggestions. A friend's wife should not be cheated, so it was changed to the fat man is not a close friend, which made the plot look very strange. Please don't be too entangled in the protagonist telling others. Anyway, he knows that the fat man will not use this method to make money. I won't do any more map clearing in the future. I wrote a script that automatically collects materials. I can buy materials and resell them to make money. In his previous life, it was Fatty who told Huang Xiaoyao this way of making money. Now Huang Xiaoyao told him the other way around a year in advance. Ha! If I keep the computer on, I can't do anything, right? I'm wasting so much time just to make a little money. Is it worth it? What the Fatty said was exactly what Huang Xiaoyao expected. Lao Pang's parents were relatively wealthy and gave him 3,000 yuan in pocket money every month, which was more than many working people at the time. So he has no interest in making money. Huang Xiaoyao told him this script because he wanted to ask him about the current prices of various materials and props. After asking clearly, he borrowed 500 yuan from Lao Pang and then hung up the phone. Huang Xiaoyao was defrauded of 50,000 yuan by him back then, and now he is asking him to borrow 500 yuan. Of course he will not pay it back. After the 500 yuan transferred by Lao Pang arrived in Huang Xiaoyao's account, he immediately went to the trading platform to exchange all the money into game coins. This is the starting capital used to acquire player materials. Then enter the price of the purchased items into the idle script, and log back into the game when you are ready. This time, Huang Xiaoyao chose the big account with the most game coins, a female poison king who was at level 60 and had a very royal sister vibe. Handsome flowing long hair, slender waist, long and strong thighs, that devilish figure is really amazing. If she were a little more plump, she would look exactly like Aunt Wang Yu. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but imagine what Aunt Wang Yu would look like cosplaying as the female poison king. This dangerously beautiful woman, whose beauty hides a deadly poison, is so tempting. Huang Xiaoyao really wants to have sex with Aunt Wang Yu like this. But he quickly noticed the character's name. Mengyao Loyalty. Then a memory flooded into his mind. When he was in his second year of high school, Huang Xiaoyao pestered Wang Mengyao to play games with him every day. After his repeated requests, Wang Mengyao finally agreed. In order to accompany her, Huang Xiaoyao created a new account with her, which was the name of the female poison king, Mengyao Zhongchen. He thought this was an indirect confession that would make Wang Mengyao understand his love and move her. However, Wang Mengyao just said, boring. Cow. When Huang Xiaoyao thinks of this memory now, she just wants to curse her mother. He immediately spent 15 yuan to buy a name change card and changed his game ID to Wei Huang Xiaoyao. Then enter the game town, set up a stall in the map of the mechanical bull copy, and start the idle script. Unlimited purchase of soul crystals at high prices, 2,300 gold coins each, small black crystals at 100 gold coins each, and large black crystals at 3,500 gold coins each. Players passing by were curious when they saw someone shouting to receive the goods, and they all gathered around. Since the leveling speed of this game is very slow and the difficulty of brushing maps is very high, these players are basically only concerned with leveling and have no idea about the use of these materials. They only wanted to earn gold coins and ask experts to help them through the map, so they immediately searched their backpacks and sold all the materials they found to Huang Xiaoyao. The automatic receiving script designed by Huang Xiaoyao can identify the types of items sold by players, calculate the amount according to the quantity, and purchase them automatically. Watching the script continuously and automatically purchasing materials, Huang Xiaoyao soon reaped a rich harvest. Now that there are no other merchants setting up stalls to compete, the goods are collected too quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the 500 renminbi worth of game coins were almost used up. Huang Xiaoyao stopped the script and put the purchased items on the auction house for sale at a high price. The auction house is a new feature that has just been implemented. After you put the items you want to sell up, players on the entire server can purchase them directly. In fact, players can directly put the materials and props sold to Huang Xiaoyao up for sale, so that Huang Xiaoyao will not make a profit from the price difference. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't understand why they didn't do this. We can only assume that they were only focused on leveling up and learning map clearing techniques, while neglecting other aspects. After all, they don't even know the uses of these materials, so how can they know their value? Many players didn't even know the auction had been updated. Huang Xiaoyao actually makes money by relying on the cognitive gap between him and them. In order to quickly exchange for game coins, he sold the soul crystal worth 3,000 gold coins at the auction house for 2,900 gold coins, and the prices of other materials and props were also slightly lower than the market price. In less than 10 minutes, it was sold out by other players. In just half an hour, Huang Xiaoyao earned 150 renminbi through the delivery script. You have to know that the hourly wage for working at McDonald's at that time was 8 yuan per hour, and this was the hourly wage in Yaoju. The hourly wage in other provincial capitals was only 6 yuan. Huang Xiaoyao doesn't have to do anything just by sitting in a chair, and he can earn more money in half an hour than he would earn working in McDonald's for 20 hours. This is how knowledge changes destiny. Huang Xiaoyao changed a game channel and continued to make money using the automatic delivery script. Half an hour later, I made another 150 yuan. He repeated the operation and stayed idle until 6 p.m., making a total of 500 yuan. The 500 yuan he borrowed from Fatty doubled his money. If you calculate based on this rate of earning money, excluding the time spent sleeping, you can earn 5,000 yuan a day. That's 150,000 a month. It was equivalent to the income of a worker in 6 years at that time. Making money in 1 month while lying down is equivalent to 6 years of hard work by others. How cool! Just talking about McDonald's made Huang Xiaoyao feel hungry. Huang Xiaoyao likes to eat McDonald's very much, but in his previous life, he hadn't eaten McDonald's for more than 10 years in order to save money to buy a house. No, actually he has only eaten McDonald's 3 times. Those 3 times were when When Yu brought him food when he was staying at Wen Yu's house. Now that he has money, Huang Xiaoyao wants to eat as much as he wants. After starting the idle delivery script again, Huang Xiaoyao left home and went to the McDonald's store 100 meters away. He stood in front of the counter and was deeply moved after seeing the price of the set meal. Now the set meal of spicy chicken burger, fries and soda is only 15 yuan, which is too cheap. In the past, the price of a single spicy chicken burger had risen to 22 yuan. It's only been more than a decade, and prices have risen so fast. Behind the counter, a college girl in McDonald's uniform smiled sweetly at him. What would you like to eat? Her information immediately appeared in Huang Xiaoyao's mind. Name, Sima Qian. Age, 21. Height, 158b. Value, 45. Body type, 40. Temperament, 30. Stamina, 40. Tips, 40. Flirty, 55. Although this young lady's stats are very low, even less than 50, her appearance of 45 has reached the level of an average person. According to the public, she is a 6-point girl, which is actually not bad. Huang Xiaoyao married Xianping in his previous life, whose appearance was only slightly better than hers. He was already very satisfied when he was in his wedding chamber. Of course, Huang Xiaoyao definitely doesn't like her now. 1 spicy chicken drumstick, 2 medium fries, and 1 spicy chicken wing family bucket, to go. Huang Xiaoyao is used to watching videos while eating at home. When he eats out, he usually takes the food away. After waiting for half a minute and taking the food from the little sister, he turned and left. Just then, Huang Xiaoyao accidentally noticed that there was a beautiful woman he knew sitting in the seat in the corner next to him. Lan Haihui, the Chinese teacher at number 99 middle school. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Huang Xiaoyao never saw Lan Haihui again after graduation in his previous life. I just met her after discussing her with Lao Pang. Is this the legendary butterfly effect? Huang Xiaoyao felt like he was getting lucky in love and was very excited. What made him even more excited was that he saw a long-haired beauty sitting opposite Lan Haihui. Both of them were wearing white shirts and black hip skirts, plus black stockings and high heels. This is the classic outfit of the young female teacher of number 99 middle school. This beauty should also be a teacher. Although we can't see her front, judging from her graceful back and thinning long hair, she must be a fashionable beauty. It's rare to see two female teachers eating McDonald's together. If it was before his rebirth, Huang Xiaoyao would have sighed and continued to leave. But now he was different. He turned around, quietly walked behind Lan Haihui, and sat down at a table at the back. Please don't get me wrong, Huang Xiaoyao didn't want to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two beauties. He now has a system to reward good people, and he wants to know if teacher Lan is encountering any trouble or needs help. You know, once a teacher, always a mother. Huang Xiaoyao wants to repay Lan Haihui for his education. And just as he sat down, he heard extremely shocking words. The beautiful lady sitting opposite Lan Haihui said jokingly with a sly smile on her face. Senior sister has been trying to get pregnant for so many years but still hasn't gotten pregnant. It must be that her husband is not good enough. Chapter 7: The Troubles of Two Beautiful Teachers. Lan Haihui smiled awkwardly. We have only been married for 5 years, we can't jump to conclusions so quickly. They actually discussed whether their husbands were capable or not in McDonald's. This is too explosive. When Huang Xiaoyao was surprised, a full-length portrait of Lan Haihui appeared in his mind. He immediately used his mind to click on Lan Haihui's body, and her data popped up. Name: Lan Haihui. Age: 29. Height: 167 Value: 96. Body size: 80. Temperament: 100. Stamina: 60. Tips: 40. Flirty: 30. Lan Haihui's appearance score is as high as 96, even 1 point higher than Aunt Wen Yu. Although her figure grade is only E, which is far inferior to Aunt Wen Yu, her temperament is as high as 100, reaching the pinnacle of beauty. She is a world-class goddess. Huang Xiaoyao believes that this number is correct. He had always felt that this Chinese teacher had a cold and aloof temperament, as if he was out of touch with the world. Her manners were particularly elegant and dignified, like a fairy from an ancient drama. Huang Xiaoyao always believed that she was the real fairy. But it is a pity that such a beautiful female teacher is already married. However, Huang Xiaoyao now saw interesting information. Introduction: The Chinese teacher of number 99 middle school has a beauty that can captivate all women, and an elegant temperament like an ancient beauty. She is the dream lover of all male students in number 99 middle school. She had been married to Lan Jimin, a math teacher at the same school, for 5 years, but they had yet to get pregnant. She really wanted a child, so she was deeply worried about her husband's inability to have one. Teacher Lan Haihui's husband doesn't seem to be very supportive. Lan Jimin happened to be the math teacher of Huang Xiaoyao's class, and he immediately recalled what Lan Jimin looked like. He was as thin as a branch, wore small glasses, spoke with a weak breath, and looked like he had kidney deficiency. It really seems to be the case. Not getting pregnant in 5 years is a big deal. A strong man can basically get it done in 1 year. And his frail appearance gives people a feeling of weakness. Senior sister should understand this. There is definitely something wrong with him. The beautiful woman sitting opposite Lan Haihui was very excited. Her voice sounded like it was covered with honey, so sweet that it seemed as if juice was about to drip out. Huang Xiaoyao felt that she looked very familiar. After a closer look, he recognized her as Hong Yanglin, the psychology teacher of number 99 middle school. A full-length image of Hong Yanglin also appeared in his mind. Huang Xiaoyao pointed at her body randomly. Name: Hong Yanglin. Age: 26. Height: 162 f. Value: 86. Body size: 91. Temperament: 91. Stamina: 55. Tips: 85. Flirty: 95. Huang Xiaoyao thought Hong Yanglin was also a top beauty, but was surprised to see that her appearance score was only 86, nearly 10 points lower than Wen Yu and Lan Haihui. He looked at her carefully. Hong Yanglin had a middle-parted hairstyle that was full of mature charm. Her fair forehead was generously exposed, and she looked very confident. She has delicate features and fair skin. She has a high nose bridge and thin lips, a classic oval face that is common among internet celebrities. Huang Xiaoyao believes that it is because internet celebrities' faces are not easily recognizable that their appearance scores are lowered. But objectively speaking, a score of 86 is already upper middle level for a city beauty, and in fact, this score is not low. You know, Wang Mengyao, who is known as the school belle of number 99 middle school, has a beauty score of only 75 points. According to this scoring system, a person with a beauty value of 50 is considered a beauty. Hong Yinlin's figure, temperament and sexiness are all over 90, and her skills are slightly lower, but also 85, the same as Aunt Wen Yu. This psychology teacher is also an all-around beauty. Perhaps because Hong Yanglin was so coquettish, Huang Xiaoyao felt his body starting to heat up after looking at her twice. The fire in my heart is starting to stir. He quickly picked up the iced cola and took a big gulp to calm his body. Introduction: the psychology teacher of number 99 middle school has only been teaching for 2 years and is still a new teacher. With extremely high looks and charm, she is the dream lover of all 99 middle school students. She studied at the same normal university as Lan Haihui and was her junior. They had a very good relationship. Hong Yanglin has a childhood sweetheart. Her boyfriend has proposed to her several times. However, she disliked her boyfriend for being short and having a short-lived enthusiasm for things, and thought that she would not feel happy after marrying him. But she loved the other person very much, so she was very conflicted and couldn't make up her mind. Huang Xiaoyao felt deeply sorry after reading Hong Yinlin's profile. It seems that this beautiful teacher's boyfriend is not that good either. No wonder they were discussing this kind of thing together in McDonald's. Hong Yanglin casually grabbed a pile of French fries, stuffed them into her mouth, bit them off with force, and said hatefully, "Senior, you must take him to the hospital for a checkup. I know how men think. They won't admit their failures. If this kind of thing isn't investigated, they'll blame you for it." Upon hearing this, Lan Haihui sighed sadly. "We talked about this before, and he felt that I was looking down on him, so he got angry." Hong Yanglin slammed her hands on the table, her face full of excitement. This situation is just like a cheating woman not daring to do a paternity test. It's a sign of a man's guilty conscience. He knew he wasn't strong enough, so he didn't have the confidence to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lan Haihui covered her mouth and sighed sadly again. "Hey Tilder, this is a matter of men's dignity. Men all want to save face, this is understandable." Hong Yanglin crossed her arms and retorted disdainfully. "Humph, he is clearly incompetent, but he dares not admit it, and instead accuses women of looking down on him. Doesn't he know his own weight? Look at how skinny he is, I bet he can't even jog for 10 minutes. Lan Haihui's face instantly turned embarrassed, obviously he was right. Hong Yanglin spoke too quickly and said too much. She was worried that if she said it too harshly, Lan Haihui would feel embarrassed for her husband, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. Men nowadays only know how to play computer games and don't like to exercise. They either take the bus to work or drive their own car. They are not even willing to walk a few more steps. Their physical fitness must be poor. Actually, my boyfriend is even weaker. He can't even jog for 3 minutes without getting out of breath. You can't even run 30 meters. What can you do with this kind of physical strength?" Hong Yinlin's question touched the heart of Lan Haihui's heart, and they both sighed in unison. Huang Xiaoyao felt itchy after hearing the frank remarks of the two beautiful teachers. According to this trend, Lan Haihui should divorce her husband, and Hong Yanglin will break up with her boyfriend. They will be single again soon. That's when the opportunity comes. Huang Xiaoyao learned the iron tree skill and used spiritual energy to strengthen his physique. His physical ability was stronger than the strongest athlete in the world. Not to mention running 300 meters, even running 3 consecutive marathons would be easy for him. He can perfectly meet Hong Yinlin's needs. System, now should be the time for you to issue the task, right? G. According to the system's detection, the two beauties were just in a bad mood. They all love their husbands and boyfriends. Although they have some complaints, they just need to go home and have a good sleep. They don't need the hostess help. Those two beauties were obviously genuinely troubled, yet you actually said that just letting them have a good sleep would be fine. Does this dog system know how to play? As a man who knows how to repay kindness, Huang Xiaoyao is really anxious. I wish I could sit next to them right away and help them solve their problems. But Huang Xiaoyao was not familiar with them, and the topics they talked about were very private and sensitive. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't just walk over and start a conversation casually. We need to create an opportunity to get to know them. He talked to himself in a voice that only he could hear. What should I do? At this moment, Hong Yanglin suddenly narrowed her eyes and turned her head to look at Huang Xiaoyao. Huang Xiaoyao's five senses are now very sharp. He immediately noticed the beauty's gaze and looked up subconsciously. Their eyes met and they stared at each other in silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Bang! Hong Yanlin's hips suddenly pushed the chair back and she stood up abruptly. What's wrong? Lan Haihui asked doubtfully. Hong Yanglin licked her lips with her tongue and smiled evilly. I met some interesting people. After she finished speaking, she picked up the tray with the hamburger and coke and stepped out with her petite pair of beautiful legs in black stockings. Quickly walked towards Huang Xiaoyao. Chapter 8, Being Seduced by the Beautiful Teacher. Hong Yanglin walked to Huang Xiaoyao, bringing with her a fragrant and alluring scent of perfume. She placed her beautiful hands affectionately on Huang Xiaoyao's shoulders, bent her plump body, and spoke in his ear. I remember you. You are the infatuated student pursuing Wang Mengyao. A beautiful voice as sweet as honey entered Huang Xiaoyao's ears, making his whole body numb and giving him goosebumps in an instant. She's so close. And this voice is so sexy. She's just like a vixen. This unique aura reminded Huang Xiaoyao of a memory he had long forgotten. It turned out that after the college entrance examination, Huang Xiaoyao went to Hong Yanlin's office to find her. In 2008, number 99 middle school strictly prohibited students from dating. The dean's motto at that time was to break up the couple. He forbade male and female students to walk together in pairs on the playground, in the cafeteria, or even after school. Whenever they see this kind of behavior, they will assume that they are in a relationship and immediately call the parents of both parties to educate them together. Although students are disgusted by this high-pressure policy has the unanimous support of teachers and parents. Among the teachers, only Hong Yanglin held a different opinion. During a psychology class, she talked about her childhood love experience in front of the whole class. From a psychological analysis, it is believed that if boys lack experience in dating girls when they are young, it will affect their ability to communicate with women after entering society. Eventually, you will not be able to find a girlfriend and will remain single. Since Hong Yanglin couldn't say it clearly, she could only end with, I hope everyone will fall in love after entering university. Because of these remarks, Huang Xiaoyao had a very favorable impression of her at that time. After the college entrance examination, I immediately ran to her office to ask her for relationship advice. Huang Xiaoyao told Hong Yanglin about how he had been pursuing Wang Mengyao, and then asked for her opinion. After hearing this, Hong Yanglin first praised Huang Xiaoyao for being a single man, and then tactfully advised him to give up pursuing Wang Mengyao. Huang Xiaoyao originally wanted to get encouragement from Hong Yanglin, but after getting the completely opposite answer, he thought he was being underestimated. She thinks I can't pursue Wang Mengyao and she looks down on me. Because of this idea, Huang Xiaoyao never contacted her again and soon forgot about the matter. Now that I think about it, although Hong Yanglin looks very flirty and a little bit improper as a teacher, the advice she gave was correct. She is a good teacher. Huang Xiaoyao stood up respectfully and greeted her. Hello, Teacher Hong. Hong Yanglin smiled at her, held his shoulders, and forced him to sit down. You have graduated and are no longer a student. You don't need to call me teacher anymore. She placed the tray on Huang Xiaoyao's dining table and sat down next to him in a familiar manner. Just call me Yanglin from now on. What an intimate name. This is the aftertaste of a mature woman. When Lan Haihui realized that there was a student she knew at the table next to her, she stood up a little late and looked at Huang Xiaoyao in surprise. She was worried that what she had just said about her husband was heard by Huang Xiaoyao, and she felt very uneasy. Hong Yanglin smiled and waved to her. Senior sister, don't just stand there, come over here and eat. Lan Haihui awkwardly held the tray full of food, walked over with her long legs in black stockings, and sat opposite Huang Xiaoyao. There were 3 Big Mac beef burgers on her tray. From the 3 empty wrappers, it can be seen that she has finished 3 Big Mac beef burgers. Is it a bit exaggerated to eat 6 Big Mac beef burgers for one dinner? This giant burger is nearly 20 centimeters high, with 2 pieces of steak in the middle, and it looks very filling. Huang Xiaoyao believes that most people can be full after eating 2, and 3 is the limit. Teacher Lan actually ate 6 of them. I didn't expect that although she looked virtuous and gentle, she was actually such a big eater behind the scenes. Huang Xiaoyao turned his head and looked at Hong Yinlin's tray. On top of it was a half-eaten spicy chicken burger, 2 large portions of fries that had been eaten, 2 pairs of chicken wings that were only left with the bones, and a cup of Coke. Her appetite is much more normal. At this time, Hong Yanglin intimately placed her hand on Huang Xiaoyao's thigh, leaned her shoulder over, and introduced him to Lan Haihui with a smile. He's not in the class you teach, so you might not know him. His name is Huang Xiaoyao. He has always liked Wang Mengyao. Even though she has changed boyfriends several times, he never gave up. He is a pure and single-minded boy. Hearing this, Lan Haihui's beautiful eyes flashed, and instantly bloomed with gossipy light. It's that school beauty, right? She used to date Liang Qianqi, who was the top student in our class. After 3 months, his grades were at the bottom. Lan Haihui's voice was filled with resentment, and she obviously thought that Wang Mengyao had led her good student astray. Huang Xiaoyao thinks Lan Haihui is right. He learned from the future that every man who had dated Wang Mengyao had a bad ending. From this perspective, Wang Mengyao is a super unlucky person. Yes, it's her. Xiaoyao and she are childhood sweethearts, and he has liked her for many years. Although Hong Yinlin's words were teasing, her eyes revealed appreciation. Alas, young people nowadays are becoming more and more impetuous. There are not many loyal men left. Although it is worth encouraging, the partners they choose are a little bit. Hong Yanglin was concerned about Huang Xiaoyao's thoughts, so she didn't say anything else. She picked up the Coke cup and started drinking through the straw. Huang Xiaoyao smiled easily. I figured it out and given up pursuing her. Yanglin. Sister, don't worry about it. Just say whatever you want to say. Huang Xiaoyao originally wanted to call her Yanglin as Hong Yanglin said. But when I said it, I felt that the word Yanglin was too intimate, so after a pause, I changed it to Sister Yanglin. Hong Yanglin took a big sip of Coke and happily patted Huang Xiaoyao's thigh. Just think it through. As a teacher, it was not convenient for me to explain it clearly before. Let me be frank with you now. A woman like Wang Mengyao, who has been surrounded by men since childhood and has changed boyfriends many times, will become narcissistic and arrogant. You can't control this kind of woman. And in order to satisfy their vanity, they won't be willing to associate with ordinary men. Even if you win her heart, she won't marry you. Hong Yanglin paused and smiled excitedly. But it's possible that we could become friends with benefits. Huang Xiaoyao looked at Hong Yanglin in surprise and was very surprised. Because all of Hong Yinlin's comments about Wang Mengyao came true. Could it be that this psychology teacher was also reborn? Or is it that a woman like Wang Mengyao is really that easy to understand? Huang Xiaoyao felt the warm and soft touch of her thighs, and he had an intuition. Hong Yanglin and Wang Mengyao are the same type of women. It's just that she is more beautiful, has a better figure, is more aggressive and sexier. She may very well be the top-level high-end version of Wang Mengyao. When Lan Haihui heard the foul word, fuck buddy, her body trembled and she immediately leaned forward, unhappily blaming Hong Yanglin. Don't say such things to students, it will corrupt them. Har har, he's already 18 years old. He's a man, not a student anymore. Hong Yanglin pinched Huang Xiaoyao's thigh intimately and threw him a seductive look. Huang Xiaoyao felt something was wrong. What is this beautiful teacher doing? Is she trying to seduce me? Chapter 9 Cow-Style Help. This is a woman with a sexiness value of 95, she's awesome. It's so sexy. Faced with this kind of provocation, Huang Xiaoyao's sealed violent right hand was almost unable to be suppressed. If there wasn't another beautiful woman sitting opposite him, Huang Xiaoyao would have fought back. He wanted to punch this shameless bad woman in the abdominal muscles. Female monster, take my blow and you will be in heaven and earth, subdue dragons and tigers, say farewell to my concubine, and punch into the soul. Hong Yanglin was unaware of the danger to her abdomen. She leisurely picked up the half-eaten spicy chicken burger, took a lewd bite in front of Huang Xiaoyao, and winked at him again. Handsome boy, can you forget what I just said about your boyfriend's poor physique? Huang Xiaoyao understood that Hong Yanglin was trying so hard to win him over in order to keep him quiet. Huang Xiaoyao was not a person who liked to spread gossip, so he nodded immediately. Understand. I won't tell anyone what I just heard. When Lan Haihui realized that he had really heard it, she felt very embarrassed and immediately lowered her head in despair. She was a virtuous wife, and she felt deeply regretful and guilty for saying bad things about her husband behind his back and being heard by others. She reflected on herself silently. Hong Yanglin glanced at the dejected Lan Haihui, and suddenly her eyes turned and she showed a mischievous smile. Please don't get me wrong. Just keep the matter of my boyfriend and teacher Haihui's husband a secret. Please spread it as much as you want. Hearing this outrageous request, Lan Haihui immediately raised her head, looking confused. What are you talking about? Hong Yanglin explained with a smile. Once this rumor spreads among the students, Lan Jimin will become a joke. In order to prove himself, he will have to go to the hospital for a checkup. This is called provocation. Lan Haihui shook her head hurriedly. That's definitely not okay. I'm just complaining to you. I don't have any other ideas. Don't give me any random advice. Hong Yanglin stuck out her tongue angrily. Okay, as long as you are happy, I don't care about you anymore. Huang Xiaoyao raised his hand at this time and suddenly interrupted. Can I have a word, please? Hong Yanglin nodded immediately. Okay, we are both women, tell me what you think as a man. After getting consent, Huang Xiaoyao expressed his opinion. I think there should be complete trust between husband and wife, without any secrets or concealment. Teacher Lan can't keep these thoughts in his heart. He should tell him everything. Huang Xiaoyao paused, raised the corners of his mouth, and imitated Hong Yanlin's evil smile just now. After all, medicine is very advanced nowadays, and this disease can be treated. Even if teacher Lan's husband is diagnosed with a disease, don't be afraid. Early detection and early treatment are the right way. Hong Yanglin clapped her hands and nodded excitedly. You are so right. Senior sister, go tell your husband quickly that if you are sick, you need to detect it early and treat it early. Lan Haihui is a woman with traditional ideas. She strongly agrees with the first two sentences Huang Xiaoyao said, and her favorability towards him instantly increases. After careful consideration, I also felt that the theory of early detection and early treatment made sense, and I couldn't help but nod my head like a chick pecking at rice. You're right, I'll try to tell him that. Huang Xiaoyao actually had a similar experience. In his previous life, he worked overtime every day, 996 hours a day, and his health deteriorated after he turned 30. When I married Xianping, I was also overwhelmed at first. After discovering the problem, we should face it positively and solve it. He studied a lot of cutting-edge medical knowledge and found that it was not difficult to restore physical abilities, and he didn't even need to take Chinese medicine. Just increase the testosterone level in the human body. And the way to increase testosterone levels is simple. The first is to supplement trace elements zinc and vitamin D3. The second is to exercise more. Third, don't stay up late and get more sleep. Fourth, quit smoking and drinking. Fifth, adjust your mindset, reduce stress, and become more confident. Huang Xiaoyao followed this method and within less than a month his physical condition improved significantly. From being able to jog for 3 minutes with Xianping at the beginning, to being able to sprint 300 meters, and then to being able to run a full marathon. My waist is no longer sore, my legs no longer hurt, and I even have the energy to fight tigers. By the way, it has been scientifically proven that testosterone eliminates fat and promotes muscle growth. After the improvement, men's appearance will be greatly improved. They will become more handsome, manly, and charming to attract women. This is the cutting edge of modern medicine. However, Huang Xiaoyao did not tell this method. Because Lan Jimin is a very annoying teacher who always likes to keep the class after class. Whether it was morning or afternoon, he would always stay late when it was his last class. Especially in the senior year of high school, classes and school were supposed to end at 5 p.m. Yet he had the nerve to add 40 minutes to the class. You should know that if you go to the school cafeteria late, you have to queue. But when I got to the end of the line, all the good dishes had been eaten up by others, and there was no meat or soup left. When everyone expressed dissatisfaction with the late dining time on the grounds that it affects their ability to go to the canteen for meals, Lan Jimin always speaks with confidence. I didn't charge you any money, I gave you extra lessons for free, but you don't know how to be grateful, and you even have complaints. Do you think eating is more important than studying? You have to understand that after you finish the college entrance examination, you can eat for the rest of your life. But now, you just need to study. Although Lan Jimin said that it was great that he gave lectures for free, most of the time, he handed out papers and asked students to do them themselves. He just sat behind the podium and watched European and American movies on his laptop. The most disgusting thing is that he made the students starve while doing the test. He actually took out the beloved wife lunchbox that Lan Haihui had made for him on the podium. Then he ate happily in front of the students. Showing off your love in front of single students who are forbidden from dating is simply heartbreaking. Huang Xiaoyao has tolerated Lan Jimin for 3 years and now finally found an opportunity for revenge. He knows the psychology of men. People only need treatment after they become sick. The phrase early detection, early treatment is a preconceived notion that Lan Jimin's problem is a disease. Huang Xiaoyao also kept saying the word disease just now, which was to give Lan Haihui a psychological hint. Your husband is sick. People of that era were very sensitive to disease. Even if they felt unwell, they would just endure it on their own and were unwilling to see a doctor. Only when you can't bear it anymore will you be forced to go to the hospital. However, that kind of illness involves men's dignity, which is impossible for men to accept and admit. When Lan Haihui said that Lan Jimin was ill in that aspect, it definitely hurt his self-esteem more than persuading him to get checked. This would put their already fractured relationship in jeopardy. Lan Haihui knew nothing about this. She thought that after she said this, her husband would be able to figure it out, so she thanked Huang Xiaoyao happily. Thank you for your suggestion, Xiaoyao. You have helped the teacher a lot. Hong Yanglin added with a chuckle. Yes, you saved teacher Haihui's happiness for the rest of her life. Hearing the sincere thanks from the two beautiful teachers, Huang Xiaoyao smiled without saying anything. He wants to be a good man like Cao in the new era, who does not fight or rob. Act secretly and conceal your achievements and fame silently. At this moment, all the worries in Lan Haihui's heart disappeared. She picked up the beef Big Mac and took a big bite. He actually swallowed a large piece of steak directly into his mouth. After chewing for just a few seconds, she swallowed the steak and then ate the rest of the bread in one bite. Eat too fast. At this rate, she could finish a beef Big Mac in less than 20 seconds. Huang Xiaoyao was stunned. Although Lan Haihui is sometimes mean to students who don't do their homework, she usually behaves gently and politely, giving people the impression of a virtuous lady. I didn't expect that she would eat so boldly behind her back. Huang Xiaoyao recalled the most cutting-edge theories in psychology that he had read before. The speed at which women eat actually reflects their inner desires. The more food they take in one bite, the stronger their desire. The faster women eat, the more stress they have accumulated in their hearts. Number 99 Middle School is a famous school at the bottom of the rankings in Yaoju, and the competition for the college entrance examination is very fierce every year. As a Chinese teacher in the key class of number 99 Middle School, Lan Haihui must have accumulated a lot of pressure. In the short time that Huang Xiaoyao was thinking, Lan Haihui had already finished her second Big Mac beef burger. She stretched out her beautiful white hand from her sleeve and picked up the third Big Mac beef burger. She noticed Huang Xiaoyao's gaze and smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry, my eating manners are very rude. My husband has told me about this many times, but I still can't change. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyao immediately shook his head. How can it be rude to eat quickly? I don't think there is anything wrong with that. On the contrary, the teacher's hearty way of eating makes me feel energetic and happy. My appetite is stimulated and the food in my mouth tastes better. It was the first time that Lan Haihui heard someone praising her way of eating. Her pretty fair face turned slightly red and she couldn't help but sigh softly. Xiaoyao has such a sweet mouth. Hong Yanglin secretly observed them and suddenly interrupted. Xiaoyao is not only loyal and sincere, but also has emotional intelligence and is good at talking. The woman who marries you in the future will definitely be very happy. After Hong Yanglin complimented Huang Xiaoyao, she reached out to take his portion of fries and then handed her Coke to Huang Xiaoyao. I'm done with my fries. Let me trade you a Coke. Huang Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment when he saw the bitten off end of the straw stuck in the Coke cup. It turned out that Hong Yanglin had already drunk half of the cup of Coke. And she just drank it with a straw. Chapter 10 Beautiful Woman Touching Thighs. Is this the legendary indirect kiss? Huang Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat, and a burning fire in his heart instantly ignited. Maybe it's a psychological effect. Drinking beverages with the same straw is different from the common indirect kiss of drinking from the same cup. It seems to be much more tempting. Moreover, Hong Yanglin was holding the straw in her mouth and sucking it while drinking. This will increase the contact area between your lips and the straw, allowing more saliva to get on it. Moreover, the flattened straw mouth has obvious teeth marks. Hong Yanglin even bit the straw with her teeth. In this case, isn't it a bit unkind to suck through this straw? Want a new one? Huang Xiaoyao secretly glanced at Hong Yanglin out of the corner of his eye. She squeezed ketchup on the French fries, grabbed them with her hands, and started eating them in big mouthfuls. She looked calm and didn't seem to notice the problem with the straw. Huang Xiaoyao understood that a mature woman like Hong Yanglin didn't care about such trivial matters at all. Actually, it's just a straw, it's really just a small thing. Hong Yanglin, as a woman, doesn't care, so why should Huang Xiaoyao, as a man, care? Besides, if Huang Xiaoyao took out the straw and drank from it, it would be too obvious and would cause Hong Yanglin to misunderstand. Hong Yanglin will think that Huang Xiaoyao dislikes what she drank, and her favorability towards Huang Xiaoyao may drop significantly. Or maybe I feel ashamed and embarrassed for not noticing this. Huang Xiaoyao took Hong Yanlin's feelings into consideration and pretended not to notice. He picked up the Coke cup, put the straw into his mouth, and slowly drank the remaining half cup of Coke that Hong Yanglin had drunk. Coke with ice tastes great to begin with, and after Hong Yanglin added the ingredients, the Coke had a rich sweetness, making the taste even more perfect. Because Coke tasted good, and more importantly because food could not be wasted, Huang Xiaoyao drank it all without leaving a drop. Lan Haihui, who was sitting opposite, also noticed the problem with the straw. She looked back and forth between Huang Xiaoyao and Hong Yanglin, wanting to speak up and remind them. But Huang Xiaoyao quickly put the straw in his mouth, which made Lan Haihui miss the opportunity to remind him. Seeing that Huang Xiaoyao had already drunk it, reminding him now would not only be meaningless, but would make everyone embarrassed. Lan Haihui had no choice but to close her open mouth and lower her head to eat her Big Mac beef burger. Hong Yanglin finished Huang Xiaoyao's fries in no time. She glanced at her empty tray and said coquettishly, "I'm so thirsty." Then he naturally reached out and took Huang Xiaoyao's Coke cup, put the straw in his mouth without any care, and drank it hard. Now it's her turn to kiss Huang Xiaoyao indirectly. This operation left Lan Haihui dumbfounded. Lan Haihui couldn't understand. Since Hong Yanglin would drink Huang Xiaoyao's Coke, wouldn't it be redundant for her to give her own Coke to Huang Xiaoyao? Moreover, Hong Yanglin has a bad habit of drinking beverages with a straw. She would bite the straw so hard that the tip would be flattened. After the straw tip is bitten flat, the narrow channel becomes difficult for liquid to pass through, making it difficult to suck the liquid into the mouth. So Hong Yanglin sucked very hard. Sizzle. There was even a noticeable sound of liquid. It is considered disrespectful to make noticeable noises when eating or drinking liquids. But Hong Yanglin acted as if she was doing what she wanted. She closed her eyes as if enjoying herself and just drank her own drink, completely ignoring what Huang Xiaoyao and Lan Haihui thought. Even Lan Haihui, who was sitting opposite her, felt embarrassed for her. The conservative woman felt a strange emotion when she realized that they were kissing each other indirectly. Her cheeks turned even redder. Wow, ice-cold Coke tastes so good. Hong Yanglin smashed the empty Coke cup on the dining table as generously as if she had finished a glass of beer. Hong Yanglin is also in a hurry when it comes to drinking beverages. At this time, Lan Haihui and Hong Yanglin had finished eating. Feeling embarrassed, Lan Haihui winked at Hong Yanglin, reminding her to leave. However, Hong Yanglin turned a blind eye to it. She turned her head and kept staring at Huang Xiaoyao while he was eating spicy chicken wings. Huang Xiaoyao felt a little uneasy when he was stared at by her lustful gaze. After eating a pair of chicken wings, I couldn't help but ask, "Is there food on my face?" Hong Yanglin stuck out her pink tongue and licked the corner of her lips. "I just felt strange, your body is very stiff, do you exercise often?" Hong Yanglin reached out her hand while speaking, this time touching Huang Xiaoyao's arm. She pinched Huang Xiaoyao's biceps hard, but her slender fingers felt like they were pressing on a stone stick and couldn't press down at all. Hong Yanglin's eyes widened in shock, and her cherry lips opened so wide that an egg could fit in. Such hard muscles. Are you the mutant colossus? Huang Xiaoyao finally understood why she touched his thigh just now. It turned out that when Hong Yanglin first pressed Huang Xiaoyao's shoulders, she found that his body was unusually hard. This aroused a strong interest in her, so she kept looking for opportunities to touch his body. Huang Xiaoyao has only been practicing for 5 years now, and his iron tree skill can only be considered a small success, which cannot be compared with steel warrior. If I must use a metaphor, it should be a mountain giant with upgraded hardened skin. This body as hard as stone may not be good enough for mutants. But for a petite woman like Hong Yanglin, it was a dimensionality reduction attack. Yeah, I have an old dumbbell at home that I use occasionally to exercise. Can such rock-like muscles be developed using dumbbells? After Hong Yanglin touched it hard twice, she felt more and more terrified. She was scared to death. Seeing her best friend's exaggerated expression, Lan Haihui also became curious. She couldn't help but lean forward, stretch her beautiful hand across the dining table, and gently pressed Huang Xiaoyao's elbow with her fingertips. Wow, like a stick, really hard. Because she had her weak husband as a reference, Lan Haihui was even more shocked than Hong Yanglin. She shuddered all over and stood up immediately. Because teacher Lan bent her upper body, her collar was facing Huang Xiaoyao. Her chest bounced and shook violently, making Huang Xiaoyao feel as if he was facing a flood head-on. Shock. Huang Xiaoyao felt like he was knocked unconscious by a flood. Hong Yanglin also stood up excitedly. Not only are his arms hard, his shoulders and thighs are also hard, come and feel them. Hard thighs too. Lan Haihui was very confused. Our muscles can be strengthened by dumbbell training, but how do you train your thighs? Are there any exercises for boys that can strengthen their thighs? Although Lan Haihui is easy to ride, she is conservative in her thinking. Know that there are differences between men and women, and do not touch each other. As a married woman, how could she touch a young man's thigh? Seeing Lan Haihui standing there in a daze, Hong Yanglin walked over and forcibly pulled her in front of Huang Xiaoyao. Wait, what do you want to do, Artilder? Hong Yanglin ignored her protests, grabbed her hand and forced it against Huang Xiaoyao's thigh. Although she was forced, Lan Haihui also put her hand on Huang Xiaoyao's thigh. The beauty felt shy at first, but soon became addicted to the thick touch that felt like a concrete floor. It's so hard and strong. Lan Haihui's eyes were blurred and her voice was full of admiration and worship. After touching it, her bottom line was broken. There was no need for Hong Yanglin to hold her hand now. Lan Haihui began to touch it back and forth. Chapter 11 2 Concubines and 2 Queens. Wow tilde the thigh muscles are so hard as rock, so amazing. Compared to him, my husband is too thin. Lan Haihui expressed her sincere admiration and also felt sorry from the bottom of her heart. Because of their respective experiences, these two teachers both admire strong men, and therefore deeply admire Huang Xiaoyao's strength. Because Lan Haihui had taken her seat, Hong Yanglin silently walked to the other side of Huang Xiaoyao. She squatted at Huang Xiaoyao's feet with her knees together and calves apart, and touched his calves as if appreciating a jade work of art. Hong Yanglin pinched her calf muscles twice and exclaimed in a delicate voice. Wow tilde my calves are harder than my thighs, they are like rocks. When Lan Haihui heard this, she squatted down gracefully and touched Huang Xiaoyao's calf. The two beauties seemed to be poisoned and couldn't stop touching. It turned out that when they touched Huang Xiaoyao's body, they sensed the spiritual energy in him. Huang Xiaoyao's pure yang aura is like the scorching sun. Opposites attract, and he has a strong attraction to feminine women. Lan Haihui and Hong Yanglin were like moths to fire, they were attracted to it unknowingly. In Huang Xiaoyao's view, the two teachers who were touching his feet were actually giving him a foot massage. Huang Xiaoyao felt the soft and warm touch on his feet, and he felt like he was the emperor sitting on the throne, being served by two concubines. After realizing this, a sense of kingly arrogance and heroism suddenly arose in his heart. Someone, come here, I want to make Hong Yanglin a royal concubine. Make Lan Haihui the queen again. What? You said Lan Haihui is already engaged. Damn it. I am the king of Wei, who dares to snatch my woman from me? Anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy. Wait, my true love is Aunt Wang Yu, and only she can be the queen. What should I do? Huang Xiaoyao immediately recalled the story of the Liao dynasty Emperor Yuan. At the age of 29, he fell in love with the 41-year-old Daliang palace maid Jin and wanted to make her the queen. But because the Jin family was Han Chinese, this was opposed by all the subjects of the Liao kingdom. Finally, Yuan established the dual queen system. It turns out that the emperor can have two queens. Then let teacher Lan Haihui be the queen of Spring Palace, and Aunt Wang Yu be the queen of Summer Palace. From the perspective of other McDonald's customers, the two beauties were squatting at the man's feet, one on the left and one on the right, concentrating on something. This kind of scene is unheard of. Even the love action TV dramas in the island country dare not shoot like this. The customers sitting at other tables all stopped what they were doing and looked at them curiously, stunned. Some men even covered their mouths and whispered quietly. Huang Xiaoyao relied on his excellent hearing to vaguely hear some words. They are all things like their master's mission, double concubines, the rich second generation in the city really know how to have fun, and so on. Huang Xiaoyao felt very aggrieved. This was completely unfair. Lan Haihui and Hong Yanglin only touched his thighs and calves, and did not touch other parts. There is no law against women touching men's feet, it is a healthy and legal act. On the other hand, no matter from which angle you look at it, Huang Xiaoyao did not take any advantage of them. Besides, they were the ones who took the initiative to touch him, and Huang Xiaoyao was the passive recipient. He didn't even say anything provocative. It was a completely uninvited and unexpected disaster. Because they were of higher seniority than Huang Xiaoyao, he couldn't refuse them, so he just endured it silently as a good person. But because of this, people regard him as a wicked young man who plays with beautiful women in public. Don't you think this is infuriating? Huang Xiaoyao was very angry. I wish he was really that kind of evil young man. Huang Xiaoyao reminded in a low voice. Teachers, no, we can't do this here, everyone is watching, it will have a bad influence. If you want to touch it, you can come to my house and touch it. Although my room is small, after taking away the computer chair, there is still enough space in front of the bed for two people to squat. After hearing Huang Xiaoyao's reminder, Lan Haihui realized her gaffe. She came to her senses and stood up hurriedly. When Lan Haihui saw that everyone was looking at her, her face instantly flushed. In order to hide her shyness, she covered her face with her hands. This shy scene is so cute. Although Hong Yanglin also felt ashamed, she was a woman of reserved character and never showed her emotions. She stood up calmly, brushed her hair by her cheek with her hand, and sat back in her chair as if nothing had happened. Lan Haihui secretly looked around and made sure that no one had taken out their cell phones to take pictures. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Hong Yanglin. We've been misunderstood. Now everyone is looking at us. Let's leave now. Hong Yanglin wiped her lips with her beautiful hands and smiled evilly. Wait a minute, let's exchange contact information. Hong Yanglin took out the iPhone 3 phone from her bag and waved it in front of Huang Xiaoyao. Add my penguin. Hong Yanlin's initiative was completely beyond Huang Xiaoyao's expectations. He didn't do anything. Hong Yanglin first took the initiative to touch his feet, and then asked for his contact information. At this rate, would he take the initiative to ask for room later? No, this is too jumpy. Although Hong Yanlin's sexiness value is as high as 95, we cannot arbitrarily conclude that she is a playful woman. But no matter what, who doesn't he love a sexy female teacher who will give out her contact information without being asked? Hong Yanglin raised her eyebrows and asked coquettishly. Why, are you too shy to do so, or are you unwilling? Sister Yanglin, you misunderstood. I have never been popular with women. This is the first time in my life that a woman has asked for my contact information. And the other person is a beautiful lady. I am flattered. Hong Yanglin smiled and touched Huang Xiaoyao's head. You're lying. You're so good at talking, how come you're not popular with women? Huang Xiaoyao responded with a smile as he took out his cell phone. If I were popular with women, I wouldn't be having trouble finding a girlfriend. Hong Yanglin leaned over intimately and bumped Huang Xiaoyao's body with her soft shoulders. Teacher, you can put this on hold. As long as you can forget about Wang Mengyao and pursue other girls, you will find a girlfriend soon. Huang Xiaoyao heard something mysterious in their words and immediately asked back. Then Sister Yanglin, can you help recommend some good candidates? Hong Yanglin smiled knowingly and threw him a wink. Of course, the teacher's college I attend is full of beautiful girls. I know a lot of single seniors and juniors. No matter what type you like, I can recommend it to you. Most of Hong Yanglin's senior and junior classmates are also teachers. With this beautiful sister as a bridge for him, Huang Xiaoyao's future will be prosperous. This capable teacher must be made friends with. While chatting and laughing, Huang Xiaoyao added Hong Yanglin as his penguin friend. Emperor Wei is free and easy. Hong Yanglin was stunned for a moment after seeing the name, and then she smiled meaningfully. I didn't expect Xiaoyao-san would have such a nickname. Hong Yanglin seemed to be a well-informed woman and probably saw through the meaning of this name. Huang Xiaoyao kind of regretted marrying a girl with such a direct name. No, it's better to be direct when dealing with a coquettish woman. If we know each other's minds and don't hide anything, it will be easier to accomplish things. Huang Xiaoyao secretly looked at Lan Haihui. Her expression was dull and she had no particular reaction. This Chinese teacher obviously did not know how great Cao Gong was. Hong Yanglin keenly noticed that Huang Xiaoyao was stealing glances at Lan Haihui. She thought she had figured something out, and with a turn of her eyes, she suddenly spoke to Lan Haihui. Senior, please add Xieya's penguin as your friend. Lan Haihui was still feeling ashamed of her previous gaffe. First of all, she thought it was embarrassing. Secondly, she was worried that Huang Xiaoyao would misunderstand her as a shameless woman. Thirdly, she felt that Lan Jimin would definitely be unhappy when he knew about it. Lan Haihui now just wanted to forget what happened just now and didn't he want to have any contact with Huang Xiaoyao again. She shook her head and opened her mouth, wanting to refuse. But Hong Yanglin spoke first. You can add this penguin. Hong Yanglin sent her penguin number to Huang Xiaoyao without Lan Haihui's consent. Lan Haihui felt very embarrassed. Faced with the friend request from Huang Xiaoyao, should she refuse or accept it? And just when Lan Haihui hesitated, Hong Yanglin took out her cell phone from Lan Haihui's bag. She accepted Lan Haihui's friend request. Chapter 12: An Unexpected Surprise. Seeing that Hong Yanglin helped her at Huang Xiaoyao as a penguin friend, Lan Haihui had no choice but to accept it. She silently comforted herself in her heart. It's okay, we are just graduating students and we won't have any contact in the future. So it doesn't matter. Even if my husband knew, he wouldn't blame me. Huang Xiaoyao looked at Hong Yanlin's actions and his favorability towards her increased immediately. Compared to what kind of erotic stories happened between him and Hong Yanglin later, Huang Xiaoyao believed that with the help of Hong Yanglin, it is more likely that something happened between him and Lan Haihui. After all, judging from the performance just now, although Lan Haihui is older than Hong Yanglin in terms of age and seniority, she is like a docile little lamb and is always pushed around by Hong Yanglin. If she could get along well with Hong Yanglin, she might be able to push Lan Haihui into Huang Xiaoyao's bed. Hong Yanglin asked with a smile after returning the phone to Lan Haihui. Are you satisfied with getting the contact information of the two beauties? Satisfy? Huang Xiaoyao is not an 18-year-old child, his mental age is that of a 36-year-old male. He has been married and has extensive experience as a couple. What's satisfying about just adding penguin friends? It's 2008 and everyone's cell phones suck. Penguin also did not develop a voice calling feature. When outdoors, many people still use their cell phones and text messages to communicate. If you want to have something exciting with a beautiful woman, you still need to get her mobile phone number. After taking the phone, Lan Haihui lowered her head shyly and wanted to leave immediately. Everyone is still looking at us. If a student comes in and recognizes us, it will be bad. Let's go. Hong Yanglin nodded contentedly. Okay, my boyfriend has been waiting downstairs for a while, Xiaoyao, see you next time Tilda. So your boyfriend is waiting downstairs. Lan Haihui was shocked when she heard this. She totally couldn't understand. Since her boyfriend was waiting, why didn't Hong Yanglin leave immediately after eating, but instead pulled her to touch Huang Xiaoyao's thigh? Forget it, Xiaoyao-san, we'll leave first. The shy Lan Haihui just wanted to leave here immediately and she didn't want to hesitate anymore. Seeing the two beauties turn around and leave, Huang Xiaoyao suddenly stood up and grabbed Hong Yanlin's delicate and smooth little hand from behind. His big hand immediately felt a cool sensation. Wait, I want my sister's cell phone numbers. Huang Xiaoyao did not give the reason he wanted, nor did he give any explanation. All he said was one word, I want it. Although Hong Yanglin looks very coquettish, she is the kind of woman who is good at talking but bad in bed. The warm yet firm touch from her hand caused a strange emotion to surge in Hong Yanlin's heart. Hong Yanglin turned her head blankly, looked down at her hand that was being held, and became inexplicably excited. Wow! Is this what it feels like to be held firmly by the hand by a student who is 8 years younger than you? It's so itchy. The student overthrows the female teacher. The innocent and naive boy suddenly becomes aggressive towards the mature woman. My best friend and senior schoolmate were watching right beside me. And the whole audience was watching. It's so exciting to have all these elements. It's so stimulating that I can't stand it. Hong Yinlin's heart was beating rapidly and sweat broke out of her body in an instant. However, only Hong Yanglin knew this abnormal feeling, because in the eyes of outsiders, Huang Xiaoyao just held her hand and asked for her phone number, which was a very common behavior. Except Hong Yanglin herself, no one could understand why she was so excited. Hong Yanglin blushed, her cherry lips slightly opened, and she exhaled a breath of charming fragrance. Har har tilde. Okay, here's my cell phone number. Hong Yanglin immediately took out a notebook from her bag, tore off a piece of paper, quickly wrote down her cell phone number with a ballpoint pen, and then handed it to Huang Xiaoyao. Huang Xiaoyao didn't answer and looked at Lan Haihui with pleading eyes. I also want teacher Lan's cell phone number. Can you give it to me? Huang Xiaoyao seemed to be looking at Lan Haihui and asking her. But in fact, this sentence was said to Hong Yanglin. Huang Xiaoyao believed that she was sensible and would know what to do. As Huang Xiaoyao expected, Hong Yanglin spoke excitedly before Lan Haihui opened her mouth to answer. Okay, I'll write you her number. Lan Haihui watched her write down her cell phone number and had nothing to say, so he was forced to agree. After Hong Yanglin handed the note to Huang Xiaoyao, she first went to the bathroom and then left with Lan Haihui. After looking at the graceful backs of the two beauties slowly walking down the stairs, Huang Xiaoyao returned to his table and continued to eat his family bucket of spicy chicken wings. After the stimulating interaction with the two beautiful teachers, he felt that the chicken wings in his hand became bland. How can these small chicken wings, which are baked until golden in color, compare with the beautiful legs and black stockings of the two beautiful teachers? After reaching the first floor, Lan Haihui immediately questioned Hong Yanglin. What were you doing just now? Why did you tell him my penguin and cell phone number? Hong Yanglin regained her composure after going to the toilet. She shrugged and answered calmly. It is very rare for a pure student like Xiaoyao to have the courage to ask for the contact information of a woman older than herself. If we say no, he'll be really hurt. After being hit, he will be traumatized and may never dare to ask for a girl's contact information again. This will cause him to be single for the rest of his life. Hong Yanglin leaned over and asked seriously. Does senior want to see this happen? Does the senior want to ruin the student's future? Lan Haihui was stunned when he heard this, and then said ashamedly. So you thought so deeply? I misunderstood you. The innocent Lan Haihui seemed to have forgotten that it was not Huang Xiaoyao who asked for their contact information at the beginning, but Hong Yanglin who took the initiative to exchange it. After Hong Yanglin evaded the question, she breathed a sigh of relief. Just so you know. As the two walked out of McDonald's, Lan Haihui continued to ask. What did you mean your boyfriend was waiting for you? Hong Yanglin playfully stuck out her tongue at her. Didn't I tell you just now that I'm going to spend the night at Sanch's house today? He drove to pick me up, and I was supposed to have dinner with him. But my senior sister suddenly asked me out, so I came to McDonald's with you. Hong Yinlin's boyfriend is named Hong Sanchi, a rich second generation. They met in kindergarten and were in the same class throughout elementary school, junior high school, and college. They were classic childhood sweethearts. However, unlike Huang Xiaoyao and Wang Mengyao, the fate of Hong Sanchi and Hong Yanglin was created by money. For example, when assigning students to junior high schools, Hong Sanchi and Hong Yanglin were assigned to different junior high schools. In order to go to school with Hong Yanglin, Hong Sanchi asked his parents to give 50,000 yuan in sponsorship fees to Hong Yanlin's school and forced them to change schools. At that time, it was not yet the year 2000 and the salary of a worker was only over 1,000 yuan. A house in Yeju costs only about 200,000 yuan, and 50,000 yuan was a huge sum of money at that time. It is impossible for normal parents to spend so much money for their son's request. But Hong Sanchi's parents are different. Firstly, they are rich and dote on their children. Secondly, they also like Hong Yanglin. It turns out that Hong Yanglin is naturally beautiful. She has been beautiful since she was a child, and she is also smart and clever. Although she behaved like a green tea bitch in front of Huang Xiaoyao. But she appeared polite, gentle and considerate in front of Hong Sanchi's parents. So Hong Sanchi's parents hoped that she could become their children's daughter-in-law when she grew up. To this end, they even spent 500,000 to buy a house near Hong Yinlin's home and forced Hong Sanchi to become Hong Yinlin's neighbor. Even Hong Sanchi's grandmother helped. Every weekend when she went to the tea house for tea, she would bring Hong Yanglin with her and let her order any snacks she liked. Thanks to the efforts of 3 generations of Hong Sanchi, Hong Yanglin became a child bride and had already become their family's unmarried daughter-in-law. After college, they even entered into a semi-cohabitation state. However, on the surface, Hong Sanchi got the beauty, but in fact, it was because of the humble attitude of Hong Sanchi's family. Hong Sanchi is in a passive position in his relationship with Hong Yanglin. To put it in today's terms, he raised an ancestor. For example, now, Hong Yanglin temporarily cancelled her date with Hong Sanchi in order to have dinner with her best friend. Logically speaking, since Hong Yanglin broke her promise to eat, Hong Sanchi should have gone to eat by herself. However, Hong Yanglin asked Hong Sanchi to stay in the car and wait for her on the grounds that she didn't know when she would leave. Hong Sanchi actually parked the car in front of the door of McDonald's, did not get out of the car, just sat in the car, hungry, and waited foolishly. Hong Sanchi's behavior is no longer that of an ordinary dog licker like Huang Xiaoyao in his previous life, but a complete dog licker after super evolution. But Hong Sanchi is not a complete fool. He didn't even go to buy a lunchbox, but just sat in the car waiting, just to express his loyalty to Hong Yanglin. As long as he can make Hong Yanglin happy, he will be happy tonight. Because Hong Sanchi is a rich second generation, even if he is a bootlicker, he can still reap the benefits. Only. At this time, Hong Sanchi, who was sitting in the car, listening to Hua Hua Universe and nodding to the melody, had no idea that an unexpected accident had happened. Because of this accident, the fate of him and Hong Yanglin will be completely changed. G. Chapter 13 Guojing and Huang Rong. Huang Xiaoyao, who was eating a family bucket of spicy chicken wings, suddenly heard a rooster crow. The corners of his mouth curled up in excitement, knowing that a deal was coming. The Good People and Good Rewards system has detected that the beautiful teacher Hong Yanglin has emotional deficiency. She needs help. Please help her meet her missing needs. Didn't the system say that Hong Yanglin doesn't need help and just needs to go home and have a good sleep? How to change the statement now? Could it be that Huang Xiaoyao's interaction with Hong Yanglin just now secretly changed her mind? Good people get good packages. The system releases a task, a beautiful teacher who is not satisfied with her boyfriend. Task description: Hong Yanglin's boyfriend Hong Sanchi is very short, she is very dissatisfied and disgusted with it. But because Hong Sanchi's family treated her very well, Hong Yanglin had decided to marry him. But Hong Yanglin doesn't want to live her life with regrets. Before getting married, Hong Yanglin wants to experience the feeling of dating a strong boyfriend. Mission objective: become Hong Yanlin's temporary boyfriend and fulfill her wish. Mission reward: Overlord Dragon Subduing Tiger Fist Secret Manual. Want to be Hong Yanglin's temporary boyfriend? Is there no problem with this kind of task? Huang Xiaoyao looked at it again and noticed that Hong Yanglin was not married yet. There is no such thing as cheating before a man and a woman get married. Even if Huang Xiaoyao has an in-depth relationship with Hong Yanglin now, it does not constitute cheating and he does not need to bear legal responsibility. Besides, the mission only required Huang Xiaoyao to be her temporary boyfriend. The so-called temporary means a very short period of time. Huang Xiaoyao's understanding is similar to the island country's tonight's limited wife, which is only valid for one night. In other words, Huang Xiaoyao should be able to complete the task as long as he dates Hong Yanglin for half a day. This may seem easy, but it is not. How should he ask a beautiful woman who used to be his teacher and is 8 years older than him to be his temporary girlfriend? And the worst thing is, according to the mission instructions, Hong Yanglin has decided to marry Hong Sanchi. Although the system said that she had regrets in her heart, humans are often unable to face their true feelings. Huang Xiaoyao was like this before his rebirth. Because of his boring self-esteem and fear of being laughed at, he was unwilling to admit that he fell in love with a beautiful divorced woman who was 18 years older than him and had 3 daughters. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't face his true feelings, so he forced himself to believe that he liked Wang Mengyao. In order to prove this to himself, he even willingly became Wang Mengyao's licker. The same should be true for Hong Yanglin. Even if she is very coquettish, she will definitely not admit that she is a shameless woman. After all, she is a psychology teacher, and she knows that there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Once crossed, there will be irreparable consequences. This mission is difficult, but there is no time limit. We can slowly approach Hong Yanglin and take our time. At least she has a good impression of me now. And she took the initiative to ask for my contact information, which means she welcomes me to contact her. Huang Xiaoyao had the experience from his previous life, so he knew that one should not be impatient when pursuing women. The more impatient you are, the more arrogant a woman will become. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Huang Xiaoyao can cultivate immortality and has a long life, so he can take his time. Just when Huang Xiaoyao was thinking about how to complete Hong Yinlin's task, he suddenly heard a disgusting rogue voice. Meng Yao, look, isn't that guy Huang Xiaoyao who has been pestering you? Huang Xiaoyao frowned and turned to look over. I saw a tall young man walking out of the stairs with Wang Mengyao and coming to McDonald's. The young man was 1.9 meters tall, had dyed blonde hair, and wore a loose basketball jersey. He pointed at Huang Xiaoyao with his long, muscular hands and laughed at him. Huang Xiaoyao recognized that it was his high school classmate Li Haobin. Li Haobin is physically strong, has learned martial arts, and has a bad temper. He is a well-known big brother in the class, and forms a bastard trio with two other bastards in the class. They are as rampant as crabs, doing all kinds of evil and are the nightmare of all the boys in the class. But in the eyes of female classmates, it was completely different. Because Li Haobin is tall and mighty, and loyal, he has a bad boy vibe, and he likes to brag on weekdays, calling himself the Dragon King of 99. Girls think he is a hero in martial arts movies, very handsome, and many of them pursue him. Li Haobin had more than a dozen girlfriends in just 1 year, and several girls in his class had dated him. This caused a huge shock to Huang Xiaoyao's mind at that time. He really couldn't understand why these young girls liked men with bad tempers and who loved fighting. Aren't they afraid of domestic violence after marriage? These girls are too naive and their values are not correct. Perhaps it was from that time that Huang Xiaoyao began to dislike young girls. So I fell in love with mature women with life experience. 1 year later, Li Haobin fell in love with Wang Mengyao. After breaking up with his girlfriend, he began to pursue Wang Mengyao madly. After Li Haobin beat up Wang Mengyao's then boyfriend, Wang Mengyao thought he was very powerful and handsome, so she started dating him. At that time, Wang Mengyao and Li Haobin stood on the podium and announced it to the whole class. Wang Mengyao is Wang Rong and Li Haobin is Guo Jing. They are a fairy couple who swear to each other to stay together forever. Just to clarify, neither Wang Mengyao nor Xianping will be taken into the harem, so you don't need to worry about whitewashing them. And the protagonist is the Emperor of Wei after rebirth, so he won't be cheated on, and doesn't have to worry about that kind of toxicity. Huang Xiaoyao didn't understand at the time why he still wanted to pursue Wang Mengyao after seeing them express their love in public so ostentatiously. But now I understand. The person he really likes is Aunt Wang Yu. In his previous life, he wanted to marry Wang Mengyao just to become Aunt Wang Yu's son-in-law. In essence, he just used Wang Mengyao as a tool to get close to Aunt Wang Yu. The drunkard's real intention is not to drink. So no matter who Wang Mengyao dated, Huang Xiaoyao didn't care. However, Wang Mengyao and Li Haobin's relationship is actually good for Huang Xiaoyao. Although Li Haobin hated Huang Xiaoyao who went to and from school with Wang Mengyao every day. But under Wang Mengyao's warning, he did not dare to deal with Huang Xiaoyao. As a result, Huang Xiaoyao became one of the few boys in the class who had not been bullied or blackmailed by him. Although later Wang Mengyao cheated on the top student in the next class and broke up with Li Haobin. But I don't know what magic Wang Mengyao has, she successfully turned Aquaman Li Haobin into a lovesick bootlicker. Li Haobin still wanted to get Wang Mengyao back, so he didn't do anything to Huang Xiaoyao. When Huang Xiaoyao recalled the events of 20 years ago, Wang Mengyao walked up to Huang Xiaoyao with a smug look on her face and laughed at him wantonly. Har 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 tilder come to McDonald's to eat chicken wings alone. Single people are so pitiful. I feel so embarrassed just looking at them that I want to cry. Huang Xiaoyao felt no ripples in his heart when he heard her ridicule. Although he is single now, he had two beauties having dinner with him just now. And one of them will soon become his girlfriend. No matter how you look at it, he is not pitiful. Moreover, he was now busy thinking about how to complete Hong Yinlin's task and had no time to care about Wang Mengyao. Seeing that Huang Xiaoyao did not reply, Wang Mengyao became even more proud. If you confess to me at noon, you can eat McDonald's with me now. Do you regret it now? Huang Xiaoyao replied calmly, I have no regrets at all. But in his heart he was thinking, this woman who is in the way, please get out of here quickly. Li Haobin, who was following behind Wang Mengyao, also laughed. You actually abandoned Mengyao, you are such an idiot. But because you and Mengyao broke up, I was able to get back together with her. I want to thank you. Huang Xiaoyao was confused after hearing this. He didn't even confess to Wang Mengyao today, so how could they break up? Obviously, he was deceived by Wang Mengyao. But this is not important. Huang Xiaoyao has no intention of explaining to Li Haobin because his hands are itching. I was just thinking of finding a scumbag who wouldn't feel bad even if I beat him to death, so I could test the power of my iron fist. Chapter 14 Stepping on the Dragon King. Li Haobin noticed the murderous intent emanating from Huang Xiaoyao's brows, and the corners of his mouth tilted upward, revealing a domineering smile of the Dragon King. Why, I stole your girlfriend, and you're not convinced. I'm going to snatch Mengyao away from you now, what can you do? As the king of gangsters, Li Haobin's ability to taunt is at its best. That arrogant face and extremely stupid tone make people want to beat him to death. Huang Xiaoyao was really unhappy when he heard this. This woman with a rotten crotch who made her husband a father 3 times in a row is definitely not his girlfriend. Let us not talk about the past life, at least at noon today, Huang Xiaoyao drew a clear line between himself and Wang Mengyao. Wang Mengyao has nothing to do with him. What Huang Xiaoyao hates most is that others blame him for things he didn't do. He frowned and responded impatiently. Wang Mengyao is not my girlfriend, go away and don't bother me. Li Haobin opened his eyes, shook his fist at Huang Xiaoyao, and roared angrily. You are talking to me, what's the attitude? Do you believe I will beat you to death? Li Haobin's shout immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. The other customers stopped what they were doing again and all looked at Huang Xiaoyao and Li Haobin. They immediately recognized that Huang Xiaoyao was the rich second generation who loved to have fun. Now, after seeing him confront the gangster, several men applauded in their hearts. Okay, so I told you that you have money to play with women, right? Now the gangsters are here to deal with you, let me see how you die. Although Li Haobin never bullied Huang Xiaoyao, he extorted money from Lao Pang several times. Huang Xiaoyao is now capable, so of course he wants to help his best friend get revenge. The moment he saw Li Haobin, he wanted to fight him. But this is a society ruled by law. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you are afraid of the police. Huang Xiaoyao cannot attack directly, so he has to lure Li Haobin into attacking first, and then beat him up on the grounds of self-defense. Huang Xiaoyao stood up, looked directly into Li Haobin's eyes and said provocatively. Do you have the ability? Li Haobin puffed out his chest, put his hands on his hips, and asked in a gangster tone. You dare to question my ability? I am the modern-day Guo Jing, the Dragon King among the 99. Huang Xiaoyao sneered coldly. What a joke! If you were Guo Jing, I would be your father Guo Xiaoqian. How dare you call me dad? As a bad boy, Li Haobin cares most about his face. You know, you can lose your intestines but you can't lose your face. Li Haobin and several bad guys in the class called themselves Lousy Boy, which means he was very awesome and was everyone's boss. Now Huang Xiaoyao wants to be his father, can he tolerate it? In fact, Li Haobin's parents are divorced, and he depends on his mother for support. What he has always worried about most is that his mother would suddenly come home with a strange man one day. Ask him to call dad. Li Haobin's worries were exposed and he immediately flew into a rage. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed Huang Xiaoyao's collar. It's too late for you to regret. I'm going to beat you to death. Li Haobin exerted force with his arms, trying to lift Huang Xiaoyao up. However, he was like lifting a 1,000-pound boulder. Not only did he fail to move Huang Xiaoyao at all, but he himself lost his balance and almost fell backwards. Relying on his superb athletic ability, Li Haobin took a step back and maintained his balance. After he stood firm, he immediately took a horse stance, assumed a Sonder stance, and looked at Huang Xiaoyao in surprise and doubt. You don't look fat, why are you so heavy? Huang Xiaoyao shrugged and responded with disdain. Who said I was heavy? I only weigh 40 pounds. You are just weak. Damn it, that's bullshit. Li Haobin noticed everyone's gaze and thought he had embarrassed himself in front of everyone. If you dare to anger me, you will die. Li Haobin swung his big fist and hit Huang Xiaoyao in the face. This was the punch Huang Xiaoyao was waiting for. He has strong martial arts skills and is not afraid of being beaten. Now everyone is watching them, and there are so many witnesses who saw Li Haobin attack first, so he can fight back as much as he wants. But just when Li Haobin's fist was halfway extended, Wang Mengyao reached out and patted him on the head. It wasn't the kind of hitting that Hong Yanglin had just joked about, but the kind of hitting with all one's strength. Although Li Haobin is strong, it still hurts when he is hit on the head. And he was beaten by the woman he loved, which made his heart hurt even more. Li Haobin stopped his fist and looked at Wang Mengyao in confusion. He dumped you, weren't you mad? Why did you stop me from beating him? Wang Mengyao glared at him and scolded him in public. You should do whatever I tell you to do, and don't try to be smart if I don't tell you to do it. Faced with Wang Mengyao's scolding, Li Haobin, who was a head taller than her, lowered his head in frustration like a pug caught in the rain. He didn't dare to talk back, but just explained aggrievedly. I saw that you were very angry, so I wanted to help you teach him a lesson. When Wang Mengyao heard this, she frowned, raised her hand, and slapped Li Haobin hard. Bang! Who said I was angry? It's his loss if he doesn't stay with me. He will regret it later. Why should I be angry? Don't guess my thoughts without permission in the future. 5 red finger marks suddenly appeared on Li Haobin's face, and he felt his face was hot and burning. Being slapped by a woman in public made him feel humiliated, ashamed and angry. However, he was worried that Wang Mengyao would leave him again, so he didn't dare to get angry. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all laughed at Li Hongbin secretly. That tall guy looks so fierce. I thought he was awesome, but I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. He even tolerated being slapped by a woman. What a loser. He's so tall, he's really a disgrace to us men. The ridicule of the crowd was like adding fuel to the fire. Li Hongbin was really furious. He suppressed his anger and glared at Huang Xiaoyao viciously. After secretly planning, he sought revenge on him. After Wang Mengyao taught Li Haobin a lesson, she put one hand on her waist and spoke condescendingly to Huang Xiaoyao. Thank me now. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been beaten to death by my boyfriend. Huang Xiaoyao felt very annoyed. Seeing Li Hongbin's cowardly look, he definitely didn't dare to hit Huang Xiaoyao. This resulted in Huang Xiaoyao being unable to defend himself. He now feels that Wang Mengyao is very troublesome. When he was just reborn and wanted to confess his love to Aunt Wen Yu in order to complete his mission, she stood in his way. When he was thinking about how to become Hong Yanlin's temporary boyfriend, she suddenly jumped out. Now he wanted to beat Li Hongbin violently, but was stopped by her again. This Wang Mengyao is really a jinx, so unlucky. Wang Mengyao saw Huang Xiaoyao thinking with an unhappy look on his face and thought he was hit. She grinned triumphantly. Let me explain this to you formally. Because you didn't want to date me, Li Hongbin and I got back together, and now I'm his girlfriend. Well, what do you think? Huang Xiaoyao is not a person who gives up easily. While Wang Mengyao was speaking, he suddenly had an idea and came up with a good plan. When Wang Mengyao was halfway through her speech, he pretended to be shocked. Are you really dating him again? Huang Xiaoyao slipped in excitement while speaking and suddenly fell forward. In order to maintain his balance, he stepped forward with his right foot. Bang! The sole of his sneakers stepped firmly on the instep of Li Haobin's left foot. After Huang Xiaoyao learned the iron tree skill, his body became as hard as rock. Now he stepped hard, and it was like a huge rock weighing hundreds of pounds hitting Li Haobin's feet. Snap! In an instant, Li Haobin's feet made a sound of breaking bones. Li Haobin rolled his eyes and screamed in pain. Wooer! The man who called himself the 99th Dragon King jumped up in pain. Chapter 15, Green Light is Coming. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a shrill cry suddenly came from the bustling streets of Yeju. Ouch, my feet! Li Haobin held his raised left leg with both hands and jumped around in the one-legged stance like a clown. This funny scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Because Li Haobin was tall, had a ferocious face, and came with great force, everyone thought that Huang Xiaoyao was no match for Li Haobin. He would definitely get beaten, and beaten badly. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaoyao slipped and caused serious injuries to Li Haobin. This is a big upset. People who were nearby heard the obvious sound of broken bones. They knew that Li Haobin's injuries were serious, and they all began to gloat over his misfortune. One male college student even took out his mobile phone to shoot a video, which he wanted to post on Weibo. Huang Xiaoyao said, pretending to be sorry. Sorry, Li Haobin, I accidentally stepped on you. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Although Huang Xiaoyao said he was apologizing, he had a smile on his face and had no intention of apologizing at all. He didn't even try to support Li Haobin or check his injuries. He just watched the show from the side. Wang Mengyao looked at the situation in front of her in confusion, not yet understanding what was happening. She just stood there blankly and didn't go over to help Li Haobin. Only the McDonald's waitress came running to help him. Handsome guy, are you okay? Why don't you sit down first? With the help of the waitress, Li Haobin sat down on the chair carefully. Huang Xiaoyao said to the waitress, I just heard the sound of bones breaking. His foot might be broken. Please call 120 and ask for an ambulance. Okay, I'll call right away. The waitress took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket and dialed 120. Li Haobin is a person who cares a lot about his reputation. If the news that he had to take an ambulance after being stepped on by someone spreads out, he will have no face to survive in society. He held back the severe pain and shouted at the top of his voice. Wait, don't call an ambulance, it's just a small matter, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while. The waitress saw his ferocious look just now and knew that he was an important person. She did not dare to disobey him and immediately stepped aside. Huang Xiaoyao looked down at him and asked with a smile. Li Haobin, are you really okay? I see you look very painful. Just as Huang Xiaoyao said, Li Haobin's expression was distorted in pain. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and the gums in his lips were bleeding from biting his teeth. In fact, the bone on the instep of Li Haobin's left foot was cracked by Huang Xiaoyao. It was a comminuted fracture, so it was so painful. But Li Haobin was a ruthless man. For the sake of his face, he clenched his fists and endured it with all his might. He was like a pit bull, his adrenaline glands secreting wildly, and he was forced to endure the severe pain. No, it's okay. I'm not an 80-year-old lady. How can I get hurt by being stepped on? I don't feel any pain at all. In order to prove that he was not injured, Li Haobin shifted his body weight to his right foot and forced himself to stand up. He forced a smile that looked like he was crying and spoke to Wang Mengyao reluctantly. Mengyao, look, I'm not injured at all. I am the Dragon King, I am immortal, a guy like him can't hurt me. However, Wang Mengyao didn't hear a word Li Haobin said. She didn't care whether Li Haobin's feet were injured or not. She only cared that her boyfriend made a fool of himself and embarrassed her. Wang Mengyao was very angry. She sat down on the chair, crossed her arms over her chest, and vented her anger like a princess. Since you are not injured, stop standing there and go order me some food. I'm hungry. Seeing that Wang Mengyao was angry, Li Haobin did not dare to complain. He dragged his left leg in pain and limped to the counter to order food. Huang Xiaoyao looked at his miserable back, feeling filled with emotion. He thought he had flattered Wang Mengyao enough in his previous life. But compared with the current Li Haobin, he is nothing. Although Huang Xiaoyao had always confessed his love to Wang Mengyao in his previous life, he would not let her lose her temper. At least when he sprained his foot in college, he would not use crutches to help Wang Mengyao go to the cafeteria to get food, but would ask Wang Mengyao to go to his dormitory and bring him food. Perhaps it was because of this that he had never been able to successfully pursue Wang Mengyao. After waiting in line for 2 minutes, Li Haobin limped back with 2 trays full of food. Wang Mengyao didn't even look at him. She picked up the spicy chicken burger and started to eat it. Although Wang Mengyao ate very quickly, she didn't open her mouth very wide and took small bites, which was far inferior to Lan Haihui. Li Haobin was in so much pain that he had no mood to eat. He just sat at the table and stared at Wang Mengyao while she ate. Wang Mengyao found out that he didn't eat and felt angry again. She suddenly got back together with Li Haobin just to anger Huang Xiaoyao. When she unexpectedly met Huang Xiaoyao when she walked into McDonald's, she thought God was on her side. She believed that Huang Xiaoyao would be very sad and regretful after seeing that she had a boyfriend, and would then come to her to apologize. But unexpectedly, Huang Xiaoyao acted as if he didn't care and accidentally stepped on Li Haobin. Her plans were all disrupted. Humph, just pretend you don't care about me. You can deceive yourself, but you can't deceive me. I know you are actually in great pain inside, you just don't dare to admit it. I will let you accept the reality now and see yourself clearly. Wang Mengyao suddenly stood up, walked around the table, and moved from the seat opposite Li Haobin to the seat next to Li Haobin. She picked up the spicy chicken burger from Li Haobin's tray and forced it into Li Haobin's mouth. "Eat quickly, I'll feed you." Wang Mengyao wanted to stimulate Huang Xiaoyao by feeding her boyfriend a hamburger. At this time, the pain in Li Haobin's feet not only did not subside, but became more and more intense. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and tried his best to endure and barely hold on. Now, let alone eating a hamburger, he even wanted to vomit out his gastric juice. In fact, it was because he had just forced himself to walk. The fractured bones in his feet had become more severe and now his calves had started to swell up, and he was not only in severe pain, but also had swelling and numbness. He was worried that there might be something wrong with his foot, and he was so anxious that he had no appetite. But looking at Wang Menglan's tough eyes, he dared not refuse to eat. Li Haobin could only show an expression as if he was about to die, opened his mouth, and bit down forcefully. "For Wang Mengyao, I am willing to eat anything." Wang Mengyao ignored Li Haobin's uncomfortable expression and stared at Huang Xiaoyao with her big eyes. She proudly posed and made faces, trying hard to hint at Huang Xiaoyao. Li Hongbin is very happy because he has a girlfriend who feeds him hamburgers. Huang Xiaoyao was eating at McDonald's alone, feeling lonely and pitiful. But this was obviously her wishful thinking. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Haobin's painful expression. However, Huang Xiaoyao quickly realized that this was an opportunity that could be exploited. Huang Xiaoyao picked up the phone, typed quickly, and soon wrote a text message. Then sent it to Hong Yanglin. Outside McDonald's, on the brightly lit street, there was a red BMW parked. Since red BMWs are very rare, this luxury car is very eye-catching. All passers-by will take a second look, and many women will even look back after passing by. Hong Sanchi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was very proud when he saw the envious eyes of passers-by. He leaned back in his chair and sang "Green Light," which was playing on the radio happily. "There is a green light. Where is happiness?" When Hong Sanchi sang to the part with deep emotion, he shouted excitedly, "Happiness is with my girlfriend. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear." At this time, Hong Sanchi saw Hong Yanglin walking out of McDonald's and took a deep breath excitedly. "Har har, my green light is finally here." Chapter 16. Let the teacher play the girlfriend. On the billboard above my head, the advertisement for milk from natural prairie pastures emitted a large area of green light. The head of Hong Sanchi was reflected into a green ocean. This was 2008, and people were not yet that sensitive to the color green. You know, Green Light was a classic pop song that spread all over the country at that time. Stephanie Sun, who sang Green Light, is a queen of her generation. At that time, both men and women liked Green Light. On the other hand, Hong Sanchi also has full trust in Hong Yanglin, and he never worries that his girlfriend will be taken away by other men. After all, he is a wealthy second generation, which woman doesn't want to marry him? In fact, Hong Sanchi's record is even better than Li Haobin's. At the age of 25, he has been pursued by more than 60 girls. There are many young girls from other places who want to settle down in Yaoju and they are eager to marry locals. And a rich second generation like Hong Sanchi is exactly the wealthy husband they dream of. These young women who have dreams, love to fight and are independent immediately launched a fierce offensive against Hong Sanchi after they met him. He flirted with her in various ways, explicitly and implicitly, and almost dragged Hong Sanchi to get a room with him. However, Hong Sanchi knew that Hong Yanglin was very smart, and was worried that doing that kind of thing would leave traces and be discovered by her. So Hong Sanchi is not as indecisive as the male protagonist in the anime, but rather clearly and flatly refuses everything. Although he did not enjoy any erotic encounters, being pursued by so many women made his self-confidence swell. Hong Sanchi didn't know that the reason why he was popular with girls was actually because of his parents' company and property. He greatly overestimates his own charm. "I am a rich second generation, and I am the only one who cheats on others. How can ordinary people have the ability to cheat on me? Besides, Hong Yanglin is not stupid. She will never abandon me and be with a poor guy." Because of this confidence that comes from the bottom of his heart, Hong Sanchi is not afraid of the green light shining on his head. Humph, only the incompetent men at the bottom of society worry about being cuckolded by their girlfriends. That's a sign of their lack of confidence in themselves. Brother is very confident and is not afraid of this kind of thing at all. Amid the cheerful green light singing, Hong Sanchi smoothed his bangs in the rearview mirror. After confirming that his hairstyle was perfect, he pushed open the car door with one hand, jumped out of the car in a handsome posture, and walked quickly towards Hong Yanglin under the green light from the billboard. Hong Sanchi quickly noticed that Lan Haihui was also there and was overjoyed. He knew that Lan Haihui was Hong Yanlin's closest friend. The two of them are as close as sisters and are inseparable. When they travel, they even take a shower together and sleep in the same bed. They are true besties. Hong Sanchi believed that after establishing a good relationship with Lan Haihui, with her help, the possibility of Hong Yanglin being taken away by other men would become zero. Hong Sanchi walked quickly to the two beauties, bowed his head respectfully and greeted Lan Haihui. "Good evening, Mr. Lan." Lan Haihui smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you had an appointment with Yanglin for dinner, so I borrowed her and now I'm returning her to you." Hong Sanchi shook his head exaggeratedly. No, I don't care at all, you can borrow her for as long as you want." After Hong Sanchi finished speaking, he laughed out loud, thinking he was being humorous, while secretly observing Lan Haihui's expression. It turns out that Hong Sanchi also has ambitions. He cut off ties with other women not because he was innocent and loyal, but simply because he was worried that Hong Yanglin would leave him after the truth was revealed. However, Hong Sanchi believed that since Lan Haihui and Hong Yanglin had an extremely close relationship, Hong Yanglin might be willing to be a stick-sister with Lan Haihui. Lan Haihui knew that Hong Sanchi had not eaten yet, so she exchanged a few words of greeting and left. Afterwards, Hong Yanglin and Hong Sanchi returned to the car. When Hong Sanchi was fastening his seat belt, Hong Yanglin suddenly grabbed his arm. Hong Sanchi's heart tightened, and he was overjoyed again. Because Hong Yanglin was so proactive now, he thought he could enjoy himself tonight. But unlike what he expected, Hong Yanglin did not want to touch him randomly. After she pinched Hong Sanchi's biceps, she immediately frowned. Although he exercises regularly and his arm muscles are well developed, he is still far from Xiaoyao. It turned out that Hong Yanglin said that Hong Sanchi had poor physical strength just to appease Lan Haihui. In fact, Hong Sanchi knew that Hong Yanglin liked strong men, so he went to the gym every day to exercise hard. But one thing is true, that is, Hong Sanchi is really short. As a man, his height is barely 1.6 meters. Hong Yanglin has very high requirements for men's height. She thinks the acceptable bottom line is 1.8 meters, and the most ideal height is 2 meters. This is 3 times as much as Hong Sanchi. The worst thing is that height cannot be increased through exercise. So no matter how hard Hong Sanchi tried, he couldn't satisfy Hong Yanglin. However, Hong Yanglin has convinced herself that no one is perfect and every man has shortcomings. As a girlfriend, she should accept her boyfriend's shortcomings calmly. But after seeing how strong Huang Xiaoyao's body was, Hong Yanglin was deeply shocked, and her mentality changed subtly. "I am not afraid of not knowing people, I am afraid of comparing myself with others." The dissatisfaction she had been hiding in her heart towards Hong Sanchi finally erupted. Hong Yanglin now feels inexplicably unhappy, and her mood is extremely bad. Snort. Hong Yanglin snorted coldly, crossed her arms across her chest, leaned back in the chair without saying a word, turned her head away, and looked coldly at the street scene outside the car window. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became grim. Hong Sanchi didn't know why she was suddenly angry. He didn't dare to say anything. He could only start the car and want to rush home as quickly as possible. Because he was really hungry. Hong Sanchi was worried that if he didn't replenish his energy in time, he might not be able to exert any strength tonight. Drive all the way north. A few minutes later, when the car stopped at a red light, Hong Sanchi couldn't stand the tormenting atmosphere of silence, so he turned to look at Hong Yanglin and spoke cautiously. "Last time you said you liked JK sailor suits, so I asked a friend to find a professional costume designer from an island country to tailor a set for you, with white silk stockings." Although Hong Yanglin is 26 years old and has become a teacher, she still has a young JK heart. She likes sailor suits very much. But for women, they care more about who they wear them for than what clothes they wear. Because Hong Yanglin was angry and very dissatisfied with Hong Sanchi at the moment, she did not react at all when she heard this. Hong Sanchi was unaware of this and continued to brag. "This is a fine product carefully crafted by craftsmen from the island country. The materials and techniques used are the most authentic, and it is different from the shoddy and low-quality products made in China. You can try it on later." Hong Yanglin knew what he was really thinking. It would be more accurate to say that Hong Sanchi likes to have sex with Hong Yanglin when she wears a sailor suit rather than saying that she likes to wear it. It is clearly his own hobby, but he has to push the blame onto a woman. Hong Yanglin thinks the man is too hypocritical. Because Hong Yanglin knows psychology, she doesn't like this kind of low-level trick of covering up. She likes men who are explicit, direct, unconcealed, and dare to express their desires. Just like Huang Xiaoyao just now. Although he is an innocent boy, when facing two older ladies, he can muster up the courage to hold Hong Yanlin's hand and bravely ask her for her contact information. This contrast, this growth, moved Hong Yanglin so much. Hong Yanglin just likes this kind of courageous man. She hopes Hong Sanchi can learn from Huang Xiaoyao and express his desires openly. For example, shouting in the middle of a busy street, "I like my girlfriend to wear a sailor suit, and I want to have a passionate love with my girlfriend who wears a sailor suit." But Hong Yanglin knew Hong Sanchi's character very well. He was the kind of gentleman who felt good about himself. He is very concerned about his reputation and likes to pretend to be serious. He would never say such blunt and explicit words even if he was given a bottle of vodka. Just like before, looking at Hong Sanchi's lustful expression, it was obvious that he was interested in Lan Haihui. But after knowing each other for several years, Hong Sanchi still didn't even get Lan Haihui's Penguin account. He had no way to contact Lan Haihui privately. How can he get along well with Lan Haihui if he can't even talk? So incompetent. Hong Yanglin complained bitterly in her heart. Xiaoyao is completely opposite to Sanchi. He just had a McDonald's meal with his senior and successfully added her as his penguin friend, and even got her cell phone number. Why is the gap between people so big? After Huang Xiaoyao's response, Hong Yanlin's disappointment with Hong Sanchi deepened. At this moment, Hong Yanlin's buttocks vibrated. No, it was the cell phone hidden in the pocket of her hip skirt that vibrated. Hong Yanglin was not interested in the topic that Hong Sanchi was talking about. She took out her cell phone to check it as if she had been saved. Title: Sister Yanglin, can you please do me a favor? After you left, Meng Yao and Li Haobin came to McDonald's together, and they got back together. Because I made it clear to Meng Yao at noon that I would not pursue her anymore. She was angry, and now she and Li Haobin are sitting at the opposite table, showing their affection crazily. She mocked me for being single and having to eat McDonald's alone. I feel very uncomfortable. Could Sister Yanglin come pick me up and help me out? After Hong Yanglin finished reading the text message, her phone vibrated again. Huang Xiaoyao sent her a second text message. Title: What I mean is, I want Sister Yanglin to pretend to be my girlfriend. It turns out that Huang Xiaoyao wanted Hong Yanglin to play his girlfriend. Chapter 17: The Way of the Turtle and the God of Green Light. I hope Sister Yanglin can pretend to be my girlfriend, just for a while, so that Meng Yao and the others can see it. I know this is a rude request, but it's important to me, please. I will repay Sister Yanglin later. He's so direct. Hong Yanglin almost screamed out loud after reading the text message. In 2008, there was no industry for paying people to pretend to be a couple. This kind of plot of pretending to be a couple only appears in TV dramas. Besides, Hong Yanglin has a special identity. She is a teacher at number 99 middle school. Wang Mengyao and Li Haobin knew her. Although they have graduated now and are no longer students of number 99 middle school. But now class QQ groups have become popular, and gossip can spread quickly through them. And in the class group, there must be someone who knows the students who are still in number 99 middle school. As long as they spread the word, within a few days, all the students in number 99 middle school would know that Hong Yanglin was dating the graduate. Under such circumstances, how will Hong Yanglin be able to teach students in the future? She would also be questioned by the dean, and even known to Hong Sanchi, which might affect her happiness for the rest of her life. So Huang Xiaoyao's request was too outrageous. But Hong Yanglin was not angry. Instead, the corners of her mouth curved up, revealing a faint smile. It turned out that when Huang Xiaoyao went to the office to find Hong Yanglin found that he had some similarities with Hong Sanchi. They are all bootlickers, infatuated and loyal to girls. But they are different in two ways. First, Hong Sanchi is a rich second generation, has money, and is popular with girls. Huang Xiaoyao is a poor student. Without the financial resources of the rich second generation, he seems extremely inconfident and is not conspicuous in the class. Second, Hong Sanchi successfully pursued his beloved woman. The woman Huang Xiaoyao likes is a green tea girl, and he is just a spare tire. From this comparison, you can see that Huang Xiaoyao is really miserable. Don't be fooled by Hong Yanglin's coquettishness, she looks like a green tea. But she is actually a woman with overflowing maternal love, and she particularly likes young and pure-hearted boys like Huang Xiaoyao. Hong Yanglin couldn't just leave this kind of boy alone, so she gave him a lot of advice in a tactful way. She sincerely hopes that Huang Xiaoyao will wake up after graduation, leave Wang Mengyao, and become strong and brave. In the meeting just now, Hong Yanglin found that Huang Xiaoyao had listened to her words and he was really willing to draw a clear line between himself and Wang Mengyao. As a psychology teacher, Hong Yanglin knows how difficult this is for a love-struck boy. She was happy that Huang Xiaoyao listened to her teachings, and was also happy that he could take the initiative when facing women. Hong Yanglin just likes this kind of growth-oriented boys. Compared to Xiaoyao, Sanchi didn't even dare to say he wanted to see me in a sailor suit. He's such a coward. Hong Yanglin glanced at Hong Sanchi with a resentful look, and her dissatisfaction with him deepened. That was a kind of complaint of being disappointed in one's parents. Due to her dissatisfaction with her boyfriend, Hong Yanglin felt dissatisfied and wanted to punish Hong Sanchi. This kind of boyfriend cannot be spoiled, he needs to be punished. Hong Yanglin also hopes that Hong Sanchi can grow up like Huang Xiaoyao. She wanted to use her knowledge of psychology to develop a plan to change Hong Sanchi. Sanchi became so passive because he believed that he could definitely marry me, so he didn't have any sense of crisis in his heart. If I want him to change, I must make him feel the crisis and make him afraid of losing me. Hong Yanglin lowered her head again and looked at the words on the phone screen. If Sanchi heard the rumor that I was having an affair with a graduate student, he would definitely be anxious, and he would definitely take the initiative. Although in the eyes of others, I might become a slut who seduces graduating students and plays two girls at the same time. But in order to help Hong Sanchi grow, I don't care what others think of me. Besides, this is fake, just acting. I have a clear conscience. After deep thought, Hong Yanglin finally found a reason to convince herself to agree to Huang Xiaoyao's request. She has to pretend to be Huang Xiaoyao's girlfriend in front of her former students. After making the decision, a strange emotion surged from her heart like a flood, and her emotions instantly became excited. Hong Yanglin exhaled hot breath excitedly and couldn't help but clamp her legs together. It's okay, this is for Sanchi, so it's okay. Sanchi, you have to understand, I am doing this for your own good. If you are not satisfied with that dress, I can ask the designer to design another one according to your ideas. It's only 10,000 yuan, I don't care. Hong Yanglin suddenly looked up at him, revealing a bright smile that was completely different from her previous indifference. Thank you for the sailor suit. I'm very happy. It's just that there are problems in the relationship between the senior sister and her husband. I'm still worried about her. I want her to stay at my house tonight so I can have a good talk with her, so. Seeing Hong Yanlin's smiling face, Hong Sanchi thought that his sailor uniform gift had worked, and he was very happy. He became even happier after hearing that there were problems in the relationship between Lan Haihui and her husband. If Lan Haihui divorces, his dream of having both will come true. Hong Sanchi's brain was working at full speed. Now if I let Hong Yanglin go to accompany her, she will know that I am a gentle and considerate man, and will be grateful to me. With this timely help, it will be easy for me to get close to her in the future. Although the sweet party that Hong Sanchi was looking forward to could not be held tonight, he thought it would be worth it in the long run. At this time, Hong Sanchi remembered his father's teachings. My father once said that how much a man can achieve in his life depends on how tolerant he is. If you want to be a successful man, you must have the endurance of a turtle. Learn from the turtle, is the ancestral motto of Hong Sanchi's family. Hong Sanchi's childhood dream was to become a ninja turtle. A turtle can go without food for 5 months, so now it can only endure 1 day, which is nothing. Hong Sanchi patted his chest and said cheerfully. Then you should go and accompany her tonight. Hong Yanglin asked, pretending to be sorry. Don't you mind if I don't accompany you tonight? Hong Sanchi smiled and shook his head. Do you think I'm a stingy man? Of course I don't care. I'll go to her house and pick her up now. No need for you, just give me a ride back to McDonald's, she's still hanging around. Okay, I'll turn around right away. Just at this moment, the green light came on. Seeing the green light shining green above his head, Hong Sanchi suddenly had an epiphany. So this is the green light. According to ancient Norse legend, the green light shining above your head is actually the light of miracles and dreams. If you make a wish when you see the green light, you will be blessed by the miracle light and your wish will come true. Hong Sanchi excitedly made a wish in his heart immediately. God of green light, please give me true love. Let Lan Haihui fall in love with me too. McDonald's restaurant on the second floor. After Li Haobin forced himself to swallow a burger, he couldn't eat any more. Before he knew it, his calves had become noticeably swollen. But because his feet were under the table, no one knew. At this moment, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and the fake Lakers jersey he was wearing was completely soaked with sweat. His face was blue, his lips were white, and he looked very weak. In fact, just one look at him would tell you that his condition was very serious. But Wang Mengyao stared at Huang Xiaoyao the whole time. Even when she was feeding Li Haobin a hamburger, she stuffed the bread directly into his mouth. She really didn't even look at him. She didn't notice anything abnormal about Li Haobin. Even though Li Haobin was a ruthless person, he couldn't help it now. He wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead with trembling hands and opened his mouth to find an excuse to leave. But just when his mouth was halfway open, he saw a charming beauty in uniform walking towards him. She had long hair and a big smile on her face. She wore a white shirt on her upper body that was deformed by her breasts, and a hip skirt on her lower body that perfectly outlined her waist and hip curves. A pair of petite and beautiful legs are covered with black stockings, and a pair of sexy black high heels are on the soles of the feet. The clicking sound when walking sounds extremely tempting. Wow! Isn't he this beautiful lady teacher Hong? She recognized me, so she came to me and wanted to eat McDonald's with me? Li Haobin was so excited that he even forgot the pain. Just as he was nervously imagining how to talk to Hong Yanglin walked straight past him. Li Haobin's smile froze instantly and he was stunned. Isn't he teacher Hong here to see me? Then why did she come over here? Wait, could she be? An extremely terrified thought came to Li Haobin's mind, and he immediately denied it. No. Huang Xiaoyao is a virgin single guy, doesn't he even have a girlfriend? How can he compare with me, the 99th ranked love saint and dragon king? Teacher Hong will definitely not look for him. She probably just came to McDonald's to use the toilet. Li Haobin turned his head confidently, wanting to watch Hong Yanglin walk into the bathroom. But I saw a shocking scene. Chapter 18, Fake Becomes Real. Hong Yanglin quickly walked behind Huang Xiaoyao and gently patted his back with her beautiful white hands. My dear, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. When Li Haobin heard these sweet words, he almost jumped up in excitement. Dear. Teacher Hong actually called this virgin boy dear. He felt as if he had drunk a jar of aged vinegar, so sour that his face turned green. Wang Mengyao saw a beautiful woman suddenly walk into her field of vision and block her view with her round buttocks. She suddenly felt irritated, and when she looked up to see who she was also frightened by the word dear. Wang Mengyao recalled what Huang Xiaoyao said at noon and immediately came to her senses. He said he met a woman he really liked, and it turned out to be her. Wang Mengyao's temper flared up instantly. Who is this woman? Can she compare with me, the school beauty of number 99 middle school? How dare she steal my man? With a bang, Wang Mengyao stood up from her seat. She walked over angrily, wanting to curse the other person as a vixen on the spot. But halfway through the walk, she recognized the other person as Hong Yanglin. Her heart tightened, her energy disappeared, and she stopped immediately. It turns out that when beautiful women meet beautiful women, they will feel confrontational in their hearts and will secretly compare their own looks with the other person to see who is better. Young women like Wang Mengyao will even give ratings to other beauties. According to her scoring system, she scored 95 points and Hong Yanglin scored 100 points. Although Wang Mengyao didn't want to admit it, Hong Yanlin's F-class truck was not something that a C-class car like Wang Mengyao could deal with. Wang Mengyao is a woman who bullies the good and fears the evil. When she meets a beauty who is more beautiful than her, she immediately becomes timid. Huang Xiaoyao didn't know whether Hong Yanglin would agree to this outrageous request. After he sent a text message to Hong Yanglin, he actually felt unsure. Because Hong Yanglin did not reply to the text message, he decided to wait patiently for a while. If Hong Yanglin did not come, he would leave. Now hearing her sweet voice, Huang Xiaoyao licked his lips and revealed a devilish smile. Hong Yanlin's arrival not only proved that he could complete the task, but also proved that she was an interesting and playful woman. Let Hong Yanglin present Lan Haihui's plan, and the possibility of its realization will be greatly increased. It's okay, I just finished eating. Huang Xiaoyao pushed the chair away, stood up slowly, turned around, and saw teacher Hong's exquisitely dressed face. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It turned out that Hong Yanglin was closer to him than he thought. She stood almost close to Huang Xiaoyao, resulting in the distance between their faces being only 15 centimeters. 15 centimeters, that's the distance at which each other can feel each other's breath. What's more important is that teacher Hong has a body that is so plump that it can burst with sex appeal. Now her upper body was almost touching Huang Xiaoyao's body. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit off. However, Huang Xiaoyao quickly realized what the soft touch on his arm that he felt when he turned around just now meant. That means Huang Xiaoyao is lucky. But it was an unintentional accident, and Hong Yanglin didn't seem to mind, so just pretend you didn't notice it and ignore it. Seeing Huang Xiaoyao's surprised expression, Hong Yanglin smiled at him and held his hand intimately. What are you standing there for? Come, let's go to my house. Hong Yanglin skillfully inserted 5 fingers into Huang Xiaoyao's palm, turning the ordinary handshake into a clasped hand. Then she took his hand and walked away with him. This time it was Li Haobin's turn to slam the table excitedly. What, teacher Hong is going to take this guy home? What are they going to do? You're not going to do that kind of thing. After Li Haobin imagined that kind of charming scene, his pale face instantly turned red. Although he dated more than a dozen girlfriends in a year, and seemed to be very lucky, in fact he was just greedy and did not choose his girlfriend. Li Haobin never refuses any woman who pursues him. The looks of those girls are between 10 and 40, and they are all ugly ducklings, noobs and fools, not even as good as the waitress behind the counter. There is even an ugly duckling girl with glasses whose appearance score is only 6, and a king-level fat bird weighing 200 pounds. This is why Li Haobin is obsessed with Wang Mengyao. Wang Mengyao's appearance score is only 75, which is 10 points lower than Hong Yanlin's. Her figure and temperament are even worse. After all, Hong Yanglin is a top beauty with all 3 values exceeding 90, and Li Haobin is going crazy with greed. What he couldn't accept the most was this beautiful woman, whom even he couldn't get, was actually with Huang Xiaoyao, a virgin. Isn't this a waste of resources? This is cabbage being eaten by pigs. Li Haobin is going crazy with jealousy. He felt that watching Huang Xiaoyao become Hong Yanlin's boyfriend was more painful than having his own circumcision. The most painful thing for a man is to watch his beloved goddess being eaten by a toad who is not as good as himself. With a bang. After Li Haobin's Taoist faith collapsed, he slipped and fell heavily to the ground. This tough guy could endure the excruciating pain, but he succumbed to jealousy. It hurts. It hurts so much. Wang Mengyao also felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She originally thought that Huang Xiaoyao was lying to her when he said he had a girl he liked more. She thought that this was a tactic of playing hard to get that Huang Xiaoyao had learned from somewhere. But unexpectedly, what Huang Xiaoyao said was true. The one who will accept whatever you do. That woman will be tolerant no matter what kind of woman she becomes. The man who will satisfy whatever you ask for. Just like that, he was snatched away by a vixen. What Wang Mengyao could not accept the most was that the vixen was better than her. Even if Wang Mengyao took action, she couldn't get Huang Xiaoyao back. This feeling was too painful. The most painful thing for a woman is to watch a man being taken away by a woman who is better than her. Wang Mengyao's nose felt sore and tears gradually welled up in her eyes. Hiss. She sobbed unconsciously, and a crystal tear slowly slid down her cheek. Wang Mengyao cried for the first time in her life and felt regret for the first time. Seeing Huang Xiaoyao and Hong Yanglin walking down the stairs intimately and disappearing from her sight, Wang Mengyao sat down on the chair weakly like a puppet with a broken string. The waitress who had just walked away saw Li Haobin fall to the ground and came over again to check. She was surprised to find that Li Haobin's calf was swollen like an elephant's leg, and then she pointed at his leg and exclaimed, "Ah! His legs are so thick and completely black. What happened?" Li Haobin looked down in panic and found that his legs were completely swollen and the skin had turned purple-black. "Or, am I going to have my limb amputated?" In his panic, he finally couldn't help it. Li Haobin held his thigh and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah! My leg is broken. Call an ambulance." Li Haobin no longer cared about his so-called face. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. When other customers saw the elephant's leg, they knew something was wrong and gathered around. Some people dialed 120, some tried to calm him down, some handed him water, and some fanned him. The scene was in chaos. Wang Mengyao sat there motionless like a stone statue, completely oblivious to what was happening. Hong Yanglin, who was walking down the stairs, heard the screams coming from above and asked curiously, "Xiaoyao, what did you do to Li Haobin?" Huang Xiaoyao answered calmly, "Nothing, I just slipped and stepped on him accidentally." Hong Yanglin could see through his smug expression and knew he was definitely doing it on purpose. But she was a smart woman and didn't say it out loud, she just asked worriedly, "Li Haobin is a gangster, he has many followers, aren't you worried about being retaliated by him?" Huang Xiaoyao has now learned the iron tree skill. In his eyes, these gangsters are just ants, and he can crush them to death one by one. But in front of Hong Yanglin, he wanted to pretend to be weak. "That's why I asked Sister Yanglin to come here. After he knows you are my girlfriend, he will probably be afraid and won't dare to retaliate against me." Hong Yanglin chuckled when she heard that and rubbed Huang Xiaoyao with her shoulder. "Boy, is this the reason why you want me to play your girlfriend?" Hong Yanlin's expression changed and she asked in a reproachful tone, "But have you ever thought about the fact that Wang Mengyao and Li Haobin both know me, and what effect it will have on me if they spread the news that I'm dating you?" Huang Xiaoyao's lips curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. "Of course I have thought about it. Your boyfriend will break up with you once he finds out you're cheating. Once you become single again, you can really be my girlfriend. This is called pretending to be real." Chapter 19 Date with the Beautiful Teacher. "I'm sorry, I was so scared I didn't think of that. But I can go meet Sister Yanlin's boyfriend and explain it to him in person." Huang Xiaoyao spoke very sincerely. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy, you will win every battle. Huang Xiaoyao wants to get to know Hong Sanqi and learn his intelligence. After meeting Hong Sanqi, he can also improvise and create misunderstandings to further alienate the relationship between Hong Sanqi and Hong Yanglin. Hong Yanglin glanced at him and smiled. "Forget it, no need to bother you. The teacher is an adult, and he will handle this kind of thing himself. You should be careful in the future and don't get involved with Wang Mengyao, Li Haobin and others anymore." As they talked, the two of them walked side by side to the exit of the building. Hong Yanglin let go of Huang Xiaoyao's hand and charmingly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Mission accomplished, you must remember to owe me a favor." Hong Yanglin remembered the reward Huang Xiaoyao mentioned in the text message. She is easy to ride, so how will this innocent younger boy repay her? When Huang Xiaoyao heard the word mission, he immediately thought of what passerby had just said. The master's mission. Although Huang Xiaoyao is not Hong Yanlin's owner, he lets the teacher who has a boyfriend pretend to be his girlfriend in front of students he knows. This really does have the flavor of a master mission. Although it was very exciting, Huang Xiaoyao did not receive any notification that the task was completed, and he had not yet completed Hong Yanlin's task. This shows that just holding hands cannot satisfy Hong Yanlin's needs. Do they have to do something further? Is it really like she said, that I am going to her house? Huang Xiaoyao was curious about the home of this flirtatious teacher. Hong Yanglin usually dresses very delicately, and her hairstyle and makeup are also very fashionable. Huang Xiaoyao thought it should be a fully decorated house in a fashionable Nordic style. But she could also be a woman who looks glamorous on the outside but is sloppy and lazy behind the scenes. Hong Yanglin might take a contrasting approach and actually lives in a room full of garbage. While Huang Xiaoyao was thinking, Hong Yanglin gently touched his head. "Teacher is going home first, by Tilda." Hong Yanglin threw him a mature wink, then stepped out of the door with her beautiful black stockings on and a smile on her face. "How can I let you go when the mission is not completed yet?" Huang Xiaoyao took a step forward and grabbed Hong Yanlin's little hand again. With the experience from last time, Huang Xiaoyao had no worries this time. His movements were swift, powerful, domineering and strong. Feeling the impact of power coming from her hand, Hong Yanlin's heart skipped a beat and her face suddenly turned red. She found that Huang Xiaoyao had become stronger than before, and a hint of joy emerged in her heart. Xiaoyao is growing up very fast. Is it because he is full of vigor and has a strong desire for me? As a psychology teacher, Hong Yanglin does not believe that young men have so-called friendship with older women. Because of the differences in growth environment and school atmosphere, a generation gap will appear among humans when their age difference is for years. For example, students in the third year of high school can have a pleasant chat with their freshman classmates. But when they meet third year junior high school students, they find it difficult to find common topics. When two people have different identities and are in different environments, what they think about and what they focus on will be completely different. Hong Yanglin and Huang Xiaoyao are 8 years apart in age, which means there is a generation gap between them. Hong Yanglin believed that Huang Xiaoyao approached her because he was greedy for her body. She thought this was a normal desire for men and it was human nature. She did not feel disgusted. Instead, she admired Huang Xiaoyao for having the courage to take practical action. Although Hong Yanglin was very happy in her heart, she put away her smile before turning around. After all, she is an older teacher and needs to be reserved. Hong Yanglin slowly turned around and asked in pretended confusion. Anything else? In order to pretend to be shy, Huang Xiaoyao deliberately scratched the back of his head with his hand, his eyes wandered left and right, and he hesitated for a while before speaking. It's rare for a beautiful woman to agree to play my girlfriend. I want to stay with you for a while. Huang Xiaoyao paused and spoke in an inaudible voice. I've never touched a girl's hand before, nor have I ever dated a girl, so I don't want this to end so quickly. When Hong Yanglin heard this, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. How pitiful it is for an 18-year-old boy to have never even touched a girl's hand. Hong Yanglin thinks Huang Xiaoyao's youth was wasted. She didn't want Huang Xiaoyao to look back on his youth 20 years later and find it was all grey without any bright colors. In order to save this innocent boy, Hong Yanglin wants to let Huang Xiaoyao experience the feeling of having a girlfriend in the summer when he turns 18. However, this decision might be unfair to Hong Sanchi, so Hong Yanglin was very tormented at this moment. Hiss. Hong Yanglin took a deep breath and used psychological suggestion to convince herself. It doesn't matter, just hold his hand and go shopping with him. As long as tonight passes, all of this will be forgotten and no trace will be left. Sanchi won't know either, so it doesn't matter. After convincing herself in her heart, Hong Yanglin suppressed her frantic heartbeat and responded calmly. I have nothing to do tonight, I can go shopping with you. Hong Yanglin leaned forward and looked directly into his eyes at close range with a very realistic expression. But don't expect too much, it's just shopping. You can't do anything other than holding hands. Although shopping with other men would make her boyfriend unhappy, just holding hands would not be considered betrayal of her boyfriend, so this is Hong Yanglin's psychological bottom line. Huang Xiaoyao had no objection to this. Because to do big things, you have to start with small things. The love between two people starts from holding hands. Thank you, Sister Yangling. He responded excitedly and took the initiative to hold Hong Yanglin's smooth little hand. He boldly inserted his fingers into her fingers, and immediately clasped their fingers together. Hong Yanglin felt the warmth coming from the palm of her hand and smiled secretly in her heart. I only used it on him once and he learned it. This kid learns really fast. Very good, I like this kind of children who love to learn from teachers. Hong Yanglin pretended not to care and asked with a smile. Where do you want to go? After Huang Xiaoyao married Xianping, he went shopping with her several times, and he learned a lesson from them. There are only two things women like to do when shopping, one is to look at clothes, and the other is to find food. Because Hong Yanglin had just finished eating McDonald's and was full, Huang Xiaoyao wanted to take her to see some clothes. There's a new shoe store on the street ahead. Let's go take a look. In this way, Huang Xiaoyao held Hong Yanlin's hand with their fingers tightly clasped, and walked side by side with her on the crowded street. His date with Hong Yanglin officially began. Chapter 20. Can just shopping be so exciting? Huang Xiaoyao and his beautiful teacher, who was 8 years older than him, walked side by side on the street. It is now 8 o'clock in the evening, the busiest time of the day. The streets are crowded with people, noisy and bustling. Hong Yanglin felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward as the two of them walked in silence. As an older woman with more life experience, she took the initiative to start a conversation. I've been wearing these high heels for 3 years and I'm just thinking of throwing them away and getting a new pair. When Huang Xiaoyao heard this, he immediately looked down at teacher Hong's high heels. They were a pair of 5 centimeters high heels with round toes, made of matte material. They looked simple and low-key, and were standard ceremonial business shoes. Because it has been worn for a long time, the black color of the shoe upper has become gray. If you look closely, you will find a lot of fine dust on the shoe upper. Although it is a little dirty, it can still be used after washing. It would be a waste to throw it away directly. It's a waste to throw it away. Give it to me. I have a younger sister and I can give it to her. Hong Yanglin winked at him meaningfully. Oh Tilda, you have a younger sister, but you don't look like you have a sister. I always thought you were an only child. Hong Yanglin seemed to be mocking that Huang Xiaoyao wanted to steal her high heels and then use them to do something unspeakable. She is judging others by her own mean standards. Although Huang Xiaoyao has no younger sister, he will soon have 3 daughters. Aunt Wang Yu's second daughter, Huang Qingyao, is 17 years old this year and will soon be old enough to wear high heels. Huang Xiaoyao wanted to keep the pair of high heels as a coming-of-age gift for her. Making the best use of everything, this is Huang Xiaoyao's green and environmental protection idea. I won't take your shoes for nothing. I'll buy you a new pair later. The price level in 2008 was very low. You could buy a pair of high-quality high-heeled shoes for just over 100 yuan, and a pair of high-heeled shoes worth 300 yuan was already very high-end. Huang Xiaoyao can now earn 500 yuan in just one afternoon, so he can afford it. Hong Yanglin narrowed her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Remember you said your family is very ordinary, where did you get the money to buy me high heels? Huang Xiaoyao replied in a calm tone, I wrote a game script for hanging up the computer, and I just made 500 yuan in one afternoon. Although what he said was as ordinary as drinking a glass of milk today, in 2008, making 500 yuan in an afternoon was exaggerated. Hong Yanglin stopped in surprise. As a psychology teacher, her nominal basic salary is 3,500 yuan. That means her weekly income is 900 yuan. If Huang Xiaoyao did not lie, the money he earned in one day exceeded Hong Yanlin's weekly salary. The money he earned in just over a month exceeded Hong Yanglin's annual salary. He earns more than the nightclub girls, this is outrageous. Hong Yanglin was so shocked that her skirt almost fell off. Are you serious and not kidding? Huang Xiaoyao nodded lightly. It's true. If you don't believe it, you can come to my house tonight and see for yourself. He paused and added nonchalantly. This is a very simple job. You can make money automatically by just turning on the computer and not paying attention. I can teach you. Hong Yanglin became even more surprised when she knew that he was telling the truth. She is not a woman who has never seen money. Since she was the unmarried daughter-in-law of Hong Sanche's family, no matter how much money she wanted, she could get it as long as she told Hong Sanche's mother. But she knew that it was because Hong Sanche's parents worked hard for 20 years and successfully expanded the store that they were able to make so much money. As for Hong Sanche's money, it was given by his parents. He is just a rich second generation who knows how to reincarnate. But Huang Xiaoyao is different, he makes money through his own abilities. What Hong Yanglin admires most is this kind of man who started from scratch. She subconsciously clenched her hands, and her palm became closer to Huang Xiaoyao's. The look he gave Huang Xiaoyao was also full of admiration. Huang Xiaoyao is smart, obedient, and hardworking. He is exactly the type that Hong Yanglin likes. An idea came into her mind. Want to accept Huang Xiaoyao as his younger brother? You are so smart. But forget about teaching me. The teacher knows nothing about the game. Huang Xiaoyao originally wanted to take the opportunity to invite teacher Hong to his house, but when he thought that his father would be back from get off work soon, he gave up the idea. Huang Xiaoyao then asked teacher Hong what kind of shoes she liked to wear, and she answered truthfully that she liked elegant ones. Then the topic evolved into what kind of shoes are elegant. The two chatted casually and walked slowly on the street. Although their conversation was ordinary, Hong Yanlin's expression was also dull. But in fact, she was very nervous at the moment, so nervous that her heart in her chest was about to jump out of her throat. If other people saw them walking hand in hand and secretly took photos, Hong Yanglin would have no way to defend herself. So Hong Yanglin is now like dancing on the tip of a gun. If she loses her footing, she will be pierced by the gun. However, this feeling of teetering on the edge of danger and being destroyed at any time made Hong Yanglin excited. It turns out that Hong Yanglin has been spoiled by Hong Sanche's family since she was a child, and she has always lived a life where she can get whatever she wants. What this boring and dull life lacks is this sense of excitement. What Hong Yanglin wants to enjoy is this forbidden feeling. She wants to be seen by someone she knows. It seemed that the green light from the billboard above her head fulfilled her wish. At this time, a young man in a white shirt walked out of the Aiwa store. Just happened to face Huang Xiaoyao. Hong Yanglin and Huang Xiaoyao recognized him at the same time. He was Liang Qianqi. Ice dog. I actually met someone I know. Asking for a hammer, she got a hammer. Hong Yanglin was shocked as if she was hit by a bullet. Her heart skipped a beat, and all the muscles in her body contracted instantly, even her thighs became tense. She was petrified in an instant. Liang Qianqi knew Huang Xiaoyao because he had dated Wang Mengyao. When he saw Huang Xiaoyao and Hong Yanglin walking together hand in hand, he was petrified with shock. Only Huang Xiaoyao was secretly delighted. He walked slowly on the street with Hong Yanglin, just wanting to be seen by the students. He raised his hand and greeted Liang Qianqi as if nothing had happened. Hi Qianqi, good evening, do you want to get glasses? Liang Qianqi has a handsome face, fair skin, looks gentle and exudes the air of a scholar. He always squinted when looking at people before, and Huang Xiaoyao had long felt that his eyesight was poor. It must be because I studied too hard and did too many exercises, which affected my eyesight. Liang Qianqi looked back and forth at Huang Xiaoyao and Hong Yanglin, and took an exaggerated breath. Xiaoyao, why are you walking with teacher Hong? Due to being too nervous and surprised, Liang Qianqi's voice became dry and trembling. Huang Xiaoyao looked at Hong Yanglin and said proudly, "She is my girlfriend. We just finished eating McDonald's and are now shopping together." As soon as these words came out, Liang Qianqi's heart felt like it was hit by a hammer. He felt as if he had eaten a mouthful of shit. Although Liang Qianqi seems to have a good relationship with Huang Xiaoyao, but in his heart, he was actually just like Li Haobin, and he hated Huang Xiaoyao very much for being with Wang Mengyao every day. Since Liang Qianqi's grades were the best in the grade, he looked down on Huang Xiaoyao from the bottom of his heart, thinking that he was a fool with low IQ and an idiot who couldn't even read well. If it weren't for Wang Mengyao, Liang Qianqi would not have bothered with Huang Xiaoyao at all. But now, a guy who is much dumber than him is hooking up with the beautiful teacher? This made Liang Qianqi jealous and crazy. Liang Qianqi looked at Hong Yanglin with tearful eyes, and asked with a dry laugh with a hint of luck. Har, Mr. Hong, he must be joking. How can you be the girlfriend of someone like him? Liang Qianqi was praying desperately in his heart at this time. Bodhisattva, please. Please pray that teacher Hong will deny what Huang Xiaoyao said. It doesn't matter if teacher Hong lies to me, I don't want to know that the idiot is dating her. As a teacher, she definitely doesn't want others to know about this, right? So she would definitely deny Huang Xiaoyao and say it was a joke. Liang Qianqi is a smart man. In fact, he knows in his heart that if Huang Xiaoyao and Hong Yanglin were not dating, they would definitely not be walking hand in hand on the street like this. So he didn't care about the truth, he just wanted to see Huang Xiaoyao's embarrassed and humiliated look after being refuted by Hong Yanglin. Hong Yanglin looked at Liang Qianqi's expression, which seemed like he was about to cry, and roughly guessed what he was thinking. Rationally speaking, in order to protect her reputation and job, Hong Yanglin should deny Huang Xiaoyao's words and cut off ties with him. On the other hand, if Hong Yanglin admitted it, Liang Qianqi would definitely be devastated. Seeing how weak he is, he might still suffer psychological trauma. Hong Yanglin turned her head and looked at Huang Xiaoyao. Their eyes met and the two looked at each other silently. She thought to herself, so, should I deny it? Chapter 21 Life is about experiencing different things. As a psychology teacher, Hong Yanglin knew that Huang Xiaoyao's words just now were a declaration of sovereignty, and she also knew that he wanted to show off to his former classmates. It is the instinct of strong men to show off their partners to other men. This is called king in English. It's the king. Hong Yanglin believed that if she denied it, Huang Xiaoyao would be greatly shocked, which would affect his confidence in interacting with women in the future. No matter how Hong Yanglin answered, one of them would always get hurt. Although Liang Qianqi and Huang Xiaoyao were both Hong Yanlin's former students, if Hong Yanglin were asked to choose, Hong Yanglin would choose Huang Xiaoyao without hesitation. But lying to Lung Tin K and admitting that she was dating Huang Xiaoyao was irrational and unreasonable behavior. As long as Liang Qianqi spreads this matter, Hong Yanglin will not only lose her job and reputation, but also her engagement with Hong Sanqi may be cancelled. Everything that has replaced her life now may be lost. But it is the nature of women to cling to strong men. Also, they want to show off their partners to others. Unconsciously, Hong Yanglin was infected by Huang Xiaoyao's kingly aura, and the female instinct in her heart was aroused. Driven by fanatical emotions, Hong Yanglin decided to continue playing the role of Huang Xiaoyao's girlfriend. She and Huang Xiaoyao looked at each other and smiled, and said happily, Yes, Xiaoyao is my boyfriend. Hong Yanglin turned around and winked at Liang Qianqi. Don't tell anyone about our relationship, Tilda. Hong Yanglin is a woman who does what she says. After deciding to continue playing the role of Huang Xiaoyao's girlfriend, she completely immersed herself in the role. That perfect acting skill even surpassed the top actresses at that time. In Liang Qianqi's eyes, she was simply a woman in love. That radiant smile, those loving eyes, the happiness on her face is almost overflowing. Liang Qianqi felt extremely desperate. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into and cry his heart out. But on a crowded street, where is there hole for him to crawl into? He held back his tears, forced a smile, and asked tentatively. May I ask why you two are dating? Sorry, we are in a hurry. Let's talk next time. Huang Xiaoyao was using Liang Qianqi to test Hong Yanglin to see if she would risk losing her reputation and job and cooperate with him in acting. After getting the answer, Liang Qianqi was useless. Huang Xiaoyao put his arms around teacher Hong's slender waist and pushed her away. Liang Qianqi turned around immediately. He looked at the backs of the two people pressed together unwillingly, and tears in his eyes could not help but flow like spring water. Seeing Huang Xiaoyao dating such a beautiful teacher, Liang Qianqi felt more painful than when he was dumped by Wang Mengyao. After walking a few meters, Huang Xiaoyao took Hong Yanglin into a shoe store on the roadside. Liang Qianqi couldn't hold back any longer, wiped his tears, and turned away. Huang Xiaoyao took the opportunity to chat with Liang Qianqi to put his arm around teacher Hong's waist. Hong Yanglin did not resist, but instead leaned her body on Huang Xiaoyao's arm. This is a more intimate posture than holding hands. Huang Xiaoyao felt the soft touch on his arm and felt extremely comfortable in his heart. So comfortable. And after teacher Hong came closer, her rich and refreshing body fragrance continuously flowed into Huang Xiaoyao's nose. Huang Xiaoyao was shocked by the rich yet slightly sweet aroma. Huang Xiaoyao had smelled Xianping's body fragrance before. The smell is very subtle, it's more appropriate to use body odor than body fragrance. Especially in the summer, when Xianping sweats, the smell is really sour and refreshing. Although it can't be said to be smelly, it smells very ordinary. It is summer now, and because of Hong Yanlin's excitement, a lot of sweet sweat seeps out of her skin, but her smell is very good. I can only say that God is so unfair. Teacher Hong not only beats Xianping in terms of looks and figure, but also in body odor. She is an all-round winner. When Huang Xiaoyao was praising Hong Yanglin, he finally heard the voice he had been waiting for a long time. Gee! Congratulations to their host for fulfilling Hong Yanlin's wish for a strong boyfriend. The mission, the beautiful teacher who is not satisfied with her boyfriend, has been completed. Their host is rewarded with the Overlord Dragon subduing Tiger Fist. Huang Xiaoyao turned off the system reward reminder again. He is now dating a beautiful teacher, so he has no time to care about these things. Huang Xiaoyao and teacher Hong walked into the newly opened shoe store intimately. This shoe store covers an area of 80 square meters, and the shelves on both sides are filled with a wide variety of shoes. On the left, there was a yellow-skinned girl sitting on a chair. She proudly stretched out her bare feet and asked the waiter to change her shoes. The girl looked very young, probably around 16 years old. She had a classic oval face and a sarcastic expression, and she pointed at the saleswoman squatting in front of her with disdain. The material of this pair of leather shoes is too poor, they are definitely not real leather, change them. The girl's appearance and figure were average, about the average level for women, and she was too young, with all her hair not even fully grown. Even though she showed her delicate feet, Huang Xiaoyao didn't look at her. Instead, his attention was drawn to the waitress squatting on the ground. The beauty had shoulder-length hair dyed a honey orange brown. The so-called honey orange brown was a very avant-garde hair color at the time. Specifically, it was 5 parts brown, 3 parts gold, and 2 parts orange. Although this hair color is very dazzling, it does not look abrupt or glaring. It gives people a calm feeling and is a hair color that mature women like to use. The female salesperson had a petite figure, but her waist and hips were plump, typical of a mature woman. She looked to be around 30 years old. She was wearing black suit pants, which was a very conservative outfit as it covered her entire body without revealing anything. But for some reason, Huang Xiaoyao always felt that she was very sexy and exuded a unique coquettish charm from her whole body. Perhaps it was because the curve of her waist and hips was so seductive when she squatted that it gave Huang Xiaoyao a psychological illusion. As for the back view, Huang Xiaoyao thinks she can get 95 points. But it's hard to say about the positive side. After all, makeup technology was not well developed in 2008, and there were too many women like Beethoven. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but stop when he walked right behind her. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart, as if this woman was familiar to him. However, Huang Xiaoyao had almost no social experience in his previous life and knew only a handful of women. He was sure that he did not know the female shoe salesperson. It must be an illusion. Just then, a fat middle-aged woman standing behind the counter walked over slowly with a blatant flattering smile on her face. "Welcome, what kind of shoes would you like to buy for your girlfriend, handsome boy?" The middle-aged woman had a name tag on her chest, which read, Store Manager Yuan. Their name really suits her. When Huang Xiaoyao saw her bloated body and fat face like a pufferfish, he thought of the word round. Name, Yuan. Age, 49. Height, 152d. Value, 40. Body size, 60. Temperament, 30. Stamina, 70. Tips, 50. Flirty, 70. Just to clarify, don't worry about receiving smuggled goods. We won't accept girls with a beauty score below 70. We only accept school beauties above 70. Although Yuan's numbers are not that good, Huang Xiaoyao was exaggerating when he said she was fat. In fact, as a 49-year-old middle-aged woman, Yuan is just a little thicker in the waist, hips, hands and feet. She cannot be said to be fat, but should be said to be plump. Come to think of it, a 49-year-old lady like her is exactly the type that Lao Pang likes most when watching Japanese movies. Maybe I can introduce her to Lao Pang. In their previous life, Lao Pang and He Mengdai got married when they were in college. After marriage, they traveled everywhere and uploaded various photos to their moments every day to show their love. He Mengdai gave birth to 4 sons for him, and they were a model-loving couple. Huang Xiaoyao was so envious of this. However, Lao Pang had already enjoyed He Mengdai in his previous life, so maybe he should change his taste in this life. Experience different things and your life will be wonderful. This is not because Huang Xiaoyao was cheated out of 50,000 yuan by Lao Pang and was still feeling resentful. Instead, Huang Xiaoyao, as a person with experience, gave Lao Pang sincere advice. In order to help his good friend enjoy life better, Huang Xiaoyao wants to do good deeds again. Chapter 22 Huang Xiaoyao's School Beauty Mother. Huang Xiaoyao looked at the shoe cabinet where the high heels were placed and said, "I want to buy a pair of high heels for my girlfriend." Har har, handsome boy, you know how to buy shoes for your girlfriend. That's really thoughtful. There aren't many boyfriends as good as you these days. Please follow me. The best high heels in all the demons are here. Yuan invited Huang Xiaoyao to the shoe cabinet where the high heels were placed and introduced them to him enthusiastically. Here we have shiny leather, matte leather, velvet, sheepskin, and crocodile leather. Which one would you like? Based on his experience of playing with Xianping's small feet after marriage, Huang Xiaoyao believes that velvet high-heeled shoes are the most fun. Velvet high heels not only look high-end, fashionable and stylish, but also feel soft and warm to the touch, providing a perfect experience in every aspect. I want it with fleece. When Han Yanglin heard this, she immediately revealed a charming smile. Velvet-lined high heels have a sense of nobility that ordinary women cannot afford. Only women with style and temperament dare to wear them. Xiaoyao likes this style and he has good taste. Although he looks innocent, he might be unexpectedly interesting. Yuan also nodded in agreement. Your girlfriend is a great beauty, and I think she's suitable for plush. What height of heel would you like? This model has sizes from 3 cm to 8 cm. The higher the heels of high heels, the more mature charm of women can be shown. Huang Xiaoyao directly chose the highest one, 8 cm. Hong Yanglin and Yuan couldn't help but smile at each other when they heard this. Men don't know how hard it is to wear high heels. In fact, wearing high heels is very harmful to their feet. The higher the heel, the more uncomfortable it is to wear. After wearing 8 cm high heels, even daily walking becomes difficult and it is easy to sprain your ankle. There is no way Hong Yanglin could wear such high heels to work. She planned to keep the shoes as a collection and only wear them for Huang Xiaoyao to see. Yuan continued to ask, "What size do you wear? Give me size 36 to try." After Hong Yanglin finished speaking, she smoothed her skirt and sat down on the chair. Please wait a moment. Yuan took out a pair of size 36 velvet high heels and turned to walk towards the female salesperson. Xiao Huang, come here first and help her put it on. After taking their high heels from Yuan, the female salesperson turned and walked towards Hong Yanglin and said to her with a smile. Please wait a moment. I'll help you put it on right away. Yuan received the young girl on her behalf. She said unhappily, you've been trying it for half an hour, are you going to buy it or not? Huang Xiaoyao did not hear the conversation between Yuan and the girl because he was shocked when he saw the face of the female salesperson. It turns out that she is Huang Xiaoyao's mother Huang Xiaoyao. Huang Xiaoyao didn't know much about his mother, he only knew that she was a frail beauty. 18 years ago, when Huang Xiaoyao gave birth to Huang Xiaoyao, she had problems with blood clotting and the wound could not stop bleeding, resulting in excessive bleeding and multiple organ failure. She was rushed to the ICU for emergency treatment. She stayed in the ICU for 3 months before she finally came out of the brink of death. However, due to long-term medication, her body's resistance weakened and she was subsequently infected with multiple types of influenza. First you are infected with influenza A, then after you recover from influenza A, you are infected with influenza B, and after you recover from influenza B, you are infected with a new variant. In the 2 years, Huang Xiaoyao was infected with almost all the influenza viruses that were prevalent at the time. She stayed in the hospital on and off for 2 years. During this period, Huang Xiaoyao was fed by Wang Yu. Therefore, before the age of 2, Huang Xiaoyao had hardly ever seen Huang Xiaoyao. When Huang Xiaoyao was 3 years old, Huang Xiaoyao's health had recovered and she no longer needed to be hospitalized. However, the cost of her 2 years of hospitalization was an astronomical figure for the Huang family. Huang Xiaoyao's father Huang Di used up all his savings and left himself with a lot of debts, which he could not repay with his meager salary at the time. Huang Xiaoyao and Huang Di quarreled many times about this and then divorced. Huang Xiaoyao lost his mother when he was 3 years old. Huang Di later became a shrew who only knew how to complain about everything. She spoke ill of Huang Xiaoyao in front of Huang Xiaoyao every day. He kept instilling in Huang Xiaoyao that his mother was a bad woman and a bitch. Although Huang Xiaoyao meets Huang Xiaoyao once a year, she gives him a lot of pocket money every time. But influenced by his father, Huang Xiaoyao had a very bad impression of her, and he almost never had a serious conversation with Huang Xiaoyao. As for the money given by Huang Xiaoyao, Huang Di would take it all every time. So in Huang Xiaoyao's cognition, he did not gain anything from Huang Xiaoyao. So he did not regard Huang Xiaoyao as his mother. Huang Xiaoyao just treated her as a troublesome woman whom he had to take time to meet once a year. Huang Xiaoyao really disliked her at that time. But 4 months after the college entrance examination, Huang Xiaoyao was suddenly told by his teacher during military training at the university that his mother had been hit and killed by a dump truck. It was not until that moment that he realized he was wrong and regretted it deeply. As the saying goes, a son will never dislike his mother's ugliness. But no matter what his mother did, as a son he could not despise her. But no matter how much Huang Xiaoyao regretted, he would never see his mother again. There were 2 things he regretted most in his previous life. One was that he did not pursue Aunt Wang Yu, and the other was that he did not treat his mother well. After rebirth, Huang Xiaoyao had another chance to choose. Huang Xiaoyao swore in his heart at this moment that he would take good care of his mother for the rest of his life. Huang Xiaoyao felt extremely sad when he thought about how his mother had just helped that unruly little girl put on her shoes for 30 minutes. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Gee! Congratulations to the host for meeting the school beauty's mother. Huang Xiaoyao's portrait also appeared in Huang Xiaoyao's mind, which was something he had not expected. After hesitating for a moment, he clicked on Huang Xiaoyao's body. He wanted to see his mother's data. Name, Huang Xiaoyao. Age, 35. Height, 160d. Appearance, 90. Body type, 65. Temperament, 95. Stamina, 30. Tips, 90. Flirty, 99. Huang Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment after seeing this number. His mother's sexiness is even higher than Hong Yanlin's, reaching 99, which is the pinnacle of the world. He didn't know what to say for a moment. But looking back, Huang Xiaoyao was dressed very delicately, and there was a hint of tea in her words and deeds. She does look like a scheming woman. Introduction: when she was young, she was a famous school beauty in number 99 middle school. She was frail and sickly. After marrying Huang Di, she gave birth to a son. Because of differences in ideas with Huang Di, the two divorced. After that, I always felt that I had let my son down. Now he lives in the home of his distant relative Huang Yufei. Huang Yufei is also a divorced woman with two high school daughters. Huang Yuyao treated them as her goddaughters. To help make money, Huang Yuyao now works as a saleswoman in a shoe store. Huang Xiaoyao was stunned after seeing this introduction. My mother actually has a distant relative. And she also adopted two goddaughters. Chapter 23, Fake Becomes Real. Because Huang Xiaoyao ignored his mother in his previous life, he had no idea that she had two goddaughters. But now comes the problem. When a distant relative's daughter is adopted by her mother as her goddaughter, can she be considered her biological sister? Huang Xiaoyao had experienced failure in his previous life and now attaches great importance to his family. He took Uncle Ding Ding's classic line, "Family is all," as his motto. In this life, he not only has to take good care of his mother, but also his two sisters. Just when Huang Xiaoyao made up his mind, Huang Yuyao came in front of Hong Yanglin. Because she didn't look at Huang Xiaoyao, she didn't know that her son was standing next to her. Huang Yuyao gave Hong Yanglin a warm smile and said, "Let me help you take off your shoes first." "Okay." Hong Yanglin responded and raised her right foot. Huang Yuyao squatted down in an elegant posture, held Hong Yanlin's high heels with her slender fingers, and skillfully took off the shoes with gentle force. After taking off their high heels on her right foot, help her take off their high heels on her left foot. After Hong Yanlin's high heels were taken off, the distinct shape of her toes was completely outlined by the black stockings, which immediately attracted Huang Xiaoyao's attention. Teacher Hong's feet are small and slender, as exquisite as works of handicraft. Under the cover of black stockings, this hazy feeling makes people imagine a lot. Hong Yanglin felt Huang Xiaoyao's burning gaze and couldn't help but curl up her toes shyly. This causes the black stockings to be pulled tighter, further highlighting the shape of the toes, making them look even more seductive. Huang Yuyao just smiled secretly when she saw Hong Yanlin's shy behavior. She picked up a pair of velvet high-heeled shoes and put them on Hong Yanlin's little feet with ease. Seeing this scene, Huang Xiaoyao suddenly realized the problem. How could he let his mother squat down to put shoes on his girlfriend? Although Hong Yanglin is just acting now and not his real girlfriend, no one knows what will happen in the future. In order to avoid future embarrassment between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Huang Xiaoyao immediately bent down and held Huang Yuyao's hands. "Mom, didn't you recognize me?" Huang Yuyao was suddenly startled, and when she looked up and saw that it was Huang Xiaoyao, she was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she realized something and turned to look at Hong Yanglin, and saw that Hong Yanglin also had a shocked expression. Huang Yuyao looked back and forth at Huang Xiaoyao and Hong Yanglin and asked in shock, "Xiaoyao, is this beautiful lady your girlfriend?" Huang Xiaoyao placed his hand affectionately on Hong Yanlin's shoulder, with a smug look on his face. "Yes, does mom like her?" After receiving a positive answer, Huang Yuyao was so excited that she almost cried. Although Huang Yuyao didn't know much about Huang Xiaoyao, she could tell from his shy behavior during their annual dinners that he definitely didn't have a girlfriend. Huang Yuyao thought that it would be difficult for him to get a girlfriend because of his shy personality. Huang Yuyao knows that young girls today have very open minds. They don't have to wait until college. Many of them become sensible in high school, and some even understand in junior high school. Huang Yuyao was very anxious. If Huang Xiaoyao continued to be so slow, the good girls would have been snatched away by other men long ago. Huang Yuyao was worried that if this continued, Huang Xiaoyao would remain single for the rest of his life, and she once wanted to teach Huang Xiaoyao some techniques to conquer women. Because of her previous job, she knew a lot of young and beautiful girls. Huang Yuyao also wanted to introduce a date to Huang Xiaoyao, but on the one hand, Huang Xiaoyao had to take the college entrance examination, and on the other hand, Huang Xiaoyao disliked her very much, so she had to give up for the time being. Huang Yuyao now realizes that she was worrying too much. Huang Xiaoyao not only found a girlfriend, but she was also a top beauty. She underestimated her son. Huang Yuyao looked at Hong Yanglin quickly. She thinks Hong Yanlin's appearance, temperament, and figure are perfect. Although Hong Yanglin is only 162 centimeters tall, which is not considered tall, Huang Yuyao herself is only 160 centimeters tall, so she doesn't care. Finally, Huang Yuyao's eyes fell on Hong Yanlin's waist and hips. After looking for a moment, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although this beauty is small and slender, she bears great fruit on her thin branches. The other part that should be big is not small either. Although it cannot be considered a safe delivery type, it is definitely enough to give birth to 3 children. It turned out that Huang Yuyao's health was poor and she almost lost her life when giving birth to Huang Xiaoyao. She was told by her doctor that she could not have any more children. It is human nature that the more something is forbidden, the more it is desired. Huang Yuya really wants a baby and wants to take care of the baby. Since she cannot have another child, Huang Yuya can only place her hopes on her children. She hopes that her son and daughter can help her give birth to a football team like dumplings. My son's wife gave birth to 3 children, and his 2 goddaughters gave birth to 4 each, which is just right in total. After a quick inspection, Huang Yuya decided that Hong Yanglin met her requirements, then put down her feet and held her hands enthusiastically. My name is Huang Yuya, and I'm Xiaoyao's mother. What's your name? When Hong Yanglin found out that Huang Yuya was Huang Xiaoyao's mother, she was stunned with surprise, and she has been stunned till now. She just wanted to go shopping with Huang Xiaoyao secretly, but she didn't expect that within just 5 minutes, she first met a student she knew, and then met Huang Xiaoyao's mother. She had such bad luck tonight. Now Hong Yanglin is confused. Should she continue to play the role of Huang Xiaoyao's girlfriend in front of his mother? Hong Yanglin tried to imagine what would happen if she continued to act. Just thinking about it made her feel so ashamed that she exploded. Not only is it shameful, it's also embarrassing. Hong Yanglin's toes are so thick that she can dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. The strong sense of shame brought Hong Yanglin back to her senses. This involves the serious matter of marriage, and is not something to be joked about. Hong Yanglin took a deep breath, sat up straight, and spoke respectfully. My name is Hong Yanglin. I'm not Xiaoyao's girlfriend. You misunderstood, auntie. Huang Yuya laughed even more happily when she heard this. Miss Hong, you don't have to be shy. I am very grateful that you are willing to date my son. I will not object to you. But how can my son be so worthy of dating a beauty like you? Only then did Hong Yanglin realize the problem. She and Huang Xiaoyao walked into the store hand in hand in such an intimate way, and Huang Xiaoyao also claimed that he was buying shoes for his girlfriend. With this kind of evidence, Huang Yuya would not believe it no matter how it was clarified. In other words, Hong Yanglin had no choice but to continue acting. Hong Yanglin coughed, forced herself to suppress the shame in her heart, and said with a smile. Auntie, you're too kind. Xiaoyao is a very good man. I'm very happy to be with him. As soon as Hong Yanglin opened her mouth, Huang Yuya interrupted her excitedly. Miss Hong is too modest. My son is not even worthy of carrying your shoes for a beauty like you. For him to find a girlfriend as outstanding as you is like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Huang Yuya was too emotional, and Huang Xiaoyao was worried that she would scare Hong Yanglin. He quickly grabbed Huang Yuya's hands and forcibly separated them. Mom, calm down and don't scare my girlfriend. Huang Yuya only reacted at this moment, and her expression changed in an instant, becoming well-behaved and virtuous. Har tilde, I was a little rude because I was too happy. I apologize to you. Hong Yanglin shook her head hurriedly. Auntie, you don't have to apologize. I don't care at all. Huang Yuya secretly winked at Huang Xiaoyao, gave him a meaningful look, and then said to Hong Yanglin with a smile. Calling me auntie is too formal, you should call me auntie from now on. Call aunt. Isn't this just making a fake thing come true? Hong Yanglin was completely panicked. Chapter 24, Bringing Girlfriend to Meet Mom. The reason why Hong Yanglin was willing to pretend to be Huang Xiaoyao's girlfriend and didn't care if she was recognized when shopping with him was because of this. Because in her eyes, Huang Xiaoyao is just a child. Hong Yanglin had a huge psychological advantage over him, so she was not panicked at all before, she just felt stimulated and excited. But now after meeting Huang Xiaoyao's mother, Hong Yanlin's position has completely changed. Since she is Huang Yuya's junior, her psychological advantage over Huang Xiaoyao is gone. Now Hong Yanglin was like a little girl, completely panicked. She pondered in her mind. In the past, when I met Sanche's mother, I just called her aunt and never called her aunt. But now I have to call Xiaoyao's mother aunt, is that okay? Hong Yanglin knew that there must be something wrong, but under Huang Yuya's expectant eyes, she couldn't refuse and could only shout it out. Hello, Aunt Tilda. Hong Yanglin, who was always full of confidence, rarely uttered a shy girlish voice. After she finished speaking, her whole face turned red. Huang Xiaoyao saw how shy she was and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, judging from her expression, she is not teasing Xiaoyao, but really likes him. My son will be blessed in the future. Huang Xiaoyao likes Hong Yanglin very much and has already treated her as her daughter-in-law. But she still had many questions in her mind. Miss Hong, are you working now? What kind of job is it? How did you get to know Xiaoyao? Huang Xiaoyao really couldn't imagine how Huang Xiaoyao, a high school student who had just finished the college entrance examination, could hook up with a mature woman who was already working. Hong Yanglin felt even more embarrassed when she heard this question. But the ugly woman must eventually meet the father-in-law of the family. Although it was embarrassing, she had no choice but to answer. I am the psychology teacher of number 99 middle school. After Hong Yanglin finished speaking, she lowered her head in shame. She felt ashamed of herself. You are a teacher? Huang Xiaoyao was so shocked that she asked back subconsciously. The next moment, Huang Xiaoyao figured something out and looked at Hong Yanglin with a meaningful look. I see. Huang Xiaoyao is a shrewd woman with scheming ideas. She has met all kinds of women and knows a lot. She thought Hong Yanglin was the kind of mature woman who liked younger men. People outside often misunderstand that such women only like men who are young in appearance and age. But Huang Xiaoyao knew their true thoughts. They actually want to guide and educate their lovers to become the way they like. They enjoy the process of educating their lovers step by step, and they like the results of the education even more. So this kind of women will be very good to their boyfriends and they will not betray each other. Huang Xiaoyao felt relieved that her son could meet this type of woman. In her eyes, Huang Xiaoyao is an innocent boy who knows nothing. He needs the education of a mature lady like Hong Yanglin. Huang Xiaoyao held Hong Yanlin's hands again and spoke seriously. Miss Hong, please educate my innocent son and help him become a strong man as soon as possible. Hong Yanglin saw through Huang Xiaoyao's thoughts and was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Auntie, if Xiaoyao is really my boyfriend, I will certainly teach him wholeheartedly. But he is not my boyfriend, how should I teach him? Hong Yanglin just hummed twice awkwardly and didn't answer. Based on this, Huang Xiaoyao judged that they had just started dating and that progress was slow. She knew that beauties like Hong Yanglin were very popular, and she was worried that if Huang Xiaoyao continued to be so slow, Hong Yanglin might be snatched away by other men. Huang Xiaoyao decided to secretly give Huang Xiaoyao a push, and she asked with a smile. Miss Hong, how far have you and Xiaoyao progressed? You should have kissed, right? Hong Yanglin almost fell off her chair when she heard this outrageous question. Would a normal mother ask her son's girlfriend like this? It's too direct. However, as a psychology teacher, Hong Yanglin immediately understood Huang Xiaoyao's thoughts. She knew that Huang Xiaoyao was working hard for her son's happiness, so she didn't feel disgusted. However, Hong Yanglin knew that if she answered no, Huang Xiaoyao would urge her and Huang Xiaoyao to kiss. That would be so embarrassing. How to answer this kind of question? Seeing that Hong Yanglin pursed her lips and did not answer, Huang Xiaoyao continued to ask. A mature woman like Miss Hong must have kissed Xiaoyao before. What I really want to ask is, have you slept yet? Slept. Huang Xiaoyao actually asked this nuclear-level question in public. Even a woman like Hong Yanglin, whose sexiness value reached 95, couldn't hold on. A circle of steaming hot air burst out above Hong Yanlin's head, and she was sunk. Even Huang Xiaoyao was shocked by this question. He never dreamed that his mother was so coquettish. Please, this is not a room in the house, this is a shoe store. There are other customers listening nearby. It turned out that Yuan and the unruly girl had stopped talking from a while ago. They both had a look of watching melons on their faces and were carefully eavesdropping on the conversation between Huang Xiaoyao and the others. On the other side, two 30-year-old aunts who had just entered the door also stopped and looked at Huang Xiaoyao with gossip. Seeing that people were watching, Huang Xiaoyao immediately covered Huang Xiaoyao's mouth and gave her a look. Mom, please stop talking nonsense. Everyone is listening. Huang Xiaoyao then remembered that she was a shoe salesperson and it was working hours. She turned around and looked at Yuan and stuck out her tongue playfully. Sorry, manager. I met my son and had a chat. Now I continue to work. Huang Xiaoyao once again held Hong Yanlin's black silk feet and wanted to help her put on high heels. This time it was Hong Yanlin's turn to be excited, and she quickly retracted her feet. Wait, how can I let my aunt help me put on my shoes? I can put them on myself. Huang Xiaoyao held her feet tightly, not letting her take them back. No, I'm a salesperson now. My job is to help customers put on shoes. You don't have to worry about it. Logically speaking, Hong Yanglin was just acting, and Huang Xiaoyao was not her real aunt, so she really didn't need to care. On the other hand, Hong Yanglin has been taken care of by Hong Sanche's mother and grandmother since she was a child. She had always taken it for granted and had never felt embarrassed. She would even throw a tantrum like a princess in front of Hong Sanche's mother. When facing her real aunt, she would show her face mercilessly. But for some reason, she became respectful when facing Huang Xiaoyao. Hong Yanglin gently held Huang Xiaoyao's hand to stop her from putting on her shoes. No, this is really not good. No, you don't understand. If I don't help customers put on their shoes, the manager will deduct my salary. Huang Xiaoyao was actually lying. As an aunt, she lowered her status to help Hong Yanglin put on her shoes in order to make Hong Yanglin feel guilty. After Hong Yanglin felt guilty, she would naturally make it up to Huang Xiaoyao. Even if you didn't want to go to his bed, you would do it. Hong Yanglin didn't want to have this kind of mentality, so she stopped Huang Xiaoyao from helping her put on her shoes. This was the first time Huang Xiaoyao saw a dispute between a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law. Seeing that the two were arguing, Huang Xiaoyao squatted down and took the high heels from Huang Xiaoyao's hand. Stop fighting, let me help Yanglin put it on. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoyao and Hong Yanglin turned to look at Huang Xiaoyao. In 2008, dog licking was not as prevalent as it would be 10 years later. At this time, it would be considered shameful for a man to squat down to put shoes on a woman. Even a bootlicker wouldn't be so ashamed to do such a thing. So these two beauties were very surprised. However, as a man whose mental age is 36, Huang Xiaoyao does not think it is shameful to help girls put on their shoes. In fact, he thinks girls' feet are beautiful in shape, soft and tender to the touch, and feel very good. So he is very willing to help girls put on their shoes. Huang Xiaoyao looked at Huang Xiaoyao for a moment and seemed to understand something. The corners of her mouth hooked up into a charming sweet smile. Okay, Mom will teach you how to put shoes on girls. Chapter 25 Beautiful Teacher's Black Silk Feet. Huang Xiaoyao saw through Huang Xiaoyao's expression and knew that he had a special liking for women's feet. She did not have any resistance or discomfort. Instead, she happily wanted to teach him the skills of helping girls put on shoes. Who can not love a mother who can understand and accept her children's hobbies? With other people in the store watching, Huang Xiaoyao's shoe-fitting teaching class began. First, hold her little feet and lift them up slightly. As Huang Xiaoyao spoke, she lifted up Hong Yanlin's other foot and demonstrated to Huang Xiaoyao. Huang Xiaoyao followed the instructions and gently held Hong Yanlin's black silk feet with his right hand and lifted them up. Teacher Hong's black silk feet were then placed in front of Huang Xiaoyao, and he looked at them carefully. Hong Yanglin is not tall, only 162 centimeters tall. Her little feet are like carefully carved works of art, very petite and cute. Since the black stockings only outlined the shape of her feet and hid her skin, Huang Xiaoyao felt itchy at the feeling of wanting to see but not being able to. In order to see more clearly, he couldn't help but lean forward, and a rich fragrance immediately penetrated into his nostrils. Very fragrant. Teacher Hong's black silk feet smell so good. Huang Xiaoyao sniffed subconsciously, and after inhaling more fragrance, he was shocked. Didn't he expect Hong Yanglin's feet to be so fragrant? The sweet and refreshing fragrance can be eaten with meals. Huang Xiaoyao was overjoyed. You're doing great. Now place the shoe in front of your toes, align your toes with the hole, and gently push your toes in. In fact, it's just about gently stuffing the girl's feet into the shoe hole. It's not difficult. Huang Xiaoyao did it easily. He helped teacher Hong put on her right foot and then her left foot. While holding her delicate left foot, Huang Xiaoyao pinched it lightly as if playing a prank, while looking up to observe Hong Yanlin's expression. I saw that the teacher's cheeks were red, like a ripe red apple. She shyly covered her mouth with her hands, with infinite shyness in her eyes. After meeting Huang Xiaoyao's eyes, Hong Yanglin immediately looked away and towards the door. After not knowing what she saw, she immediately lowered her head and avoided sight again. Huang Xiaoyao turned his head curiously and looked outside the door. It turned out that there were nearly 10 people standing at the door. They were all quietly watching Huang Xiaoyao put on shoes for Hong Yanglin, and some of them were whispering. Huang Xiaoyao vaguely heard something with his sensitive hearing. A young woman praised Huang Xiaoyao for imitating her boyfriend and asked her boyfriend to learn from Huang Xiaoyao. A 30-year-old aunt said that she wanted a boyfriend like Huang Xiaoyao. Obviously, Huang Xiaoyao's behavior of putting shoes on girls is very popular among women. Only men were dissatisfied. The young man who was taught a lesson by his girlfriend retorted to his girlfriend, saying that this was a dog-licking behavior and only men without ambition would do this. Huang Xiaoyao could only say that he was too superficial. This is a world where success or failure determines who is a hero. If you fail to pursue a woman after all your efforts, you are just a bootlicker. And when you can successfully pursue a woman, that's a skill, and you are master. Huang Xiaoyao believed that with his golden finger and immortal cultivation skills, no woman in the world could escape from his palm. He can get any woman he wants. So this is not about licking, but about technique and fun. Huang Xiaoyao helped teacher Hong put on her high heels and stood up. Try walking around and see if it fits you. Being watched by so many people, Hong Yanglin felt very shy. She stood up, took 2 casual steps, and replied hastily. Very comfortable, let's take this pair. Huang Xiaoyao turned and asked his mother. How much are these shoes? Huang Yuyao answered with an embarrassed expression. 388 yuan. She thought the shoes were too expensive and Huang Xiaoyao definitely couldn't afford them. With so many people watching, if he says he doesn't have enough money, everyone will laugh at him. She didn't expect Huang Xiaoyao to reply immediately without even thinking. I bought it. Huang Xiaoyao then took out 5 red banknotes from his pocket. Huang Yuyao was shocked when she saw the money in Huang Xiaoyao's hand and asked hurriedly. Xiaoyao, where did you get so much money? Huang Xiaoyao smiled calmly, I earned it by playing games. Can you make so much money playing games? Because he was her own son, Huang Yuyao did not doubt him. She was surprised and happy. She thought to herself that her son not only found a beautiful girlfriend, but also found ways to make money. Now he has a bright future. However, Huang Yuyao believed that the 500 yuan was what Huang Xiaoyao earned in a month, or at least half a month. If she knew that this was what Huang Xiaoyao earned in one afternoon, she would definitely be shocked. Huang Xiaoyao thought for a moment and handed all 5 100 yuan bills to Huang Yuyao. No need to give me the change. Use the extra money to buy some fruit for you, Mom. Huang Yuyao's salary as a saleswoman in a shoe store would definitely not be high, only more than 2,000 yuan at most. The fact that she would do this kind of work must mean that the economic situation is definitely not optimistic. Considering his mother's poor health, Huang Xiaoyao doesn't want her to continue working. Huang Xiaoyao plans to support her when he makes more money in the future. When Huang Yuyao saw how much her son cared about her eyes welled up and she was almost moved to tears. However, she thought that Huang Xiaoyao had just graduated from high school and he should focus on his college studies and should not think about making money so early, so she immediately shook her head. No, your mother bought this pair of shoes for you. Just think of it as a gift from your mother to Miss Hong. However, just as Huang Xiaoyao judged, Huang Yuyao's financial situation was really tight. She really couldn't come up with that much money. Huang Yuyao looked at Gu Yuan with eyes asking for help. Manager, can you give me a discount if I buy this pair of shoes? Gu Yuan felt very satisfied after seeing the scene just now, and she laughed happily. Har har, you guys showed me a good show, I'm very happy, I'll give you a special price of 188 yuan. Huang Yuyao frowned bitterly. Although this price is lower than 50% off, Huang Yuyao still finds it hard to accept. It turns out that she now has to take care of 2 goddaughters. One is the daughter of Huang Yufei, a distant relative, and the other is the daughter of Huang Yufei's current husband and his ex-wife. They are both 17 years old and in their 2nd year of high school. The combined salary of Huang Yufei and her husband was less than 4,000 yuan, which was not enough to support their 2 daughters through high school. Even with the 2,000 yuan Huang Yuyao earned as a salesperson, it was still not enough. In addition, the academic performance of these 2 goddaughters is not good, so they need to be enrolled in remedial classes. Huang Yuyao really has no spare money. But Huang Yuyao felt that she owed Huang Xiaoyao too much. For the sake of her son, couldn't she even take out 200 yuan? For this, she is willing to eat steamed buns for a month. Huang Yuyao gritted her teeth and said bitterly. Just deduct it from my next month's salary, okay. Hong Yanglin was a smart woman. She guessed Huang Yuya's predicament from her expression and immediately took out her purse. Wait, I'm a teacher, how can I let my boyfriend, who is still a student, pay? Of course I will pay. No, I promise to pay for Xiaoyao. Hong Yanglin stuffed 200 yuan into Huang Yuya's hand and gave her a sly smile. As a teacher, I cannot take advantage of my students. How about this, Xiaoyao and I split the bill, each paying half. You helped Xiaoyao cut the price in half, and I'll pay the other half. This pair of shoes will be considered as ours as a joint purchase. Is that okay? Hong Yanglin said this not only saved Huang Yuya from having to pay, but also gave her a way out. Huang Yuya understood Hong Yanlin's desire to help her, and was moved and held Hong Yanlin's hand again. Miss Hong, you are such a good person and very smart. My son is so lucky to have a girlfriend like you. Aunt, you are exaggerating. Hong Yanglin also thinks Huang Yuya is a very nice person. She also felt that it was a lucky woman to be Huang Yuya's wife. Hong Yanglin knew that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was generally very bad. A mother-in-law and daughter-in-law like her and Huang Yuya, who had compatible personalities and could sympathize with each other, were rare. Hong Yanglin couldn't help but feel regretful in her heart. It's a pity that Huang Xiaoyao and I are just acting, and I can't really be her wife. Is it really okay to deceive such a good mother? Looking at Huang Yuya's bright smile, Hong Yanglin felt deeply guilty for deceiving Huang Yuya, and was also very emotional. She seemed to really like me when she found out that I was not with Xiaoyao. She will definitely be very sad. Hong Yanglin felt a strong sense of sadness in her heart. In fact, Hong Yanglin also likes Huang Yuya very much. Although she and Huang Yuya had known each other for a short time, she felt a strong sense of family affection and warmth. If possible, Hong Yanglin really wants to continue this warmth. Chapter 26, Wall Dawn in the Alley. Hong Yanglin shook her head and threw this dangerous thought out of her mind. She and Hong Sanchi are childhood sweethearts and have known each other for more than 20 years. In comparison, Hong Yanglin and Huang Xiaoyao had only been in contact for less than 2 hours. How can 2 hours of interaction be better than 20 years? Hong Yanglin immediately suppressed the thoughts that were quietly growing in her heart. On the other hand, Hong Yanglin was very shy as she was being watched by everyone. She just wanted to run away immediately. After buying their high heels, Hong Yanglin said goodbye to Huang Yuya, then took Huang Xiaoyao's hand and quickly left the shoe store. After walking a few meters, she turned and walked into the inner alley hidden between the handshake buildings. She stopped only when she reached the depths of the alley. In a dim alley only 1 meter wide, Hong Yanglin and Huang Xiaoyao looked at each other closely. Thank you for the shoes. Your mother is very nice. Today's date is very interesting, but... Hong Yanglin first expressed her thanks, then suddenly leaned forward and spoke seriously. Don't take it seriously. I was just acting. Our date ends here. Please forget about what happened in the future. Goodbye. Because Hong Yanglin was very flustered, she did not wait for Huang Xiaoyao's response. After saying goodbye, she turned around and left. Huang Xiaoyao watched Hong Yanglin leave, and subconsciously reached out again, holding her delicate little hand from behind, holding her back and preventing her from leaving. As the saying goes, things never happen more than 3 times. No matter what happens, as long as it doesn't exceed 3 times, there is no problem. Hong Yanlin's heart skipped a beat again. As the saying goes, the first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Hong Yanglin could no longer hold back after Huang Xiaoyao grabbed her hand for the 3rd time. A strong and strange emotion surged from the bottom of her heart like a mountain torrent, making Hong Yanglin sweat all over in an instant. The physical abnormality made Hong Yanglin feel dangerous. She knew that if she continued like this, things would develop in an uncontrollable direction. In order to avoid irreversible consequences, Hong Yanglin wanted to escape, but Huang Xiaoyao's strength once again aroused her female instinct. Hong Yanlin's hands were numb and she couldn't shake Huang Xiaoyao's hands off. Her feet felt like they were filled with lead and she couldn't lift them at all. Seeing that she could not escape, Hong Yanglin could only take a deep breath and barely suppress her inner excitement. Then he turned around reluctantly and asked in a slightly trembling voice. It's getting late now, what else do you want? Huang Xiaoyao took a step forward and gave her a wicked smile. You have to finish what you start. What lovers should do after a date is over. Sister Yanglin must know better than me, right? After a date, of course, couples should kiss. When Hong Yanglin imagined kissing Huang Xiaoyao, her chest trembled violently and she was deeply shaken. He actually wanted to kiss me. Hong Yanglin doesn't hate this kind of ambitious boy. If they were really lovers, Hong Yanglin would hug Huang Xiaoyao passionately and kiss him madly. But the key is, they are not boyfriends. Hong Yanglin subconsciously took a step back. We're not real boyfriend and girlfriend, we're just acting. Kissing is definitely not allowed. Huang Xiaoyao took another step forward and moved closer to her. TV dramas are also acting, they will kiss too, right? No, they are actors, not like us. Although Hong Yanglin firmly refused, Huang Xiaoyao pursued her relentlessly. Actually, kissing is just lips touching, what's the big deal? Hearing Huang Xiaoyao talk about kissing so easily, Hong Yanglin thought that he must have never kissed a girl before. She raised her index finger, acted like a teacher, and began to lecture. Kissing is a sign of love. Only lovers who truly love each other can kiss, so we can't do that. Hong Yanglin took another step back while speaking, and distanced herself from Huang Xiaoyao again. Huang Xiaoyao was like a lion chasing its prey. He took another step forward and bit Hong Yanglin tightly. He looked into Hong Yanlin's eyes lovingly and said seriously, "Actually, I've always liked Sister Yanglin. I really love you. So I really want to kiss you." What? Faced with the sudden confession, Hong Yanglin exclaimed in her heart. Because of the kindness that Hong Sanche's family has shown her since she was a child, Hong Yanglin is a woman who is confident to the point of being narcissistic. Faced with confessions from young men, Hong Yanglin always responded calmly. But after admitting to Lung Tin Kai about their relationship and calling Huang Xiaoyao's mother aunt, Hong Yanlin's shame level has exceeded the limit, and at this moment she no longer has her usual relaxed mentality. In this situation, Hong Yanlin's psychological defenses were completely broken by Huang Xiaoyao's affectionate confession. Under the combined impact of tension, anxiety, joy, excitement and so on, Hong Yanglin seemed to have returned to the age of 18, the innocent age when she longed for love but was also afraid because of her anxiety about the future. "No, you can't like me because I already have a boyfriend." Hong Yanglin took another step back in panic, but she felt a hard and cold touch on her back. It turned out that she had been forced back to the wall, her back was pressed against the red brick wall, and she had no way to retreat. Huang Xiaoyao took another step forward and put his hands on the wall handsomely. Boom! He gave teacher Hong a domineering wall bang. In 2008, the term bidong had not yet become popular on the internet. There is no such plot in domestic TV dramas. So in this era, the wall dong is extremely lethal. The violent slapping sound was like an iron rod, hitting Hong Yanlin's head hard. Her body and mind tensed up, and her heartbeat instantly reached 200 beats per second. Hong Yanlin's eyes were blurred, her face was flushed, her body was trembling, sweat was pouring down her face, and she entered a state of confusion and passion. In fact, Huang Xiaoyao was just going with the flow. He had prepared himself mentally to be laughed at by Hong Yanglin, but he didn't expect that he would actually shock her. Seeing her shrinking and frightened expression, Huang Xiaoyao understood instantly. This seemingly strong teacher is actually surprisingly gentle inside. It turns out that teacher Hong is the legendary queen who is good at talking and being fucked on the wall. This kind of contrasting beauty is so cute. It's also easy to push down. Huang Xiaoyao was very excited. If he was in the room at this time, he could use the poke ball to capture Hong Yanglin. Too bad they are now on the streets. There are limits to what Huang Xiaoyao can do. He lowered his head to look at teacher Hong's blushing face, and his eyes naturally fell on her beautiful and plump lips. Feeling the hot breath blown by Hong Yanglin, Huang Xiaoyao had the urge to bite her. According to the normal routine, he should kiss Hong Yanglin on the lips now, a domineering kiss. But this routine was too common, and Huang Xiaoyao was worried that he would not be able to leave a deep impression on Hong Yanglin. This overly strong behavior is inconsistent with his image as a simple student. Huang Xiaoyao considered the difference in status between himself and Hong Yanglin and came up with another route. He held up Hong Yanlin's right hand with his other hand and said with a smile, "Since Sister Yanglin won't let me kiss her, then I'll kiss her with my hands." "K with your own hands." Under Hong Yanlin's surprised eyes, Huang Xiaoyao lowered his head gracefully and gave a gentle kiss on the back of her snow-white and smooth hand. The smooth and soft touch instantly spread in Huang Xiaoyao's mouth. So sweet. The rich, refreshing fragrance flooded into his nose like a tide. "Smells so good." This is the smell of the fair little hands of a 26-year-old beautiful teacher. It's even better than taro ice cream cone. Although teacher Hong's little hands tasted very good, Huang Xiaoyao did not linger on this wonderful feeling. His lips touched hers only lightly before he immediately moved away. He wanted Hong Yanglin to feel this kind of gentle and near feeling, and let this mature lady experience the taste of purity. After Huang Xiaoyao turned his face away, he immediately observed Hong Yanlin's expression. Hong Yanlin's rosy face was filled with intoxication, and her charming eyes were full of fascination. It was a trance-like expression full of regret and wanting more. To put it more directly, Hong Yanglin felt unsatisfied. She is unsatisfied. Chapter 27 Anxious Mother. Huang Xiaoyao's method of kissing the back of teacher Hong's hand was effective. This was the first time in Hong Yanlin's life that a boy kissed the back of her hand. The sweet feeling intoxicated her heart. She felt like she had become a noble princess, being cared for by the prince. But because Huang Xiaoyao only kissed her once and then moved away, this wonderful feeling disappeared in an instant. But Hong Yanglin wants more. However, as a mature teacher, she had to remain reserved in front of her former students. Hong Yanglin couldn't bring herself to say, "I want more." She could only look at Huang Xiaoyao with eyes full of desire, hoping that he would understand what she meant and continue kissing her. The seductive look in her eyes was really alluring, and even a pig could understand the overflowing lust. Huang Xiaoyao knew that Hong Yanglin had taken the bait, but he did not choose to continue kissing her. Instead, he adopted another strategy: abstinence play. The more a woman wants to enjoy, the less she can be satisfied. When you can satisfy a woman's desires, but don't do so, she will beg you to satisfy them in return. This is the skill Huang Xiaoyao learned from Xianping. After getting married, when Huang Xiaoyao begged Xianping to make love with him every night, Xianping would act impatient and become arrogant like a little ancestor. But when Huang Xiaoyao used the excuse of being too tired from work to go to bed early for several days in a row, Xianping would then, on the contrary, ask Huang Xiaoyao in a nice voice to hand over the grain. Even his usual attitude towards Huang Xiaoyao had become gentler. After Huang Xiaoyao knew this technique, he would no longer be a bootlicker in his life. Instead, he would let women be his bootlickers. Huang Xiaoyao shyly took 2 steps back, pretending to be worried that Hong Yanglin would be angry, and said with an uneasy look on his face, "I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. I promise I won't do this again in the future." Hong Yanglin realized that Huang Xiaoyao had misunderstood her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Alas, he is indeed too young and too naive. I don't understand women's hearts at all. What he does now is to rub it and then not go in, which makes it impossible to pick up girls. Should I teach him the correct way to woo girls? No, if I teach him, he will use this method to pick me up. Hong Yanglin couldn't help but smile when she thought of this ridiculous idea. No, he wants to be my brother, not my husband. Hong Yanglin suppressed the desire in her heart, stepped sideways, and avoided being pressed against the wall. She reached out and lifted the hair from her cheek, and asked in a charming manner, "Are you satisfied now?" Hong Yanglin assumed that Huang Xiaoyao was so excited by the kiss just now that his brain crashed. She said goodbye without waiting for Huang Xiaoyao's response. "See you next time then." She winked at Huang Xiaoyao handsomely, then turned and walked into the alley. It turned out that Hong Yanlin's home happened to be in the alley. Hong Yanglin took graceful steps and walked slowly. But after reaching the corner and turning the corner, her calm expression suddenly changed, and she started running as if in a hurry. It turned out that Hong Yanglin was so excited just now that her sweat soaked her clothes and skirt, and now she felt very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Hong Yanglin drank a lot of coke while eating at McDonald's, and she needed to go to the toilet immediately. Relying on the extraordinary hearing of a cultivator, Huang Xiaoyao could hear all of Hong Yanlin's hurried and messy steps. He couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth curl up into a pleased smile. It's just a kiss on the back of the hand, is there any need to be so excited? Although teacher Hong looks mature, she is surprisingly new to this. Could it be that she doesn't have much experience? Gee. At this moment, the crowing of a rooster interrupted Huang Xiaoyao's thoughts. Hong Yanglin was intoxicated by their host's strong behavior just now. This kind of proactive boyfriend is what she wanted. Their host has completed the task in excess, and now a hidden reward is issued: 60 years of martial arts experience. After their host gains 60 years of martial arts experience, he will become a martial arts master. Not only can he perform martial arts moves skillfully, but he can also instantly see through the weaknesses of the enemy's moves. Your combat IQ has been greatly improved. Although Huang Xiaoyao had learned the Overlord Dragon subduing Tiger Fist before, he had no experience in martial arts. If you really fight with a martial arts master, you might still suffer a loss. But now that he has gained experience in martial arts, he can be invincible in the world with his immortal level boxing skills. Huang Xiaoyao feels that he can defeat 100 so-called dragon kings like Li Haobin. Huang Xiaoyao whistled happily, turned and left the alley, and suddenly saw Huang Yuya standing outside the alley exit. It turned out that she was following behind Huang Xiaoyao and saw everything that happened just now. When Huang Yuya saw Huang Xiaoyao noticed her, she waved to him excitedly. Huang Xiaoyao had no choice but to walk over with a smile. Huang Xiaoyao had only taken a few steps when Huang Yuya quickly walked towards him. Huang Yuya couldn't wait to speak from a distance of 1 meter. Xiaoyao, you did a great job on the wall dong just now. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Mom underestimated you before. But? Huang Yuya raised a finger and said seriously. You're being too conservative after you cornered her. You should have kissed her on the mouth for at least 3 minutes. Remember, your hands can't stop kissing. You can put one hand around her waist and the other hand towards her. Seeing that Huang Yuya was about to say something nasty, Huang Xiaoyao immediately stepped forward and covered her mouth with his hand. Mom, you misunderstood. Huang Yuya removed his hand and continued. Don't think you'll scare the other person. In fact, girls really like having intimate contact with their boyfriends. As long as you are brave enough and the contact is deep enough, you and your girlfriend will progress faster. In my opinion, she has a very high liking for you. As long as you give her a kiss and touch her to make her feel lustful, you can take her to a hotel room. Huang Yuya was very excited at this time. She felt very happy because of her son's ability. But he was also very anxious because Huang Xiaoyao failed to accomplish his goal just when he needed to. She wished she could teach Huang Xiaoyao how to accomplish things step by step. Huang Xiaoyao wanted to explain to her that he and Hong Yanglin were actually acting just now. But he changed his mind and thought that if he used his mother's misunderstanding as an excuse, he could use it as an excuse in the future to continue letting Hong Yanglin pretend to be his girlfriend. Huang Xiaoyao changed his mind and just smiled calmly. Don't be anxious, Mom. This is Yanglin and I's first date. We've only been dating for 2 days. Huang Yuya smiled in surprise when she heard that. You two are so close, have you only been dating for 2 days? Mom thought you guys had been dating for half a year. Huang Yuya lowered her head and covered her mouth with her hands as she thought. It's a bit too fast to check into a room after just 2 days of dating. You should wait at least a week. Huang Xiaoyao wanted to complain when he heard this. They went to bed after just 1 week of dating, that's pretty fast. Mom is too anxious. Huang Xiaoyao wanted to change the subject and ask about Huang Yuya's situation, but at this time, Gu Yuan's voice came from a distance. Xiao Huang, come back quickly, there are some customers in the store. Huang Yuya rolled her eyes, looking regretful. Sorry, Mom has to go back to work. Let's talk next time. Seeing that she was about to leave, Huang Xiaoyao immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket. Mom, do you have a Penguin account? Let's add each other as friends and chat on Penguin. Huang Yuya pursed her lips and revealed a sly smile. Your mother is not an old-fashioned person, of course she has. Huang Xiaoyao almost forgot that his mother was a fashionable woman with exquisite dress, so how could she not have a Penguin account? After Huang Yuya and Huang Xiaoyao added Penguin as their friend, they revealed a tender smile. Xiaoyao, Mom has always hated me because of you. I didn't expect that after you made money, you would want to share it with me. Mom is so touched today. Huang Xiaoyao's face turned red instantly when he heard his mother's words. After his rebirth, Huang Xiaoyao remained very calm whether facing Aunt Wang Yu or the double attack of Lan Haihui and Hong Yanglin. But at this moment, he panicked. Huang Xiaoyao felt very shy and he didn't know what to say in response. At this moment, Huang Yuya suddenly took a step forward, stretched out her jade hand, and held Huang Xiaoyao in her arms. Chapter 28 Aunt Wang Yu's Secret. Under the dim light of the street lights in the alley, Huang Yuya stretched out her slender hands and hugged Huang Xiaoyao. However, Huang Yuya is only 160 centimeters tall, 16 centimeters shorter than Huang Xiaoyao. Her face only reached Huang Xiaoyao's chest. It would be more accurate to say that Huang Xiaoyao took the initiative to throw herself into Huang Xiaoyao's arms rather than saying that it was Huang Xiaoyao who hugged Huang Xiaoyao. Huang Xiaoyao put her face against Huang Xiaoyao's solid chest and spoke softly. It's great that Xiaoyao has grown up. This was the first time in Huang Xiaoyao's life that he was hugged by his mother. He stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hands and hugged Huang Xiaoyao. Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of you throughout my life. Huang Xiaoyao felt even more moved after hearing this, and a relieved smile broke out on her pretty face as she leaned against Huang Xiaoyao's chest. Don't worry about Mom, save money to buy a house first. You have to know that the mentality of young women nowadays is different from before, and their requirements for men are getting higher and higher. It's hard to find a wife if you don't have a house or a car. When it comes to buying a house, Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile excitedly. Compared with 10 years ago, the current housing prices in Yaoju are very cheap. At this time, experts are even advocating that future housing prices will be worthless and recommending everyone to sell. Moreover, a policy was just introduced in 2008, reducing the down payment requirement for home purchases to only 20%. In other words, you can buy a house worth 1 million with 200,000 in cash. Although the loan will have to be repaid for the next 30 years. But Huang Xiaoyao knew that housing prices would rise at a rocket speed in a few years. A house worth 1 million now can be sold for at least 4 million in 10 years. There is currently no policy limiting each person to buying one house. Huang Xiaoyao can shop as much as he wants. Huang Xiaoyao hugged Huang Xiaoyao tightly and spoke confidently in her ear. I can now make money from gaming and buy a house soon. And you can buy as many houses as you want. I'll give you a house to live in later. Huang Xiaoyao didn't think buying a house was that simple. She thought that Huang Xiaoyao had never been out in society, so he didn't understand the situation clearly. But she did not say anything to attack Huang Xiaoyao. She just gently stroked the back of Huang Xiaoyao's head. No need, Mom is already very happy that you have this intention. At this time, Huang Xiaoyao noticed that several passers-by stopped outside the alley to watch. Because Huang Xiaoyao maintains a good figure, she looks much younger than her age. And now she had her back to passers-by, so they couldn't see her face clearly. These passers-by must have thought Huang Xiaoyao and Huang Xiaoyao were a couple. Huang Xiaoyao patted Huang Xiaoyao's back gently to remind her. Mom, people on the street are looking at us. They seem to have misunderstood our relationship. Huang Xiaoyao's face flushed instantly. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly left Huang Xiaoyao's arms. Okay, we'll talk later. After saying goodbye, Huang Xiaoyao quickly ran back to the shoe store. Huang Xiaoyao looked at her pretty back and couldn't help but smile happily. It's so nice to see my mom again and mend my relationship with her. When Huang Xiaoyao was savoring the warmth just now, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten something very important. I forgot to ask my two sisters what their names are. I'll ask them on Penguin later. Huang Xiaoyao returned home and found that his father had not come back yet. He went back to his room, sat on the computer chair, and checked the status of the script. Because he was away for too long, all the gold coins in his game account were used up. Gamers who want to sell items don't know it's scripted. They surrounded Huang Xiaoyao's game character and asked questions anxiously. Why don't you put the money in? Are you a liar? Have any of you ever traded with him? Why does he only repeat the same thing? Don't trade with him, he's a liar. I put in 1,000 soul crystals, and he only put in 68 gold coins. I didn't look carefully and clicked the trade button, so he cheated me out of 1,000 soul crystals. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help laughing when he saw what the player said. The script he designed would not enter the wrong number. The error only occurred because there were only 68 gold coins left in the game account. However, both parties must click to confirm the transaction in order for it to be successful. This player clicked the transaction without clearly seeing the amount offered by the other party, so he is also responsible. Huang Xiaoyao is not a moral saint and has no intention of returning his money. He turned off the script, posted all their collected materials on the exchange, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Huang Xiaoyao lives in an old-style self-built house, which does not have a separate bathroom. So he had to take a shower facing the toilet, which was really depressing. Living in a house like this, the quality of life is really poor. 15 minutes later, Huang Xiaoyao quickly took a shower, changed into a black t-shirt, and returned to the room. At this time, all the items listed on the exchange had been sold out, and Huang Xiaoyao made another 150 yuan. He changed the channel and continued to play the script to receive the goods. Just then, he heard the sound of curtains being drawn outside the window. Huang Xiaoyao turned his head and looked towards the window, only to see that outside the window across the street was covered with white curtains. And on the curtain cloth, a black figure can be clearly seen. The figure was graceful and plump, and very tall. It was obviously Aunt Wenyu. When only the silhouette can be seen through the curtains, Aunt Wenyu has a hazy beauty that makes people imagine a lot. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He couldn't help but recall the good times in the past. It turned out that the window of Huang Xiaoyao's room was facing the window of Aunt Wenyu's room. In the past, Aunt Wenyu's curtains were dark grey and opaque, so Huang Xiaoyao could only see blurry figures on the curtains, and it was the same as if he hadn't seen anything. But since Aunt Wenyu divorced half a year ago, she changed the curtain fabric to translucent white. From then on, Huang Xiaoyao could see clear figures. But he can only watch it for 1 minute every day. And you can only see Aunt Wenyu doing the same action, taking off her clothes. In Huang Xiaoyao's memory, the shadow of Aunt Wenyu raised her hands, pulled up her clothes, took them off handsomely, and then threw them aside. She bent down again, pulled down her pants neatly, took them off and threw them aside. Then lift your feet, take off your panties, or throw them away. After Aunt Wenyu took off all her clothes, she turned around and looked at herself in the mirror. Then he walked out of the window's visible range, and Huang Xiaoyao could no longer see him. Because of the curtains, Huang Xiaoyao could only see a dark shadow. Aunt Wenyu's behavior of looking in the mirror was something he imagined based on the layout of Aunt Wenyu's room. And at this moment, Aunt Wenyu really pulled up her clothes, and just like Huang Xiaoyao remembered, she began to take off her clothes. Aunt Wenyu has an extremely beautiful body and graceful movements, so no matter how many times Huang Xiaoyao sees her, he always feels unsatisfied. In the past, he didn't know why Aunt Wenyu took off her clothes in her room every day. It was not until he asked Xianping after they got married that Xianping told him the truth. It turns out that women actually feel uncomfortable when sleeping in their underwear. Especially for those open-minded women, the feeling of being tightened by clothes is really uncomfortable. So many women like to sleep without wearing underwear. Some even take off all their clothes and lie naked on the bed. Because they were the only ones in the room, they didn't have to worry about being seen by others after drawing the curtains. This is called sleeping naked, and it is actually very popular among mature women. Huang Xiaoyao suddenly realized it at that time. It turns out that Aunt Wenyu is hiding such a secret. Although this behavior is very common and ordinary, it is extremely shocking to Huang Xiaoyao, who is at an age full of vigor and vitality. Although Huang Xiaoyao's current mental age is 36, his body is that of an 18-year-old, and he has only ever been a vegetarian. Moreover, Aunt Wenyu is a G-level northeastern beauty with a height of 173 centimeters. Her skin is as white as first snow and as delicate and smooth as milk. No man can resist her temptation. Huang Xiaoyao suddenly became excited and recalled the past again. At that time, he couldn't sleep every night because he was so excited about fantasizing about Aunt Wenyu's body. Because of poor sleep, even my hand speed when playing games has slowed down. This resulted in a huge loss of points in Dota, from VS20 level to 15. It can be said that before Huang Xiaoyao got married, Aunt Wenyu was his spiritual food. Huang Xiaoyao recalled the past and felt very nostalgic. After thinking about these embarrassing past events, Huang Xiaoyao became so excited that his whole body became hot. The heat coming from his lower abdomen made it even more unbearable for him. Huang Xiaoyao picked up the water cup, took a big gulp, and tried to calm down. With his extraordinary hearing, he suddenly heard a faint sound that he had never heard before. Chapter 29 Sister-in-law's Request. It was a sound like a newborn kitten crying with its mouth covered. Because the sound was very weak and unclear, Huang Xiaoyao judged that the kitten must be very far away from him. Has another female cat given birth to a litter of kittens? I wonder where they are. Huang Xiaoyao lives in the old city area, where most of the old houses were self-built in the 1980s. There was no detailed planning when the houses were built, and everyone's houses were built close to each other. There is often a gap of several dozen centimeters between two houses. It is a narrow space that humans cannot pass through and will not be disturbed. Also, because it is hidden behind two houses, it is very private, so female cats often give birth to kittens in that place. Huang Xiaoyao used to often hear various cats' meows at night. However, this was the first time he heard the kittens cry, and the kitten's voice was very pleasant to the ears. Huang Xiaoyao guessed based on his feeling that it was a snow-white lion cat. He has always liked cats, but he has never been willing to keep one because he wanted to save money. After marrying Xianping, he finally experienced the feeling of raising a kitten, and then he fell completely in love with it. When I make some money, I'll buy some cats to play with. At this moment, Huang Xiaoyao's penguin started to ring continuously. Who is interrupting me from listening to the kitten singing? Huang Xiaoyao complained and took out his cell phone to check. It turned out that Wang Mengyao sent several messages. He clicked on Wang Mengyao's narcissistic profile picture with a pouting face to see what she said. First Princess, Huang Xiaoyao, Li Haobin is in the hospital. First Princess, his foot was broken by you, and it's swollen like a pig's hoof. First Princess, you hurt him so badly, he will definitely not let it go. First Princess, if you don't want to be beaten to death by him, kneel down and beg me. As long as your apology is sincere enough, I can help you settle this matter. After reading it, Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but sneer. I have practiced martial arts for 60 years. Am I still afraid of his revenge? I was afraid he couldn't walk and couldn't come. Huang Xiaoyao closed Wang Mengyao's chat window and read the message without replying. He didn't know that Li Haobin's mother was crying in the hospital because she didn't have money to pay for her son's surgery. Huang Xiaoyao wanted to go back to the window to continue listening to the cat's meow, but the cell phone in his pocket rang again. This time it wasn't a penguin calling, but a cell phone ringing. Wang Mengyao didn't call me, did she? It's really the criminal's woman. Huang Xiaoyao took out his cell phone again and glanced at the caller ID impatiently. I found out that the person calling was another girl in my address book, He Mengdai. When he was 18 years old, there were only 2 women in Huang Xiaoyao's mobile phone address book. One is Wang Mengyao, and the other is He Mengdai, the girlfriend of his best friend Lao Pang. He Mengdia's cell phone number was given to her by Lao Pang, and Huang Xiaoyao has never spoken to her on the phone. He didn't know why He Mengdai called him. Huang Xiaoyao recalled his experiences of the day and found that he had no interaction with her. It seems that chaos theory has taken effect. Huang Xiaoyao took a sip of water to moisten his throat before answering the phone. Hello Tilder. Xiaoyao, I'm He Mengdai. Hello sister-in-law, what can I do for you? After Huang Xiaoyao finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Huang Xiaoyao realized that he had spoken too quickly and called the wrong person by the wrong name. In the future world, He Mengdai will marry Lao Pang and become Huang Xiaoyao's sister-in-law. But they are not married yet, and He Mengdai is a conservative woman. She couldn't accept such an inappropriate name. Huang Xiaoyao hurried to explain. Sorry, I was just joking, please don't mind, sister He. He Mengdai on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and clarified in a serious tone. I don't know what Guoliang told you, but he and I are just in a normal relationship. We are still far from getting married. Please don't misunderstand me. I will speak well of him later. Huang Xiaoyao heard a hint of anger in her voice. She seemed to think that it was the fatty who was showing off to Huang Xiaoyao, causing Huang Xiaoyao to misunderstand their relationship. Huang Xiaoyao's momentary carelessness reduced He Mengdia's favorability towards Lao Pang. Very good, he is very satisfied. He could only happily say sorry to the fat guy. However, Huang Xiaoyao believes that He Mengdai is a hypocrite who actually does what he says. Huang Xiaoyao knew that in 1 year, she would marry Lao Pang and have a baby. It can be inferred that they are not far from getting married now, but very close. Huang Xiaoyao didn't want to argue about it any further, so he changed the subject. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Why? He Mengdai sighed first, then said. I called Guoliang tonight, and he hung up impatiently after just a few words. I want to ask, are you playing games with him now? When Huang Xiaoyao heard this, he understood instantly. He Mengdai is the kind of clingy girlfriend. She has nothing to do in the university dormitory at night, and always likes to talk on the phone with Lao Pang. Once He Mengdai starts chatting, she can't stop. She starts chatting at 8 o'clock in the evening and continues until 12 o'clock. We can chat for 4 hours straight. This is a hassle for Lao Pang, who wants to play games and watch animations at the same time. In the past, when Huang Xiaoyao and Lao Pang went to the internet cafe to play Dota together, Lao Pang would always wear headphones and talk on the phone with He Mengdai. Under He Mingjie's interference, Lao Pang was distracted in various ways and always hindered the team in every team battle, which made Huang Xiaoyao very worried. What's even more speechless is that Huang Xiaoyao had to listen to Lao Pang and He Mengdai talking about love. That feeling was really too torturous. Lao Pang usually did not hide anything from Huang Xiaoyao. After they got married, he told Huang Xiaoyao everything about his married life with He Mengdai. For example, what kind of panties He Mengdai likes to wear, and where she likes to wash first when taking a bath. For example, what posture does she like when harvesting grain. In order to show off, he would even occasionally post private photos of He Mengdai in underwear. For this reason, Huang Xiaoyao knew He Mingjie's preferences very well. Over time, he became full of longing for this gentle, considerate and understanding sister-in-law. Huang Xiaoyao fantasizes about Aunt Wan Yu more often, and occasionally changes his taste, using He Mingjie's private photos as spiritual food. So he actually likes He Mengdai very much. In the past, due to her identity as his friend's wife, Huang Xiaoyao did not take any action. But now it's different. Huang Xiaoyao wants to help a good friend like Lao Pang and treat his childhood sweetheart well. Huang Xiaoyao replied with a smile. I'm not playing games. I don't know what Fatty is doing. He Mingjie's voice became confused. Then what is he doing now? Why is he ignoring me? Lao Pang always puts He Mengdai first. Even when he goes to the internet cafe to play games with Huang Xiaoyao, he will still talk to He Mengdai. It was indeed unusual that he ignored He Mengdai today. Huang Xiaoyao said immediately. Wait a moment, I'll go ask him what he's doing. He Mengdai called Huang Xiaoyao hoping that he could help her find out the truth, and she immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you. If you find him chatting with other women, please don't hide it. Huang Xiaoyao sneered in his heart when he heard this. This is where girls and boys think differently. When He Mengdai saw that Lao Pang ignored him, the first thing he thought of was that he might have other women. However, Huang Xiaoyao believed that the reason why Lao Pang didn't want to talk to He Mengdai on the phone was that he must be doing something embarrassing. Lao Pang is either working as a pilot or watching Japanese romance TV series. Don't worry, sister he. I'm an honest man and I won't lie to you. Well, I believe you. After Huang Xiaoyao hung up the phone, he immediately called Lao Pang. Beep, 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 beep. After the phone rang 5 times. Lao Pang finally answered the phone. After the call was connected, some indescribable sounds came from Huang Xiaoyao's mobile phone microphone. Chapter 30, Repay Evil with Kindness. I will help you support your wife. Beep silence. Beep silence, beep beep silence. Huang Xiaoyao was startled by the sudden sound and he immediately pulled the phone away. But a second later, the sound disappeared, and then the fat old man's triumphant laughter was heard. Har har tilde, do you know what movie I'm watching? It turned out that those stimulating noises just now were made by Fatty specifically for Huang Xiaoyao to hear. Huang Xiaoyao's guess hit the mark. Lao Pang was really watching the Japanese TV series that he secretly downloaded from the forum. Judging from the excited tone of Lao Pang, he seemed to have found some top-notch movie. Huang Xiaoyao had never encountered such a situation in his previous life, and he felt very strange. Could it be that because of the butterfly effect of his time travel, a movie appeared out of thin air? No, he hasn't even spent a single day since he traveled through time. Even if the island country's film producers made a movie this morning, it would be impossible for them to put it online so quickly. Have you found any good movies? It's the one you introduced to me last time, the one where the protagonist goes to a hot spring and meets several boss ladies one after another. When Huang Xiaoyao heard this, he wanted to laugh secretly. The heroine chosen for that TV series is very ordinary in appearance and very old. It takes the root of large quantity and fullness, with 7 or 8 female protagonists appearing in each episode. Because there are so many people appearing in the film, the pay for each person will be less, so it is difficult to hire actresses with good looks. Except for one of the actresses who is slightly better looking, the rest of the characters in this TV series are hard to describe. It's the kind that even Huang Xiaoyao, who likes mature women, can't accept, but Lao Pang seems to love this kind of thing. So Huang Xiaoyao often recommended this series of TV dramas to Lao Pang in the past. But Lao Pang was very stubborn and refused to look. Huang Xiaoyao asked doubtfully. You were always against this kind of movie, but why did you suddenly watch it today? And you were so obsessed with it that you even ignored your girlfriend. The fat old man laughed a disgusting laugh. I just heard you say that you confessed to Wang Mingye's mother. I was inspired by your courage. As a man, don't worry about worldly ideas, and be brave enough to pursue your own preferences. So I want to give it a try too. When Huang Xiaoyao heard this question and answer, he also laughed wildly. I've always thought that the way you look at the ants is abnormal. I know you must like them, but you still refuse to admit it. I recommended you to watch those TV series, but you pretended to be noble and refused to watch them. Tell me, are you hypocritical? It's not that I deny it, I'm just afraid that Mengdai will find out and she will hate me. I don't watch those TV shows because I want to suppress those thoughts. The fat old man's voice sounded very aggrieved, and also revealed his worry and confusion. Huang Xiaoyao understood his thoughts. In his previous life, he would never admit that he liked Aunt Wang Yu, who was married and had children. It is understandable that Lao Pang is a man with a girlfriend and does not want to step into that world. When Huang Xiaoyao thought of this, he suddenly revealed an evil smile. You're wrong to think so. You know, women will get older. Sister, he will eventually become a woman in her 40s. She knows you have this hobby, so she won't be afraid that you will dislike her for being old. How could she hate her? The fat man slapped his head and suddenly realized. What you said makes sense. Then I can watch it with peace of mind. Huang Xiaoyao said further. Sister, he called me just now and asked why you didn't talk to her on the phone. She was obviously very angry. I think you might as well invite her and let her watch it with you. No, your suggestion is too outrageous. Don't treat me like a fool. Huang Xiaoyao chuckled twice and said seriously. It's normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to watch Japanese TV dramas together. If you think this is outrageous, it means you are out of date. Is that so? The fat old man's voice was full of doubt, which showed that his heart was wavering and he began to believe it a little. Huang Xiaoyao thought for a moment and decided to put out another hook. Of course. In fact, girls nowadays are much more open-minded than you think. For example, when I went to McDonald's to eat just now, I met teacher Lan Haihui and teacher Hong Yanglin. The fat man first screamed excitedly, then asked excitedly. You are so lucky to meet those two beauties while having a meal. You must have been peeking over there. What did they order and what were they talking about? Huang Xiaoyao sneered and said coldly. Peeking? Don't be silly, I was sitting there openly, eating with them. This time, the fat guy made a louder sound. However, Huang Xiaoyao was prepared and he moved his phone away in advance. After the fat man finished shouting, he asked while panting. You must be lying to me, why did you dare to sit over there? Because I heard them talking about their husbands and boyfriends, about that kind of stuff. The fat old man was so frightened that he opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak for a long time. Huang Xiaoyao continued. So, women nowadays are much more open-minded than you think. They usually watch Japanese TV dramas, for example. Bang! The fat old man swung his arm excitedly, knocking the glass on the computer desk to the ground. You said those two teachers also watched the romantic TV series from the island country. Huang Xiaoyao believed that Lan Haihui would definitely not watch it, but he felt that Hong Yanglin was very likely to watch it. Yes, for example, teacher Hong often watches it. In order to encourage the fatty to take that step bravely, Huang Xiaoyao started talking nonsense. The fat old man took a breath in shock, thought for a moment, and asked doubtfully. No, why would they tell you this? This is too unreasonable. Don't treat me like a fool. Because I overheard their conversation, I went over to talk to them. Didn't I say that just now? Lao Pang fell silent. He had known Huang Xiaoyao since childhood and knew that he was an honest man and never lied. Although this matter was outrageous, Lao Pang still believed it. After all, in his opinion, Huang Xiaoyao is not a person who likes to brag. Lao Pang couldn't think of any reason why the other party would lie to him, and he sighed from the bottom of his heart. It turns out that the serious-looking teacher Lan would watch that kind of TV series. If you hadn't told me, I would never have believed it. Now do you understand? Girls are actually much more open than we think in private. You have to be brave like me. Lao Pang was moved by Huang Xiaoyao's experience and his blood boiled. Okay, I'll go tell Mengdai right away. Tomorrow, I want to hold her hand and watch a romantic TV series together. After making his bold statement, Lao Pang hung up the phone with great enthusiasm. After Huang Xiaoyao put down the phone, he looked at the night sky outside the window and smiled, knowing that his plan had been completed. On the surface, it seemed that Huang Xiaoyao framed Lao Pang out of revenge. But that's not the case. Huang Xiaoyao believes that there should be no concealment, let alone secrets, between husband and wife. Especially as a man, you cannot give up your interests and hobbies for a woman. If he Mengdai could accept Lao Pang's hobby, they would truly understand each other. From then on, Fatty no longer had to suppress his hobbies and could live a happier life than in his previous life. If he Mengdai cannot accept Lao Pang's hobby, it means that they are not suitable to be together. Even if there is a rift in the relationship between Lao Pang and he Mengdai and they break up, Huang Xiaoyao has a way to remedy the situation. He can introduce Lao Pang to Ji Yuan, and he will help Lao Pang bravely pursue his true love. As for the heartbroken he Mengdai, Huang Xiaoyao will comfort and take care of her on behalf of Lao Pang. Brother, please rest assured, you don't have to pay back the 50,000 yuan you borrowed in your previous life. As a price, I will help you support your wife from your previous life in this life. This is called repaying evil with kindness. Just when Huang Xiaoyao wanted to be a good person and help Lao Pang take care of his sister-in-law, the sound of a door opening came from downstairs. It was his father Huang Di who came back. Huang Xiaoyao has a very bad impression of Huang Di. Although he is a hard-working man, he does not spend the money he earns on his family, but instead spends it on girls in nightclubs. Huang Di would give gifts to girls in nightclubs every month, which led him to become a moonlighter. If Huang Di hadn't borrowed money from Aunt Huang Yu, he wouldn't even be able to pay Huang Xiaoyao's college tuition. Huang Di never returned the money. In other words, Huang Xiaoyao's tuition for 4 years of university was actually paid by Aunt Huang Yu. This was the reason why Huang Xiaoyao could never raise his head in front of Huang Mengyao in his previous life. He owes Aunt Huang Yu too much. This is also the reason why Huang Xiaoyao wants to repay Aunt Huang Yu in his whole life. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Huang Xiaoyao wants to marry her and give her full of happiness. He wants to let happiness overflow from Aunt Huang Yu's body. Chapter 31: The Nuclear Weapon of Love. 9 p.m. The old wooden stairs made a creaking sound. Since Huang Xiaoyao lives in an old self-built house, the room on the second floor has no door and faces the stairs. So he saw his drunken father staggering up the stairs. At the age of 18, Huang Xiaoyao thought that Huang Di came back so late because of work-related social events and drank. But now he knows the truth. Huang Di does spend half of his time working, but the other half he spends going to nightclubs, drinking and chatting with the princesses there. Huang Xiaoyao sniffed lightly, and with the keen sense of smell of a cultivator, he indeed smelled a strong scent of feminine perfume on Huang Di. The smell of that low-grade perfume mixed with cheap shampoo was very pungent. Not to mention Hong Yanlin's fragrance, even Xianping's can't compare. Because Huang Di was drunk, he didn't say anything when he saw Huang Xiaoyao, but just slowly walked towards the innermost toilet on the second floor. While walking, his shoulder hit the wall heavily. Huang Xiaoyao looked at Huang Di silently without saying a word. After he was reborn in this life, he had the confidence to save Huang Xiaoyao, but he had no confidence to save Huang Di. In his previous life, Huang Di would be tricked into marriage by a gold digger. After borrowing money from various loan websites, he transferred 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift to the gold digger queen. However, the gold digger refused to get a marriage certificate with him and also refused to have sex with him. Even after Huang Xiaoyao told him that he was cheated by a gold digger, he still refused to admit it. Huang Xiaoyao called the police, but Huang Di insisted that he gave the money voluntarily. Even the police's persuasion could not sober him up. In the end, the police could only speak to Huang Xiaoyao. His father was an adult who voluntarily gave money to women because he was in love, and they had no way of dealing with it. As we all know, it is very difficult to take back the betrothal gift once it is given. Even if the lawsuit process is completed, only part of the betrothal gift will be refunded. Huang Di, the person involved, did not even admit that he was cheated of the bride price, so Huang Xiaoyao had to let it go. He just felt unwilling to give up. He worked hard for more than 10 years to save 1 million. It's so ironic that my father was cheated out of 300,000 yuan by a woman in just 1 day. And the most important thing is that Huang Di is still not awake after being cheated by the woman. How could Huang Xiaoyao wake him up before he was deceived by a woman? In fact, Huang Di was willing to be deceived. Huang Di once told Huang Xiaoyao that he believed the greatness of love lies in selfless giving. The 300,000 yuan he gave was a selfless contribution. He didn't ask for anything in return, so he wasn't cheated. Huang Di's thoughts made even Huang Xiaoyao, who was a bootlicker in his previous life, feel that he was hopeless. And Huang Xiaoyao just wants to say now: respect the fate of others and let go of the desire to help others. It would be the same even if Huang Di was his father. Anyway, he didn't feel like he was being cheated, he felt that kind of life was very happy. Huang Xiaoyao is not going to be a bad guy and forcibly destroy his happiness. Huang Xiaoyao ignored Huang Di, took out his cell phone, quickly checked the news on the internet, trying to recall more memories of 2008. Most of what he saw were news leading up to the Olympics. Huang Xiaoyao now just wants to make money and live a good life, and has no interest in this kind of information. All he wanted now was to leave Huang Di as soon as possible, leave this old and run-down house, and live independently. In other words, Huang Xiaoyao needs to buy a house. Buying a house now can not only improve Huang Xiaoyao's life, but also be an investment for appreciation in value. More importantly, after having his own house, he can bring his girlfriend home with peace of mind. This kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Although Huang Xiaoyao only has 500 yuan in savings now, but at the rate he makes money, in just 2 months, he could save enough money for a down payment on a house. So he is going to start planning to buy a house. Huang Xiaoyao searched for information on buying a house on Baidu. After reading a few news reports, he found that the current housing prices were slightly different from what he remembered. It turns out that in 2008, housing prices across the country had already risen. The current housing prices are considered to be at their peak, and the number of citizens buying houses has dropped significantly. Even experts have come out to say that there are too many houses now and that prices will definitely plummet in the future, and they recommend that citizens sell their properties immediately. On the other hand, in order to help citizens buy houses, Yaoju has introduced a new policy to reduce the down payment ratio to 20%. Although the cause and effect are different from Huang Xiaoyao's memory, the housing prices and housing purchase policies are generally consistent. Now you can buy a 100 square meter 3-bedroom, 1 living room house with a down payment of 200,000 yuan. Okay, now the goal is to make 200,000. In 2008, many girls who came to Yaoju to work wanted to obtain Yaoju's household registration. They all rushed to marry local men who own houses. If you are local and have a good house, you will be able to experience the feeling of being chased by girls. Because Huang Xiaoyao's old and dilapidated house is an old and rundown house with unclear property rights, he cannot understand it. In this life, he wants to buy a house and experience it thoroughly. Huang Xiaoyao opened a home buying website and checked the house prices in various districts of Yaoju. After looking for a while, his cell phone rang again. Huang Xiaoyao took out his cell phone to check and saw that the person who called this time was Lao Pang. He couldn't help but let out a regretful smile. If he Mengdai accepted Lao Pang's hobby, they would definitely be talking on the phone for a long time now, and Lao Pang would never call her. The fatty called me, which means he messed up. Huang Xiaoyao was not in a hurry to answer the phone. In order to prevent Huang Di from hearing it, he went downstairs and walked out of the house before answering the phone. After the call was connected, Huang Xiaoyao asked in a deliberately cheerful tone: "Hey, fatty, how's the result? What victory are you talking about? You've done me a disservice, and now Mengdai says I'm a pervert." The fat man's voice sounded very depressed. Just by listening to it, one could imagine him on the other side of the phone, looking listless. He Mengdai is a conservative woman. Although she looks gentle, she can be very fierce when she gets angry. Lao Pang must have been scolded by He Mengdai. Huang Xiaoyao laughed out loud. What's wrong with a man being a little perverted? Isn't it a good thing that you let Mengdai understand you better? What a good thing. After she scolded me, she hung up the phone. She is very emotional now. I will call her back in half an hour. The fat old man's voice was trembling slightly, and it was obvious that he was very panicked. Since the signal in the alley was poor, Huang Xiaoyao comforted him while walking out of the alley. You haven't done anything wrong to her, why are you panicking? If she hangs up on you, don't call her. You can't tolerate a woman's bad temper. Lao Pang was shocked by such remarks. Everyone says that after you make your girlfriend angry, you should try to comfort her. Why are you doing the opposite? Huang Xiaoyao snorted coldly and answered with disdain. That kind of talk is made up by women to control men. Think about it, if you take the initiative to apologize to her now, will you be able to hold your head up in front of her in the future? She ignores you now for such a small matter. Will you still have a position after you get married and live together? Huang Xiaoyao was not trying to fool Lao Pang. He knew that Lao Pang was a henpecked guy, even though he and He Mengdai seemed to be living a happy life in his previous life. But behind the scenes, He Mengdai kept a close eye on him and he didn't even dare to speak loudly to her. Huang Xiaoyao believes that if a man has to live such a humble life all his life, he will never get real happiness. No matter from which angle you look at it, he is really not suitable to be with He Mengdai. So what can I do? Huang Xiaoyao smiled proudly. If a woman likes the Cold War, then fight with her to the end. Don't look for her or pay attention to her until she looks for you. The fat man on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then said worriedly. Mengdai has a very stubborn personality. If we go into a Cold War with her, it might last for several months. Huang Xiaoyao immediately asked back. Haven't you read the history of the Cold War? Just show her the nuclear weapons. What's the meaning? I just saw a plump mature lady boss at a new shoe store near McDonald's. She's the type you like. Huang Xiaoyao finally brought up this topic and said with a smirk on his face. Go get to know her. Once you have established a good relationship with her, sister, he will naturally become anxious. Let Lao Pang have sex with other women. This is the nuclear weapon Huang Xiaoyao tailor-made for his good friends. Chapter 32 The Fairy-like Girl Next Door. The fatty fell silent again. Huang Xiaoyao, with his excellent hearing, could hear the sound of him swallowing his saliva. Obviously, Lao Pang was tempted, but his reason told him that doing so might lead to irreversible consequences, so he couldn't make up his mind. After thinking for a moment, the fat man sighed. Let's not do it. This doesn't feel good. Huang Xiaoyao just said it in a flat tone. She's 49 years old and even plumper than the hot spring proprietresses in the TV shows you watch now. 49 years old. When the fat man heard the number 49, his body trembled violently and he instantly became excited. His reason could not suppress the desire that erupted like a volcano. Lao Pang was moved. Then I'll go take a look when I have time. Huang Xiaoyao smiled secretly. As a man, you should not worry about worldly thoughts, but face your true heart. Although liking a 49-year-old woman is a bit too outrageous, even Huang Xiaoyao can't accept it, but since he likes her, he has to admit it. After Huang Xiaoyao told Lao Pang the exact location of the store, he hung up the phone. This is his way of repaying his good friend. Hatilda, for me, 43 is the limit. Over 45, I really don't think it's possible. Huang Xiaoyao sighed, put his phone in his pocket, and was about to turn around and go home. At this time, a breeze blew, and Huang Xiaoyao's nose immediately inhaled a refreshing lemon fragrance. The refreshing fragrance made Huang Xiaoyao's spirit jump. It smells so good. He instantly knew that this was the unique smell of the women in Wang Yu's family. The lemon scent is not as strong as Aunt Wang Yu's, nor as pungent as Wang Mingyao's. It has a sour and sweet fragrance, like lemon iced black tea. This body odor is unique to Aunt Wang Yu's second daughter, Wang Qingyao. Huang Xiaoyao turned around quickly, and what came into his sight was a girl with long straight black hair. Her hair was fine and fluttered in the wind. Under her neat bangs, she has a tender face, fair skin and a slim figure. She is a graceful little beauty. Because there were no street lights in this alley, Huang Xiaoyao found it difficult to see her face in the dark. He could only lower his gaze and stare at the other person's body. Beneath the other party's loose white school uniform, there are hidden surging waves. Although this size stands out among girls. But compared with Aunt Wang Yu, there is still a lot of gap. Huang Xiaoyao could be sure from this that his judgment was correct and the other party was Wang Qingyao. Gee! Congratulations to their host for meeting the peerless beauty Wang Qingyao. Huang Xiaoyao clicked on the portrait of Wang Qingyao that popped up in his mind without hesitation and immediately checked her data. Name, Wang Qingyao. Age, 17. Height, 166 Value, 96. Body size, 85 centimeters. Temperament, 95. Stamina, 50. Tips, 5. Flirty, 5. Wang Qingyao's appearance is as high as 96. A little taller than Aunt Wang Yu, which was about what Huang Xiaoyao expected. After all, Huang Xiaoyao is young now and is at the age when her appearance is the best. Her face is full of collagen and looks tender and fresh, just like a green-white strawberry, extremely beautiful. Her temperament reached 95, which was in line with Huang Xiaoyao's expectations. Huang Xiaoyao always felt that her every move and gesture exuded an ethereal aura that was otherworldly. It's not a cold and chilly feeling, but a feeling of extreme purity and innocence. To put it in a metaphorical way, she is a sweet version of the fairy sister. No, because she is younger than Huang Xiaoyao, she should be the fairy sister. As for the 85 centimeters height, it was slightly beyond Huang Xiaoyao's expectations. Maybe it's because Aunt Wenyu has such a great figure, she is tall and plump. Compared with this heavyweight king, Huang Xiaoyao looks much more plain. But Huang Xiaoyao now looked carefully and found that Huang Mengyao was much older than he had imagined. And the data panel even says that she has an F rank. If a 17-year-old girl can go to F, then when she becomes an adult, 1T she go to heaven. Huang Xiaoyao remembers that when Huang Mengyao grows up, she will become as tall as Aunt Wenyu. When she and Aunt Wenyu stand together, they look like twin sisters. Two Aunt Wenyus, that's really exciting. Introduction: Wenyu's second daughter. The school belle of number 99 middle school is now in her second year of high school and will be in her third year after the summer vacation. She is pure, shy and gentle. When Huang Xiaoyao stared at Huang Qingyao's upper body, he noticed that Huang Qingyao showed an awkward smile. Huang Xiaoyao raised his head and saw Huang Qingyao's expression as if she wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to do so. Huang Xiaoyao lowered his head and glanced at her whole body again, and saw that next to the half of her slender white thigh exposed outside her shorts, her delicate little hand was holding a garbage bag full of garbage. It turned out that Huang Qingyao wanted to come out to take out the trash. Because Huang Xiaoyao was standing in the middle of the alley, blocking her way, she couldn't pass. Also, because Huang Xiaoyao was on the phone just now, Huang Qingyao was embarrassed to ask Huang Xiaoyao to move aside. So she just stood quietly behind Huang Xiaoyao and waited. Now here comes the question. How long did Huang Qingyao wait? To put it more directly, how much did Huang Qingyao hear while waiting? Since Huang Qingyao has an easygoing and gentle personality, Huang Xiaoyao is like her brother. He did not apologize for blocking the alley, but asked directly. Did you hear me calling? Huang Qingyao smiled shyly and shook her head cutely. No, I just heard a little bit. Huang Xiaoyao acted like a brother and complained to her. I heard a little bit, but I heard it. How can you say you didn't hear it? Huang Qingyao widened her eyes slightly, pursed her lips, and looked at Huang Xiaoyao with a smile. This expression seems to be saying, what are you talking about? The girl wanted to fool people by acting cute. How could Huang Xiaoyao, a man whose mental age is 36, let her get away with it? Where did you first hear that? Huang Qingyao rolled her eyes and answered in a sweet voice. I started hearing this when you said you liked 49-year-old women. Huang Xiaoyao raised his hand and patted Huang Qingyao on the head. Nonsense, I never said that. Huang Qingyao was patted on the head, her heart skipped a beat, and she looked surprised. She found that Huang Xiaoyao seemed different from before. He would never have touched Huang Qingyao so forcefully in the past. Huang Qingyao smiled slightly shyly. Really? I just walked over there, so I couldn't hear clearly. In order to avoid her misunderstanding, Huang Xiaoyao explained seriously. My friend likes 49-year-old women, and I want to introduce him to a good one, understand? Huang Qingyao covered her mouth with her little hands and chuckled. So you have such a friend, Hilda? There was obvious mockery in Huang Qingyao's tone. Obviously, she thought Huang Xiaoyao was making up friends out of nothing. Huang Xiaoyao felt very wronged because he really had such a friend. However, Huang Xiaoyao and Huang Qingyao are not very familiar with each other. Before, he only had eyes for Huang Mengyao, and Huang Qingyao was a shy girl, and they had not even chatted a few times before. Huang Qingyao naturally didn't know Lao Pang. Huang Xiaoyao didn't want to introduce Huang Qingyao to that kind of pervert, so he asked back in a threatening tone. You don't believe it? Huang Qingyao still smiled and shook her head. Of course I believe you, because you have always liked Sister Mengyao. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyao frowned. He frowned, put his hand on Huang Qingyao's delicate shoulder, and spoke seriously. No, you misunderstood again. The sudden physical contact caused Huang Qingyao's delicate body to tremble violently. Huang Qingyao is a pure and innocent girl. She has never had a boyfriend before, let alone any intimate contact with boys. In fact, even her hands had never been touched by a man. You know, for girls, shoulders are a more private part than palms. Boys can't touch this kind of place. Huang Xiaoyao was suddenly held down on the shoulders by Huang Xiaoyao, and her body and mind were severely shocked. She couldn't help but tighten her legs and look down at Huang Xiaoyao's hand vigilantly. Feeling the warmth coming from his shoulder, her heart began to beat wildly like a deer. Huang Xiaoyao had a premonition in his heart. Here we come. My brother is going to confess to me. Chapter 33. The little sister is panicking. Although they are both school beauties of number 99 middle school, there are differences among them. Huang Xiaoyao's appearance is 20 points higher than Huang Mengyao, and her temperament and figure are also better than hers. Huang Xiaoyao is actually the national flower. Because Huang Xiaoyao is beautiful, she receives more love letters than her sister Huang Mengyao. I have been confessed to in person by boys more often. Huang Xiaoyao was already accustomed to boys' confessions, so she would always smile faintly when facing Huang Xiaoyao, which showed that she was at ease. In fact, all the men who confessed to her before, whether they were handsome guys or rich second generations, regarded Huang Xiaoyao as an inviolable goddess. Their attitude in front of Huang Xiaoyao was extremely humble. Those boys were afraid of making her angry, let alone touching her body. They all consciously stayed at least 1 meter away from Huang Xiaoyao. It is something that can be admired from a distance but not played with. Therefore, Huang Xiaoyao had never been confessed to by a boy at close range, let alone had a boy confess to her by holding her shoulders. This way of confession, which she had never experienced before, made Huang Xiaoyao's heart beat like a deer. The beautiful girl became flustered when facing a boy for the first time. Huang Xiaoyao swallowed her saliva and clenched her blue school uniform shorts with both hands, waiting for Huang Xiaoyao's confession with anticipation and anxiety. Huang Xiaoyao stared at Huang Xiaoyao's clear eyes forcefully and spoke word by word. Actually, the person I like is not your sister, but your mother. When Huang Xiaoyao heard the first half of the sentence, her heart skipped a beat, and she thought that what was coming was really coming. When she heard the words, "It's you," a strong feeling of joy surged in her heart like a mountain torrent. For the first time, this beautiful girl felt the shock and excitement of being confessed to. The ecstasy in her heart made her body temperature rise rapidly, and she broke out in a sweat in an instant. Huang Xiaoyao's body fragrance, which was filled with the scent of youthful hormones, quickly drifted outwards, the temperature of the air rose accordingly, and the atmosphere suddenly became charming. In the midst of excitement, Huang Xiaoyao also felt a strong sense of distress. She didn't know whether she should accept or refuse. But in the next moment, when Huang Xiaoyao heard the word "mom," she was instantly stunned. He said "mom." What mom? Because Huang Xiaoyao had a preconceived notion that Huang Xiaoyao was confessing to her. She couldn't understand what Huang Xiaoyao was saying. Huang Xiaoyao widened her watery eyes and asked in surprise. What did you say about my mother? Huang Xiaoyao repeated it in a serious tone. The person I like is your mother, Aunt Huang Yu. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyao was as if she saw Ultraman appear, and her cherry lips opened so wide that an egg could fit in. You like my mom. Huang Xiaoyao was so shocked that she couldn't even speak clearly. Faced with her exaggeration, Huang Xiaoyao shrugged and answered calmly. Auntie Huang Yu is a great beauty. She's single again after her divorce. Is it normal for me to like her? Huang Xiaoyao frowned and immediately shook her head. No, you are a classmate of my mother's daughter. How can you like my mother? Huang Xiaoyao answered in a matter-of-fact tone. Excuse me, Miss Xiaoyao, is there a law that says a mother cannot marry her daughter's classmate? Huang Xiaoyao was stunned when she heard this. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then answered blankly. Although there is no such provision in the law, my mother told me that she raised you when you were a child, so she is considered your godmother. You even drank her milk. How can you like her? When Huang Xiaoyao said this, for some reason, she lost her usual calmness and became suddenly excited, and her voice became abnormally high-pitched. Her full chest rose and fell due to her rapid breathing, and she looked even more excited than when she was confessed to. Faced with her excited questioning, Huang Xiaoyao sneered disdainfully. We are not related by blood or kinship, so according to the law, we can get married. Although Huang Xiaoyao was speechless, she puffed up her face, widened her eyes, and stared at Huang Xiaoyao unconvincedly, obviously disagreeing with what he said. Huang Xiaoyao said further. In fact, not only is it legal for me to marry Aunt Huang Yu, but even if I divorce Aunt Wen after we get married and then marry you, it is also legal. In reality, there are still many such operations in order to get more houses or to save house transfer fees. Huang Xiaoyao was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. For some reason, she felt a strong sense of crisis and was very panicked. You must be lying to me, how could anyone do such a thing? Huang Xiaoyao originally wanted to cite the example of the family of a certain my queen, but he quickly remembered that happened 10 years later, so he could only change the subject. You have to know that this world is huge and full of surprises. There are even people who marry Hatsune Miku. When Huang Xiaoyao heard this example, she suddenly realized the problem. Now Huang Xiaoyao is only pursuing her mother unilaterally, and she believes that her mother will definitely not agree. So there would not be a situation where Huang Xiaoyao married Wang Yu, then divorced, and then married her. Huang Xiaoyao suddenly felt that there was nothing to worry about. She took a deep breath, and after calming down, she felt a little disappointed. Then I thought that Huang Xiaoyao was too naive. It was simply a pipe dream for an 18-year-old young man like him to pursue a divorced mother who was 18 years older than him. Huang Xiaoyao regained her relaxed smile and asked in a teasing tone. Excuse me, brother, what do you like about my mother? This question was beyond Huang Xiaoyao's expectations. He thought for a moment before answering. I love her beautiful face and fair skin. Aunt Wen Yu has an oval face with perfect facial proportions, and her looks are as good as those of top actors. On the other hand, her skin is very white, which is unique to girls from northeast China, the kind of pure white like the first snow. Those white arms and thighs were Huang Xiaoyao's favorite. Just like the delicious cabbage, Huang Xiaoyao always fantasized about taking a bite. You just look at my face and covered my mother's body, and you call this love? Huang Xiaoyao pouted her lips, looking very dissatisfied. Huang Xiaoyao did not deny it. He pressed Huang Xiaoyao's shoulder with a little force and pinched her shoulder. Naive, of course a man likes a woman because he looks at her face and lusts after her body. Only hypocritical people would talk about such illusory things as inner self. Although Huang Xiaoyao does like Aunt Wen Yu's bold yet gentle personality. But in order to educate Huang Xiaoyao, he did not explain this point, but continued to express his views. Those guys who claim that they like a woman's inner qualities are actually saying that inner qualities are superior to outer qualities. But this kind of thinking is prejudice. Why should the inner qualities be superior to the outer qualities? And don't look at what they say, look at what they do. Although everyone is bragging about the beauty of the soul, look at the stars in TV dramas or the models on the catwalks, which one of them is not beautiful? Who cares about their inner selves, who cares about their dark history? It's not just celebrities. Beautiful women also have a huge advantage in the workplace. Even women look down on women who are less beautiful than themselves. What everyone really thinks is that appearance is justice. As a naive high school student who was still studying in school, Huang Xiaoyao was stunned by what was said. Since she herself is a great beauty, she can clearly feel that her classmates' attitude towards her is completely different from that towards other girls. Huang Xiaoyao had to believe that what Huang Xiaoyao said was right. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaoyao's mood suddenly became excited involuntarily. It turns out that Huang Xiaoyao is the one who looks most like a mother among the three sisters. Her face shape, eyebrows, and facial features are exactly the same as her mother's. Even the beauty mole at the corner of her lips is a one-to-one replica. If you just look at their faces, they are twins. Huang Xiaoyao also inherited her mother's fair skin, so Huang Xiaoyao has all the qualities that Huang Xiaoyao likes about Wang Yu. When Huang Xiaoyao realized this, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. In other words, my brother not only likes mom, he also likes me, right? Chapter 34. My little sister wants to marry me. For the first time in her life, Huang Xiaoyao met a man who liked her mother instead of her. Since Wang Yu was 19 years older than Huang Xiaoyao, her proud self-esteem felt deeply frustrated when she lost to a woman so much older than her. But when she realized that her mother actually looked like her, Huang Xiaoyao's mood changed. In fact, my brother likes me too, but his habits are different from those of normal men. He likes older women, so he didn't choose me but my mother. So I didn't lose to my mom. It turns out that although Huang Xiaoyao looks innocent and always has a sweet smile on her face, she looks like the kind of Buddhist girl who doesn't fight or compete. But hidden beneath the soft appearance, there is actually a proud heart. She has a strong desire to win over other beauties, even her own mother is no exception. In fact, because Wang Yu is a perfect woman. Huang Xiaoyao has always regarded her as his target and also as his biggest enemy. So Huang Xiaoyao's dream is actually to defeat her mother. The beautiful girl was thinking in her heart at this moment. After my mother rejects my brother, he will give up on her. At that time, he will realize that there is no future in liking a woman who is twice his age. Then he will definitely come after me who looks like his mother. If I had agreed to date my brother at that time, I would have been able to defeat my mother and become a woman who surpassed her. Huang Xiaoyao seemed very happy after finding a way to defeat her mother. But she soon discovered the problem. But I want to be brother Xiaoyao's woman. Huang Xiaoyao only had a little bit of affection for Huang Xiaoyao and thought he was a good person, but she had no romantic feelings for him at all. Huang Xiaoyao felt uneasy and worried about becoming the woman of a man she did not love, but in order to defeat her mother, she quickly convinced herself. It is popular in today's novels to marry first and fall in love later. Brother Xiaoyao is so good to his sister, he will do whatever his sister says. He is a gentle and kind man, and you will definitely be happy if you marry him. So it doesn't matter. Huang Xiaoyao didn't realize that after feeling the unprecedented strong confession, the love brain hidden deep in her heart awakened. Her thoughts inadvertently jumped from dating Huang Xiaoyao to becoming his woman, that is, giving everything she had, and then to marrying Huang Xiaoyao. Completed 3 jumps in one go. Huang Xiaoyao has now begun to imagine becoming Huang Xiaoyao's wife and living together with him after their marriage. During this time, Huang Xiaoyao's clear big eyes moved up and down, carefully looking at Huang Xiaoyao's whole body. She wants to take a good look at what her future husband looks like. Huang Xiaoyao quickly discovered that there was something different on his body, and then her body trembled violently. Her pretty face instantly turned red. So scary, it's a monster. But it's good, I will be really happy after I marry him. Huang Xiaoyao's cherry lips curved up slightly, revealing an intoxicated smile, and her fair face revealed cute dimples. Okay, then try your best to pursue my mother, although I don't think she will accept it. Huang Xiaoyao said it nicely, but she was thinking in her heart. Don't worry, I'm waiting for the moment when you fail. After Huang Xiaoyao finished speaking, she turned sideways and tried to walk past Huang Xiaoyao. She moved her sleeves and a breeze blew. Huang Xiaoyao smelled the sweet body fragrance coming towards him, and his body couldn't help but become excited. He was so excited that he couldn't help but reach out and press Huang Xiaoyao against the wall. Huang Xiaoyao let out a delicate cry. She looked at Huang Xiaoyao, who was pressing her against the wall with shocked eyes, and asked half panicked and half excitedly. What do you want to do, brother? Huang Xiaoyao's little heart was beating like a drum. Her body temperature rose rapidly, and her body seemed to be instinctively expecting something. Huang Xiaoyao's lips curled slightly, revealing a harmless smile. I suddenly remembered that I don't have your contact information yet. Let's add your phone number. Huang Xiaoyao was suddenly pressed against the wall by Huang Xiaoyao and thought she would be kissed forcibly. I was so excited that my hair stood on end and I got goosebumps all over my body. After knowing that the other party just wanted his cell phone number, I breathed a sigh of relief with a hint of disappointment and couldn't help but burst out laughing. When did you see me with a cell phone? Huang Xiaoyao found that he had forgotten something very important. In 2008, mobile phones were just becoming popular among students. In the classes at number 99 middle school, only about 3/4 of the students have mobile phones. The parents of the 1/4 of students who do not have mobile phones are basically poor. Huang Xiaoyao himself is one of them. His current flip phone was given to him by Lao Pang after he changed his phone. The same goes for Wang Mengyao, her cell phone was given to her by her boyfriend. Because Huang Xiaoyao doesn't have a boyfriend, she doesn't have a mobile phone. She doesn't have a mobile phone, so she wants a penguin account. So do you have a penguin? Huang Xiaoyao still shook her head. I registered one in the school computer room before, but I don't have a device to log in, so I can't use it. Huang Xiaoyao nodded upon hearing this. Aunt Wen Yu is also very poor. She only has one computer at home which is a bit outdated. And that computer was used exclusively by Aunt Wen Yu's ex-husband Wang Zilin. After the divorce, he was taken over by Wang Mengyao. So poor Huang Xiaoyao is already in her 2nd year of high school and still doesn't have a penguin account. And this situation is the same as Huang Xiaoyao. Although his family has a computer, his father is reluctant to spend 150 yuan a month to open a telecommunications network. It was not until Huang Xiaoyao's senior year in high school that Huang Di reached an agreement with Huang Yu's family. The two of them paid together to open an internet connection, and pulled cables through a router so that the two families could share the internet. Therefore, Huang Xiaoyao could not access the internet and did not have a Penguin account until he was in his third year of high school. Huang Xiaoyao knows well the pain of not having a Penguin account, not being able to join the class group, and not being able to chat with classmates after school. Perhaps it was because of this childhood experience that he became socially averse as an adult. Huang Xiaoyao didn't want his future daughter to suffer such pain, so he proposed a deal. I can give you a mobile phone, but only if you help me win over Aunt Huang Yu. When Wang Qingyao heard the previous sentence, her mouth opened wide in excitement. It has always been her dream to have a mobile phone. However, the cheapest mobile phone at that time cost nearly 1,000 yuan, which was equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Wang Qingyao simply couldn't afford it. My brother wants to give me such a valuable gift. Does he have some feelings for me now? Wang Qingyao pursed her lips and felt secretly delighted. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, her expression immediately turned gloomy. It turns out he still wants to pursue my mother. Mom is my love rival now, how can I help him? No, even if I help him, he won't be able to catch up with my mother. What am I worried about? If I agree to my brother's request now, I can make a good impression on him. When he was rejected by his mother, I went to comfort him and everything went smoothly. Wow, wouldn't he be pregnant before I start college, would I? Wang Qingyao's little brain was working rapidly. The more she thought about it, the further she went from here to there. The girl suppressed her delighted smile and nodded in a reserved manner. Okay, I'll help you. Although Huang Xiaoyao didn't know what Wang Qingyao was laughing at, after getting her promise. With her daughter as an insider, Aunt Huang Yu can get what she wants easily. Chapter 35, Cold Young Woman Yi Yuxuan. Under the moonlight, Huang Xiaoyao pressed Wang Qingyao against the wall. After Wang Qingyao agreed to the deal he proposed, Huang Xiaoyao put his hand on her head and ruffled her hair as a reward. It was the first time that Wang Qingyao had her hair touched by a boy. Since he was her future husband, she felt extremely embarrassed. She has always been proud and would not let boys touch her, but she did not resist at all. She lowered her head shyly and let Huang Xiaoyao play with her. Huang Xiaoyao originally just wanted to pat her head gently, but after touching it, he found that her hair was very soft as marshmallows. He was addicted to it and couldn't stop touching it. After just touching for a while, all the hormonal sense in Wang Qingyao's body dissipated. This sweet fragrance hides a strong temptation to the opposite sex. Looking at the tender and pure girl in front of him, Huang Xiaoyao's heartbeat instantly accelerated and his body became excited. He felt the desire stirring in his body, as if it was about to turn into a wild horse that had broken free from its reins and was running wildly across the fields. Call. Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but let out a breath of hot air. Wang Qingyao couldn't help but gasp for breath after being sprayed in the face by Huang Xiaoyao's hot breath. The atmosphere between the two became dangerous. Bang! Just then, Huang Xiaoyao heard a slight collision sound coming from below. He looked down and found that the garbage bag in Wang Qingyao's hand had fallen to the ground. This voice brought him back to his senses. No, I can't think that about her. Besides, we are in the alley now and people may pass by at any time. Wrong location. Huang Xiaoyao is a fan of mystery novels. He has always advocated a concept, the absolute secret room. There are many things in this world that can only be done in a secret room. Huang Xiaoyao patted Wang Qingyao's head gently twice, took a half step back, and distanced himself from her. I'll find you when I need your help. Aha! Wang Qingyao was a little slow and nodded stupidly. After Huang Xiaoyao regained his senses, he saw a blush on her face and felt very strange. As an 18-year-old male, he is at the age of full blood and has endless energy. It is normal to feel excited when you see a beautiful young girl. But Wang Qingyao is a pure girl. It can be seen from the fact that she has never interacted with men that she definitely has little interest in men. Why does she look so excited? Is she the kind of girl who looks pure on the outside but is actually sultry on the inside? At this time, footsteps were heard in the distance. Huang Xiaoyao heard someone coming and did not dwell on it. It's late, I won't bother you anymore. Huang Xiaoyao then turned and left. After Wang Qingyao was no longer pinned against the wall, she took a deep breath. She pressed her hand against her chest and stared at Huang Xiaoyao's back as he left. Even after Huang Xiaoyao walked away, she kept her back against the wall, standing there like a wooden figure. Wang Qingyao was stunned for 3 minutes before she came back to her senses. She first exhaled a breath of charming fragrance. Then I lifted the shorts which were loose and felt shaky. Wang Qingyao slapped her face with both hands, and when she felt sober, she picked up the garbage bag that had fallen on the ground, walked towards the trash can in the distance, and continued to dump the garbage. Huang Xiaoyao felt really tired after returning to the room. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Only then did he remember that he had not yet checked the reward for completing Hong Yinlin's mission. He immediately opened the system panel in his mind. Overlord Dragon subduing Tiger Fist. With the king's domineering boxing skills, one punch can turn the Dragon King into a small insect and the Tigress into a kitten. No matter which part you attack, your domineering aura will cause irreparable damage to the enemy's vital organs. You'll make him half useless. If you do not have a deep hatred with the enemy, please do not use it. Seeing this skill description, Huang Xiaoyao couldn't help but grin. Har har, I just happen to have a grudge against a few people. For example, Li Haobin, he escaped today because of Wang Mengyao's interference. I will settle the score with him after his foot injury heals. Let him call himself the Dragon King, I will beat him into a bug. Huang Xiaoyao recalled that when Li Haobin was lying on the ground struggling, he saw out of the corner of his eye a young man taking out his mobile phone to take pictures. Huang Xiaoyao knows the nature of these people who like to watch the show. After taking photos, they will definitely post them on the internet. Since there is no TikTok and Bilibili now, Huang Xiaoyao picked up his phone to check Weibo. After searching the local topics for a while, I really found the topic posted by that young man. A high school student had his leg stepped on and broken in a fight with his girlfriend at McDonald's. Huang Xiaoyao opened it and found that it was not a photo but a video, which made it even more interesting. Li Haobin was seen lying on the ground, holding his right leg which was swollen like a pig's trotter with both hands, and screaming heart-wrenchingly. Call an ambulance, my leg is broken. A group of people surrounded him, not knowing what to do. Since Huang Xiaoyao had already walked down the stairs at that time, he did not see this scene. Now he is watching it with utmost interest. Because it was high school students fighting over a woman, most of the comments below were mocking Li Haobin. They are all things like, you deserve it, if you don't seek death you won't die. Huang Xiaoyao was very happy watching it. After watching for 10 minutes, Huang Xiaoyao finished, turned off the lights and went to sleep. Before falling asleep, he carefully recalled his experiences of the day. In just one day, he met Aunt Wang Yu, Lan Haihui, Hong Yanglin, He Mengdai, and Wang Qingyao, a total of 5 women. If Wang Mengyao and Huang Yuyao are included, there are 7. His popularity with women exploded. Huang Xiaoyao sighed from the bottom of his heart, this kind of rebirth is so wonderful. However, Huang Xiaoyao also has some nostalgia for his past life. When he was a programmer in his previous life, he met his boss Yi Shaojiang. In order to save money, he often went to Yi Shaojiang's house to eat. Over time, he became familiar with Yi Shaojiang's wife, Yi Yuxuan. Huang Xiaoyao might be wishful thinking to say that they were familiar with each other. Yi Yuxuan is a cold woman, although she is not the kind of woman who puts on a bad face and acts superior. But she is taciturn and gives people a sense of being out of touch with the world. She is a beautiful ice beauty. Huang Xiaoyao had eaten with her dozens of times, but she had never taken the initiative to speak to Huang Xiaoyao. Every time Yi Yuxuan met Huang Xiaoyao, she just pursed her lips and smiled at him indifferently. Huang Xiaoyao believed that a beautiful, fashionable, rich and beautiful woman like her would definitely look down on a single programmer like him. But just when Huang Xiaoyao found out that Xianping had cheated on him, he separated from her and was discussing divorce. Yi Shaojiang had a heart attack and died. Yi Yuxuan, who had become a widow, actually brought her 2 daughters and knocked on Huang Xiaoyao's door. After Yi Yuxuan entered the room, she said with the door wide open. No, that was the wrong idiom. She should have said it straight to the point. She thinks Huang Xiaoyao is a good person. I think he is reliable and want to marry him and live with him. Huang Xiaoyao was completely shocked at that time. Since he had not yet awakened the ambition to become the emperor of Wei, he was conflicted when he looked at Yi Yuxuan's 2 high school daughters. But Yi Yuxuan was unexpectedly enthusiastic and not only took the initiative to climb onto Huang Xiaoyao's bed. She also promised to help him have a child. He was even willing to give all of Yi Xiaojiang's inheritance to Huang Xiaoyao. Under such a fierce attack, Huang Xiaoyao couldn't control himself. In the end, I could only say sorry to Yi Xiaojiang's spirit tablet. No, he should be told not to worry, Huang Xiaoyao will help him take care of his wife and daughter. No matter what, she was Huang Xiaoyao's second teacher. Under her teaching, Huang Xiaoyao understood the ambition of King Wei. At that time, Huang Xiaoyao had already started living with Yi Yuxuan, and after finishing the lawsuit with Xianping, he would get married with her and get a marriage certificate. Therefore, in Huang Xiaoyao's heart, Yi Yuxuan is already his second wife. At that time, 40-year-old Yi Yuxuan still had her charm. She was not only beautiful but also knowledgeable. It's really moist. Huang Xiaoyao really doesn't want to leave her now. What a pity. Etc. Huang Xiaoyao thought of something and suddenly sat up from the bed. It's not like I can't see her even though I'm reborn. Just go find her. Huang Xiaoyao suddenly became excited when he had this idea. Judging from her age, she is probably only 22 years old now, a newly married young woman. If you get to know her from now on, you can actually spend more time with her. Huang Xiaoyao did what he said and began to make a plan to meet Yi Yuxuan by chance. But I don't have any money right now. I'm just a high school graduate. There's no point in meeting her. It's more important to make money first. Because Huang Xiaoyao wanted to see Yi Yuxuan earlier, he had an urgent motivation to make money. Before, he could make money slowly and wait for the takeoff from stocks and real estate, but that is no longer possible. He wants to make money as quickly as possible. Moreover, Yi Yuxuan's existence broadened Huang Xiaoyao's thinking. He can pursue more future beauties. For example, female stars who will become famous in 10 years are still just high school students now. Huang Xiaoyao can take advantage of their youth to trick them and make them his concubines. Why not just open an agency and be the boss of female stars? During the day, he makes the female star work to earn money, and at night, he has sex with the female star. No, he holds the female star in his arms and counts the money. Huang Xiaoyao gradually fell asleep while thinking about building his business empire. He didn't know at this moment, at the same time. Lan Haihui dragged her suitcase and knocked on Hong Yinlin's door.